real quick. Hold on. I think I'm good. Alright, I'll be back real quick. Hold up. I'm back.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. 4 o'clock in the morning, but it's never too early for Chronicles of Valeria. The chronic lies and delusions of Jeremy Caspian Walsh. I wasn't going to cover this, but then people kept linking it to me and saying, he's talking about you. And I was like, since I've talked about Jeremy so much, it's only fair if he does talk about me that I respond. So if you've not been following along, the most recent development in the Chronicle Delusions of Valeria is the guy took the website down in December, like early December, and kept saying, oh, it'll be up December 19th, December 24th, whenever. Put a date on the website returning, and then it did come up multiple months late. But the thing is that most of the website that you'd like to actually use, such as the news, the proof that there was ever any game that existed, the proof of I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm moving, I'm kicking, the boots are on, you know, I'm kicking the truth to death. All these things that he said, they're still not there. Apparently it's just going to take him the better part of an entire year. 2025 is going to be the year of working on the website to give you back the content you had before he began work on the website. But obviously then he's posted a massive, what I'm going to refer to as a Dunzo manifesto. Basically this is just yet more ramblings of somebody that I don't want to be flippant about mental health, but there's something wrong with this dude, because there's no world in which you spend years taking other people's money to develop an MMO, deliver no playable experience ever, no evidence of a developed game ever to anybody, never let anybody play or see what the thing is that they paid for, not you. They paid for this. Do that for like the better part of a decade, and then think it's acceptable to be sitting there writing actual manifesto level of delusions in your Discord server that basically only exists now for people such as myself to look at and make videos about or talk about. And of course the sycophants who truly believe if they hug their Caspian body pillow tight enough, if they say the special words, you know, some kind of like old folksy stuff from when they spent 10 grand to become a lord or a lady in a game that will never exist, then something good's gonna happen. So I figured let's go over it. Greetings here. For the most part, people leave me alone these days to work on Valeria. Okay, we're off to a good start. That allows me to more or less continue my routine of waking up, getting food, doing some exercise, doing some reading, and then spending the rest of the day sans food breaks, alternating between working on something soulbound or COE related and questioning my life choices. Already a real good window into the mind and soul of a man who does not believe what he's saying. I'm questioning my life choices, guys, doing this thing that he's never going to release. Occasionally, one of 3 things inevitably disrupts the delicate balance of my daily routine. Some online magazine that gets paid by impressions decides nothing else in the games industry is newsworthy enough to write about. So what this is referred to as poisoning the well. What he's doing here is already setting up that nobody should ever talk about me and what I'm doing, even if they have an opinion on it. And the only reason they're doing so is because they get paid by impressions. Yeah, but that doesn't mean what they're saying is any less relevant. And also, oh, I'm so unimportant. Why are people paying attention to the fact that I took millions of dollars off people and never gave them anything for it? Why won't you focus on the bigger things in life? They dredge up me, Sia, we also bunch people with some new hot, juicy or salacious news that must be shared with the world at large. I don't actually mind these too much. Yeah, okay. That's why you wrote a post saying that you were going to put your boots on and kick the truth to death. Obviously, like, that's a slight misquote. It's just funnier when you say it that way. I don't mind them. As the adage goes, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Oh, we're going to get to that in a second, my boy. These magazines, as unintentional as it may be, are working to guarantee COE doesn't fall into the annals of obscurity. No, You've done that. You've been doing this the whole time. When we do release, there's likely to be more attention and interest. Absolutely. Still, such articles make me question the priorities of said magazines, news websites in the industry if, between the different publishers, AAA developers, indie studios, game alphas, betas and releases, SAG-AFTRA strikes, generative AI and copyright concerns, employee turnover and studio layoffs, game engine and middleware news, etc., there's nothing more pressing, interesting or concerning to write about than my ongoing work on COE, but sure, bring on the free publicity. Yeah, this entire screed here definitely reads like someone who's real happy about the free publicity, for sure. But again, there's no guarantee that people writing about you don't also write about those things, and also people can write about what they want. Your thing is interesting because you're still, years later, just writing this shit. So yeah, of course people are going to talk about you because you won't stop talking bollocks. Some influencer or channel that he's talking about me here, by the way, because nobody else is making videos about Chronicles of Valeria anymore. It's just me. I'm the last holdout. I'm gripping this harder than Dr. Disrespect. Gripping, boom. I'm gripping onto this harder than Caspian is. I want him to continue more than fucking he does. Some influencer or channel that peddles in angertainment. So if you watch these videos, you're entertained by angry. There's no other reason. No reason at all. And also, you should thank me, Caspian, because I've provided a product in place of what you provided to people. The difference is that mine's free. Nobody has to pay for my product. I entertain people. I give them what you never did, and they don't have to give me millions of dollars. They just watch, and some people watch ads, and some people give me a few dollars on Patreon. That's it. So you should really be thankful that somebody got something somewhere out of the thing that you took millions of dollars to do. Peddles in angertainment and people's dissatisfaction with the current state of the world, decides whatever their current flavour of bile or bullshit is no longer resonating as well with their audience. So there you go. I guess I don't even release videos all that often anymore, but apparently when I do, I'm only doing it because the other stuff that I release is no longer resonating with people. As if to say I've not abandoned multiple like long video series covering other topics that did way more views than most of the other stuff that I talk about nowadays. Crazy, a crazy concept. They review past streams or videos to determine which ones performed well and decide to revisit those topics. If I was doing that, I'd literally just be doing nothing but Chronicles of Valeria and Earth 2 videos. When was the last time you seen an Earth 2 video? 2023. January 2023. So he's fucking batting 1,000 here. You can tell he's really on the pulse with the information. Then they proceed to bring up 5-year-old issues or make up new bullshit to again rile up their audience in the name of, quote, likes and subscribes. I wonder when the last time I ever said likes and subscribes on a YouTube video. Probably in 2022. I don't say this. I made it a point to never really go out my way to say this, and also have repeatedly gone on record to say subscribers mean nothing to a channel in general, and I don't even look at likes. But so far he's doing real well on this dissection of the motives for wanting to talk about the fact that he has not yet been held responsible for $8 million taken from backers and showing them nothing. And I've not reviewed any past streams or videos. I think the last time I talked about or shown a video or stream that he did was in 2023. So current information, you can tell he really keeps up to date with the videos. I'm wounded that he doesn't watch my videos, to be honest. I thought me and Caspian were like that. I thought we were boys, ride together, die together, Chronicles of Delusions for life. But I don't make videos to rile anybody up. I generally just make videos because they're entertaining and other people want to be entertained by, again, the product you didn't deliver on. So that's it. There's nothing complicated about this. The amount of views I get for these videos, I could go and do on pretty much anything else. Just pick a current trending topic, make a video talking about it. Takes way less time, doesn't put my, useless knowledge of following this project for close to a decade to use. So I'd probably be better off doing that, to be honest. And firmly, there is no growth in making Chronicles of Valeria videos because the only people still following it at this point are people that are already subscribed and mostly just want to watch these types of videos. So it doesn't really benefit me to do it in any way other than it's entertaining. There's nothing I can do about these other than lament the world we live in hopes we get better times when people can return to getting their dopamine from watching cat memes, rather than feeding their frustrations. You are the source of their frustrations. Like, brother, please, just let people play the game they paid for. You hold all the cards. You have the game. Supposedly, you have a game. Let people play it. Problem solved. Like, it's as simple as that. It's all you've got to do to shut me up. I will stop talking about you the minute you let people play the game that they paid for. It's not your game. It's theirs. You didn't make this game with anyone's money other than their money. Someone on the internet with either too many or too few problems decides that my inability to work at the speed of half a dozen programmers in a design team and a web team is the reason for their unhappiness. It could be that these people are being fueled by either one or two above, or it could simply be that they feel the world keeps taking without giving. Hold on there, Caspian. You're the one who did all the taking and none of the giving. It's not the world, it's you. You have done all the taking and you've given nobody anything other than content for my channel for people to enjoy. My ongoing efforts to deliver on my commitments aren't transparent enough to shield me from falling into the group that's taking and not giving. I can do something about this, but not much. Yeah, you could let them play the game. It's crazy. I know. It's wild. You've said it's 90% done. You've got... Bear in mind, people can release a game that's like 10% done on Steam. Pro4 was being developed with a live client for people to play on. Albion Online was being developed in alpha with a live client for people to play on. Fucking Project Gorgon. Name most crowdfunded MMOs or indie MMOs, and every single one of them, not every single one, probably 95% of them were being developed in addition to having a playable live client and testing with the fans and the people who backed the game and the people who bought packs and whatever else. Those have all managed to do that, but you apparently, in your own words, have 90% of an MMO completed. Nobody can play it. Nobody's ever played it. And you're talking about transparency. Motherfucker, let people play the game. Literally, just do that. In any event, regardless of which of the three happens, there's not, and they're not always mutually exclusive, I generally notice a sudden uptick in people reaching out to me to give me their opinions. Sometimes it's outright hostile from the start. Sometimes it's this weird mix of friendliness and hostility. Take the attached, for example. Yeah, this happens. It does. By the way, if you're messaging anyone that's ever in one of my videos to like be weird or take it upon yourselves to do anything, you're the fucking weird one. You always will be. Again, this is not a video to like target hate at anybody or do any of that kind of weird shit. This is a video purely for entertainment about an ongoing thing that some people are interested in. If you go outside the like scope of it just being something fun to follow the updates of something that people want to be informed about and talk about, and start being like hateful or weird towards people involved, you are the fucking weirdo. You always have been, you always will be. Nobody signs off on that shit. Nobody wants you to be doing that. You're not cool because you're like, oh, I'm getting involved. You're a fucking weirdo. Starts with an off-screen friend request, probably because they didn't realize my DMs are open on this service so people can DM me anytime. Anyways, it begins well enough with a hello and an apology for interrupting me. Then it moves on to asking me a perfectly valid and reasonable question. Left there, I could have replied with a thoughtful, meaningful response that would likely have answered their question and possibly even addressed their concerns. Instead, it evolves quickly. Since you are an expert on my channel, Caspian, and you do definitely watch all the videos for sure, I have one question for you that, you know, single this out, no hate around it. Why won't you let people play the game? Just answer that one question. Just at me, Discord me, Twitter me, email me, whatever it's going to be. So this person says, hello Caspian, I'm sorry to bug you or pester you. I just wanted to ask why you've not been more transparent on the development of KOE. Deadline after deadline have been missed. True. You've increasingly isolated yourself further and further, seemingly to limit scrutinization. True. I've been following COE since the Kickstarter. It seems like you're promised over-glamorized and consistently lie about progress on KOE. All true. Now, if I'm sure you can give me paragraphs and paragraphs of excuses, but I'm simply interested in one thing. Why are you not transparent? Why keep the website down for more than a month? True. It's been 4 months now. No one will have hard feelings if you simply admit to the fact you cannot complete KOE or COE for that matter. Be a man, admit it and grow up. People will definitely have hard feelings about this, but at the same time, like, I think most people would just be fine with it being done now, just being over. It comments on the factual accurate missing of deadlines, but then chooses to interpret why I've isolated myself. I think this says more about the person messaging me than myself. Here we go. Psychoanalyze the random Discord person DMing him. We'll get to why I've isolated myself later. The message then says I've consistently overpromised, overglamorized, and consistently lied about my progress. Hold up there, partner. Overpromised? Sure. At least in terms of the timeline. By the way, this game was supposed to be done in like 2019. Right, this game was supposed to be done like 6 years ago. And nobody's played it since. I work every single day to deliver a fully realized COE. I have for the last 5 years now, without pay, not just for my work on COE, but from any source, so that I can devote myself entirely to COE's development. So, what he's saying now is that he has no job. He's jobless. And he's managed to be jobless while fighting off a lawsuit and working from home on a video game that will never exist for 5 years. This dude has spent, you know, if you're a senior software engineer in an affluent area, which he is, he's forgone like at least $150,000 per year contract for 5+ years, while also paying a lawsuit, while receiving $0 from anywhere, from his own words, no work from any source, no pay from any source. And he's still able to do that. And he's saying this like you're supposed to feel sorry for him. He's wealthy enough. He's in such a good position that he can work for half a decade while fighting a lawsuit, which, by the way, let me be the first to tell you, is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course that ran for. He's done all this, and he thinks this is something he's going to get sympathy for. Oh, don't worry, guys. You gave me those millions of dollars, and I'm trying real hard to deliver this game, and I'm in such a bad position. I'm not even accepting work. I can somehow live in a house with my family and do this for half a decade without receiving any money. But yeah, don't worry. Feel bad for me. I've only raised the issues I have with MMOs. Over-glamorized nonsense. I've only raised the issues I have with MMOs, communicated how I intend to solve them, and proceeded to do so. He's solved the problems in MMOs. He's done it. If any part of CWE's design seems overly glamorous, that's only because you too believe, as I do, that we could be doing better with online games. Yeah, and you really did better, right? What Chronicles of Valeria did, and this is just common in general, but also common overall in the early days of Kickstarter and crowdfunding for MMOs, is that they just preyed on people's inability to understand the complexity of developing something grander than what was already available and way more niche and interesting sounding. So in people's heads, they heard all this amazing stuff and they ran with it, and they were like, oh my god, that's crazy, that sounds awesome. But it was only awesome because it was in your brain and not rooted in reality at all. And then when push came to shove, none of them could deliver on it. Not a single one of them that said all these things like, oh, listen to me, I've got your best interest at heart, this problem A, B, C, D, and this is what I'm going to do about it. Not a single one of them released to any meaningful degree. None of them were a successful commercial product. None of them solved any of those problems. They simply took people's money and did nothing. So yeah, that's all in your brain, I guess. If my working for the past 5 years without pay, while being regularly shit on by the world at large, somehow seems glamorous, you likely need to recalibrate your concept of what glamour looks like. He didn't say your life is glamorous. He said that you've over-glamorized COE. Then the message states that I can give paragraphs of excuses on what I'm not sure, as it doesn't say. It follows on from exactly what he asked you, so fair enough, I guess. But I guess they were only looking for excuses for my lack of transparency. This one is weird to me. If you've already decided that what I'm going to say is bullshit, a lie, or otherwise meaningless, why reach out at all? Then it asks why I've kept the website down for over a month. I mean, the website functions now, but none of the things that you'd want to use the website for do. So it being up now is just kind of a complete waste. You can't do anything with it. There's the game section that shows you, like, he's still got awards from packs and stuff on there, and none of the shit works. Media, go to media, doesn't work. Like, the forums are gone, the news doesn't work. Saying that the website is now up is like saying because you bought a lottery ticket you're investing in your future of being a millionaire. simply it doesn't work, does it? The question, the short answer is I suck. No, really. I was pushed to announce the website refresh and make changes due to external factors, so I made the announcement and was like, how bad could redoing the website from scratch actually be? Turns out I'm a horrible web developer, maybe even a horrible programmer, and it's taking me way longer than I expected. Keep this in mind for in a minute, but also he mentions here he was pushed to announce the website refresh and make changes due to external factors. He mentions this multiple times in this post, but never mentions or even alludes to what those external factors are. How can one man with no paymaster, with no seemingly no responsibility to anybody, that has no investors, has nothing, has no oversight, how can that person be pushed to do something by external factors? Makes no fucking sense. But he alludes to it here to, like, I don't know, give people some kind of false illusion or whatever, to be like, oh, I wonder what this could be. Oh, I wonder if, you know, there's going to be some funding or something cool. He doesn't mention anything related to what this is, just as a spoiler. I'm as much a victim of my overconfidence effect as anyone else. The only one who paid himself hundreds of thousands of dollars to benefit from that overconfidence, though. Everyone else just lost money. You just gained money. I should point out that as long as the website seems like it's been offline, it's not actually been that long. It has. It has. The website went down in December. It's been up for like a month now, and it doesn't work. So in effect, it's been down for 4 months. So congrats, I guess. But gaslighting here of, oh, it's actually not been down as long as you think it has. It has. If you look carefully, the website has been entirely rewritten from scratch. Congrats. Both the front end and the back end. As stated before, these changes were motivated by external pressures to improve security, to ensure the web server could host the pre-alpha experiences that are coming up. They're coming, guys. Don't worry. But as I'm a fuck up with ADHD, depression, and levels of confidence in my own skill likely approaching narcissism, it's taken me way longer than expected to get the login and new account management pages done. Sorry about that. Just read this again. Bear in mind, he's talking about other people making videos to like get people angry and blah blah blah, and then he just writes stuff like this. Oh, he said repeatedly, by the way, he's like the best programmer ever. He's so good. He's amazing, and the game would likely have been done if he didn't get sued. Blame everyone else, basically, for the fact that he mismanaged his company, ran millions of dollars worth of runway into the ground, alienated everybody, failed to find a single investor, and then used PPP loans to, after firing everybody, after having fired those people. But then obviously he says, oh, I'm a shit programmer, and then he's like, oh, actually, I'm so confident in my own skills, it's likely approaching narcissism, but I'm a fuck up, I've got ADHD, depression, what the fuck are we doing here? As for admitting that I cannot complete KOE or COE, yeah, that's not going to happen. Here's why. Because I know that regardless of my overconfidence, life is just a series of problems that need to be solved and struggles that must be faced. So if I say I'm going to fly to the sun, like that, I'm going to the sun, I can just do it in Caspian's world because it's just a series of problems, and regardless of my overconfidence, I can overcome said problems. I may be a shitty web developer or even a shitty programmer in general, but I'm willing to spend however long it takes to get the work done. So we'll all be 90 years old and we'll finally get the first pre-alpha client of Chronicles of Valeria. I'm really looking forward to it. We'll all just be in the home together playing. Hopefully I improve along the way, but even if I don't, I'm still going to spend the time on it because nobody else is going to. And I'd rather face the problems and struggles of continuing to develop KOE and COE than any other problem or challenges I could be facing instead. True. The message ends with be a man and admit it and grow up. I take offense to this on many levels, as should most of you. First, as if admitting fault is somehow a manly thing to do. Fuck off. What a weird thing to get upset about. It's just a saying. I don't think he actually thinks only people that are men can admit mistakes. It's just a saying. I know just as many women capable of admitting fault, like more. So if you're going to waste character space engendering the action of admitting your own shortcomings, at least be factually accurate and say, be a woman. Oh dear. Secondly, fuck off again. I'm happy to admit I'm over my head. I've taken on more than I can chew and I'm doing the work of 20 people all by my onesies, but I have grown up. We can tell. We can certainly tell. And in the process of doing so, I've decided that delivering this game to the people who backed it is the most important thing to me, worth any cost to do so. And I fully dedicate myself to that cause. Very few people can say they've dedicated themselves so singly to something they feel it'd be a worthy cause. I've committed myself to chronicling the Chronicles of Valeria. So, again, we're like that Caspian, me and you, we're twinsies, you know, onesies. But again, if you were really fully dedicated to delivering this, at the time you ran out of money, you would have just let people play the game. And every day since then that you haven't done that is evidence that you are not fully dedicated to doing that. Because if you were, you know that in 2013 this crazy thing appeared, one of the best things in gaming history ever, one of the things that have changed the landscape of gaming forever in the best imaginable way. It's called early access. It's on Steam. What you can do in early access is you can release a product that isn't finished with express disclaimers that state it isn't finished, and you can charge people money for an unfinished product to then use the money from said unfinished product to fund the development of that product to completion. This exists, and yet every MMO that has ever crowdfunded has used some variation of this, usually not on Steam, so they don't have to pay the 30% Steam tax, and you have never. So you're saying, oh, fucking hell, can't do all this by my onesie. Oh, 20 people's worth of work will not lift a finger to do the one thing that would alleviate the problem. It's like saying, oh, man, my house is cold. I'm saying this because I'm wearing a hoodie, by the way, which people comment on all the time. I just like wearing hoodies when I'm in England. I don't know why. It's just not super warm here. And then when you put the heat on, it just gets stuffy. So it is what it is. I'd rather have a hoodie on and it be slightly cold, so that when I go to bed it's not super hot, and also so it's not super stuffy now, so I have to open windows and then do that whole back and forth. But either way, it's like saying, oh, it's, you know, really cold, I'm not going to put on a hoodie though, I'm just going to sit here and shiver. Like, problem here, don't have enough people to work on this thing. Solution here, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not even going to acknowledge the solution that exists, just going to repeatedly talk about the problem. Just dumb as fuck. Just, this is just a liar. It's a liar in everything, in every conceivable way. Because if you say you're going to do something and then there's like, everyone can obviously see there's a million different ways to do it, and you're not doing any of those things, what are you supposed to say to that? All that said, here's why I'm seemingly being not transparent. Some people made it clear they want to know everything and see everything, from how many lines of code I write to how many shits I take. I can assure you nobody wanted to see that. All in the name of accountability. Others have made it clear that they don't want to hear from me again until COE is playable. Since I can't please everyone or waste time counting my shits, I've decided to split the difference. You can just do whatever, and the people who want to engage with it will, and the people that won't. But, you know, fair enough. In the early access channel, I post updates as frequently as practical. If there's something noteworthy, I will share it. If there isn't, I don't. I also live stream my development periodically so people can see exactly what I'm working on. You know what? Most of the time, no more than 2 to 5 people show up, because when it's all said and done, people don't actually care what I'm doing or how I'm going about doing it. You're right. True. They care that progress is still happening. Nobody's seen any progress, but fair enough. It is. It's slower than anyone would like, me included, but it's still happening. But while I provide the early access folks with more frequent updates, I'm only sharing updates here in the official updates channel that would have a direct, meaningful effect on the backers at large. So this was apparently a meaningful update. We are now to the level of Chronicles of Valeria development that this is a meaningful update. Like and subscribe for more meaningful updates. Yeah, dear, fuck me. So yeah, so if I'm not making any public announcements, it means there's nothing you need to pay attention to at present. That doesn't mean nothing is happening and progress isn't being made. It just means the state of Valeria hasn't changed enough to warrant drawing your attention to it. When it does, I will, and it will happen. You just have to ignore me until it does. And as I've said before, I will share it on the Out of Office channel if I don't go to work. So unless you hear otherwise, I'm working on Soulbound related development every day to make the pre-alpha experience, KOE and COE, a reality. And everybody clapped. Wow. powerful stuff. Very, very powerful. Meaningful. It's 4:30 a.m. I don't even think I'm going to go to bed. I think I'm just going to walk around and ponder how meaningful this update was. But I like when I mentioned in these little stories the essentially fabrications in the mind of somebody who I've been following for many years. But there we go. Nothing really else to say. We'll continue following the Chronicles of Valeria. I thought the last video was going to be the last one because when all this first began, like 2021 or whatever, towards the back end of like the whole crowdfunding ending and the studio shuttering but not shuttering and blah 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 and the lawsuit, he was like releasing videos and stuff and more meaningful updates, and people were getting like a playable alpha state of this dog shit game nobody ever asked for. But ever since then, it's all gone like radio silent. The website being essentially non-functional, the backers having nothing meaningful to play in any progress for like 4 years, like no more videos being posted from him sat talking to a camera, no more videos showing any gameplay, blah blah blah. Still in 5 years has never shown any Chronicles of Valeria footage, only the KOE client, which nobody cares about. I thought this was all winding down because all of that had stopped, but apparently now it's just big long ramblings of somebody who has been sat in his office apparently for 5 years working on an MMO that's 90% done, and just nobody's ever seen it. So we'll see what happens, I guess. Either way, thanks for watching. Go check out the links in the video description. Patreon if you want to support me with a few dollars. Like and subscribe so you can get some more entertainment, I guess.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. It is once again that time to take a look at the upcoming new games releasing this month. April is, well, let's just say it's going to be a busy few weeks for me. That is for sure. There are a lot of games and updates that I'm really looking forward to playing, far more than I'm actually going to have time to realistically play. That is for certain. With that said, let's jump right in. First up this month, we've got Steel Hunters. This is a free-to-play PvPvE shooter where you pilot these giant mechs called Hunters in competitive last team standing matches across a variety of maps. I actually got to play this game in an early test about a year or so ago, I think it was, and it was decent. Wasn't that bad. Pretty straightforward setup. You pick a hunter. These are basically like hero classes. You drop into a map at a random position, and then you go around fighting PvE enemies, doing events, collecting resources and upgrades, while also coming across other players who you will have to fight because, again, it is a PvP last team standing game. It's also duos by default, meaning that you will be playing with one other person. Matches are capped at 10 people with 5 teams of 2. Now, I don't recall if the game supported solo play at all or if you were always forced to match with one other player. I would assume so, but I'm just not exactly certain. Now, as for the Hunters, they've got a bit of a rock, paper, scissors setup where each of the mechs excel in different areas. So like you got your tanky mech, the sniper mech, the melee one, the support one, etc. Every hunter has access to their own unique weapons, gear, mods, skills, and movement abilities, all of which play into their own particular strengths and weaknesses, be that against PvE enemies or against other players. Now, while you're in a match, you're going to be spending most of your time going around to different points of interest, attacking groups of PvE enemies, which consist of this variety of different types of robots, killing those that will then drop loot, resources, and upgrades for you to collect. And then there's also these regular events that will pop up, be it defend a location, collect the supply drop, etc. Now, this is also where player conflict tends to happen, as these are very valuable, these events. Everyone pretty much wants them. So basically what will happen is an event appears. Most of the time, multiple teams in the nearby area will move towards it, at which point you fight to the death to be the team that gets the reward. And this process continues until eventually an extraction point appears on the map, and whatever teams remain head to that location, fighting to be the one team who gets out alive. Then there's also an entire out-of-match progression system. You get like different upgrades and perks, letting you enhance and tailor your playstyle in different directions. And that's pretty much the gist of it. Now, as mentioned, I played an early test of this game, and I had a decent enough time. Not exactly sure what to expect for this final launch version and what sort of staying power the game will have, but I enjoyed it enough to be interested in playing it again. Like, I'd at least play it for a couple of days. Steel Hunters launches into Steam Early Access access on April the 2nd. They are anticipating about 6 months in early access before the full 1.0 release. And in this initial version of the game, you're going to have 7 playable hunters. There's 1 primary extraction game mode and a few maps which that'll take place on. Now, before back into this month's list of games, and next up we've got Mandragora. This is a dark fantasy action RPG that blends skill-based combat, deep character customization, and Metroidvania-style exploration in a hand-painted world. Now, I have also already played this game, getting a look at an early demo, which lasted, it was like a couple of hours or so, and this was pretty good as well. Side-scrollers, I definitely know aren't everyone's cup of tea, but I enjoyed what I played. It very much falls in the bucket of side-scroller Souls-likes with an emphasis on exploration. So as you progress through the story, you're going to be going to a different variety of locations, battling different enemies and bosses, unlocking powerful abilities and gear, and meeting a host of interesting characters with whom you will speak, selecting dialogue options that shape your and their story. You start out by picking a class from 6 different options, each with their own skill trees made up of various active and passive abilities. You can then combine skills from across the different trees to create your own preferred mix, in addition to the fact that it's got traditional RPG gearing. You're going to be fine-tuning your loadout with an arsenal of weapons, armor, items, and spells. Now, combat in Mandragora, as you can probably see here, is like Souls-like action in nature. You're going to face off against a wide range of different enemy types. You will have to master precise timing, strategy, positioning, and counterattacks, even against the simplest foes. Like, I died several times to some of the early game enemies. Also, as you can see, Mandragora is set in this like hand-painted gothic world. It's full of character and atmosphere, really great looking stuff. Exploration revolves around navigating through these sprawling, interconnected levels with these branching non-linear paths, and then it's got the Metroidvania elements as well, as you will unlock new abilities to gain access to what were previously locked off and or hidden areas. As for replayability, they say the game's got New Game Plus, which presents a higher tier of difficulty, but of course you take with you your knowledge of the prior playthrough. Yeah, I enjoyed the short preview that I played. Looking forward to giving this a look with the full thing. Mandragora will be releasing on April 17th for PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch. Defiance is back. Yes, that Defiance, the open world MMO looter shooter that originally launched back in 2013, the same game that also had a sci-fi TV series tie-in, which actually wasn't half bad. Well, despite having its official servers shut down just a few years ago, the game is making a comeback and re-releasing this month. I can't believe it. Now, while it wasn't without its issues, Defiance is a game that I recall enjoying. It's one of the few actually decent open world, legitimate MMO third-person shooters that I've ever played. There's not a lot of actual MMO open-world third-person shooters, and this was one of them. It's got all the expected staples of the genre. You got the big open world, you got different points of interest, namely enemy camps. You got towns with NPC quest givers and vendors. You get a variety of different public events, from invasions to racing mini games. There's also group dungeons, organized arena-style PvP, and raiding. And once more, yes, it was an actual honest-to-goodness MMO where you will see tons of players running around the world and working together for stuff like those public event invasions. It was actually pretty cool. Yeah, the game was a bit janky, and probably its biggest offense, if I recall correctly, was the fact that they just straight up sold power. Like, I'm pretty certain you could use real money to purchase like increased experience gains and currency drops, which is really lame, but that was a thing. But hey, the game itself that was there, I had fun playing, at least for some time, and I don't hate the idea of a revisit. So as mentioned, the game is officially re-releasing this month with a twist though. This initiative is being handled by Fox, an indie studio whose whole mission statement is the revival and maintenance of old abandoned MMOs. So in a press release a few weeks ago, the company basically announced that after gauging interest in the game, which they cite having read Reddit posts and watched YouTube videos as part of their process, this made them realize there was enough interest there to warrant the game's return. Okay, so they took the steps to license development and publishing rights for both Defiance 2013 as well as its twisted version Defiance 2050 across all platforms. They're going to start out by re-releasing the original game on PC, and then depending on how that goes, they will look into reviving the console version later as well. I mean, hey, look, I will absolutely play this thing again, even if it's just for a few days and a trip down memory lane. Fine by me. Defiance is re-releasing officially on April 18th. Probably my biggest disappointment here, though, is that it's not happening on Steam. Rather, it looks like you're going to have to download a separate client from the company's website, a move which most certainly is going to drastically limit the game's player base. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. As I mentioned in a prior video talking about this game, when I first heard about it, I just assumed that this was like some long-running series that I had never heard of, but no, it's a brand new game, and you know what? It actually looks and sounds pretty darn good. Early hands-on impressions that I've watched have been extremely positive. This looks like one to keep an eye on. So the game itself is this interesting blend of a story-focused adventure where you will explore this fantasy world inspired by Belle Epoque France while engaging in combat, battling enemies with this unique blending of turn-based RPG and real-time mechanics. It's also got a pretty interesting premise and world as well. It's set in this place where once a year, this character called the Paintress wakes up and draws upon her monolith a cursed number, and everyone of that age dies, turning to smoke and fading away. So year by year, that number ticks down and more people get erased. The game begins the day before she's about to wake and set to paint the number 33, and you take the role of this expedition team set out to stop her. Now, while working to complete your task, you're going to be exploring this enchanting realm populated by surreal adversaries, wandering through breathtaking landscapes from the Island of Visages to the Forgotten Battlefield, discovering secrets and hidden quests along the way, finding allies of fortune in these creatures of legend, and recruiting special companions to access new travel methods and discover secrets around the world. As you progress, you'll meet new people, filling out your roster, crafting this unique blend of expeditioners that fit whatever your preferred playstyle is by choosing their gear, stats, skills, and synergies. And then in addition to that turn-based layer of combat, you can open what are called active dimensions, where you actually have to dodge, parry, and counter in real time, chaining combos by trying to master these attack rhythms, and even targeting enemy weak points using a free aim system. So yeah, it's like a turn-based RPG, but there's also real-time action combat as part of that equation, and from what I've heard, they execute this pretty darn well. As mentioned, yeah, early previews of this game have been extremely positive, with people enjoying not only the world and characters, but in particular the combat and exploration as well. Looks good, sounds good. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 will be launching on April 24th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Tempest Rising is an upcoming real-time strategy game. Heck yeah, man, they're still making these things. This one is being developed by Slipgate Ironworks, who say that this is a traditional RTS inspired by classic titles like Command and Conquer and StarCraft. Dude, it just gets better and better with every sentence. Sign me up, dude. So Tempest Rising, this game is set in a fictional 1997 in this war-torn world that has been taken over by an anomalous plant called the Tempest. There are two factions waging for global war for control of this resource. You got the Global Defense Forces and then the Tempest Dynasty, with a mysterious third faction lurking in the shadows. So the gameplay loop involves the usual expected things. You collect resources, you build a base, you produce units, and then you micromanage your forces as you go out and attack and trying to win the battle with fast and fluid combats. Features include 3 unique factions with asymmetrical power, each offering its own distinct economy, playstyle, and unique roster of units. Units also earn veterancy based on damage dealt against enemies, with 3 levels to progress through, getting stronger. There are 2 story campaigns told both in combat and with in-engine cutscenes. You'll take on the role of commander in the highly mobile peacekeeping corps of the Global Defense Forces, or the hard-hitting Tempest Dynasty, as the 2 wage war over the Tempest. Multiplayer includes skirmish, custom games, and ranked matchmaking with ELO, and for customization, they got built-in options to allow players to approach the game their own way in both single-player and multiplayer modes. Yep, to everything here, absolutely yes, sign me up. Tempest Rising, RPGs are back, baby, launching on April 24th for PC. All right, so those are the main new games coming out this month that I am most looking forward to. Now on to some bonus extras, and we got a lot here, along with updates to existing games that I'm absolutely going to be playing. Let's start out with taking a look at the honorable mentions for the brand new games, starting with Paradise. This is a free-to-play life simulation game that, according to its developer, has, quote, limitless possibilities with realistic graphics and advanced AI, creating an endless world with endless play. Now, full transparency here, this isn't exactly the type of game that I would typically cover, let alone something that I'm legitimately interested in playing. However, it is also the most wish-listed of all the new games coming out this month, so clearly there are a lot of people who are really interested in this. The game looks to have a little bit of everything. You can play with your friends, engage in shootouts, race cars, complete daily quest for NPCs, and reach the apex facts of life, earning money and buying what you want, from real estate to fancy clothes. We're just talking about in-game here. Calm down. It's not really happening. Every NPC in the world is more than just a background character, they say. You can communicate with them using chat or voice chat, with each NPC having their own backstory, job, and daily routine, along with their own real voices, emotions, and reactions, making them behave like real living people. To quote the Steam page, they say, "In Paradise, we have recreated an entire island nation with every attribute of the real world, ranging from cityscapes with skyscrapers and bustling urban areas to serene oceans, beaches, and lush tropical forests. The game features different districts and natural zones, each meticulously detailed to enhance realism." So this is a life sim with some pretty graphics and in a large detailed world. We'll see exactly how good it is and if it lives up to all of the wish-listed people's expectations relatively soon. Paradise launches on April 2nd for PC. South of Midnight is a third-person action-adventure game where players take on the role of Hazel, a character who's learned ancient weaving powers, which she then uses to explore this deep South mythos and battle mysterious creatures. The game is set in a gothic fantasy-inspired spin on the American Deep South. You will follow Hazel's journey after a hurricane recently devastated her hometown. The gameplay will center around Hazel's ability to use these weaving powers for each of the 3 core pillars. Combat, you'll encounter all kinds of mythical creatures, reading enemy animations, using dodges and dashes to avoid getting hit, while then landing your own attacks, mixing melee strikes and magic. For traversal, there's sprinting, jumping, climbing, and using a magical grappling hook to get across the environment, going over ravines and chasms. You also got a double jump, a dash, and a magical glider. And at one point in one of the trailers, the player even flies through the air for an extended period, which was interesting. And then there are also puzzles from jumping to memory and combat related. Now, in South of Midnight, you are going to be setting out on this adventure, exploring this lush, decayed county of Prospero, full of dangers as well as friendly locals alike, with this crafted visual style, touching storytelling, and immersive Southern-inspired music. This sounds really interesting. South of Midnight will be launching on April 8th, coming to PC and Xbox. Commandos Origins is the long-awaited next installment in the Commandos franchise, promising a return to the classic gameplay and storytelling of the early PC games in the series. Origins' narrative centers on the founding of this elite squad as Green Beret Jack O'Hara is recruited by Commando Sergeant Hancock with the mission to strike back against the growing Nazi empire. Key features include challenging real-time tactical stealth gameplay. You'll have to make the best use of your unique abilities to infiltrate enemy bases. It's got 6 unique characters, each with their own storied history, many paths to victory with detailed, varied, and interactive environments offering multiple approaches to reach your goal. You'll play through more than 10 missions in historically authentic World War II environments spanning from the barren Arctic to the African desert, and you can take on missions either alone or with a friend in 2-player cooperative multiplayer mode, online or via local split-screen co-op. Commandos Origins launches on April 9th, coming to PC and Xbox. Descenders Next. This is an extreme sport boarding game with sprawling snowy peaks, winding dirt tracks, and tons of parks for you to conquer. They're calling this a reimagining of extreme sports. Find your own path as you attack the mountain in style, shred it up alone, or join other people from around the world. You can control even subtle movements of your rider with this in-depth physics and trick system. They got fully featured character customizer as well as a rep system, letting you unlock new threads, gear, and boards. Bunch of different biomes offering unique terrain to explore, and loads of challenges like grinding on a greenhouse or jumping over massive chasms. Descenders Next launches on April 9th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Now, there was one other game that I was keeping my eye on that was scheduled to release this month. However, that got delayed. That game is called Sand. It's an open-world PvPvE extraction shooter where players also operate these giant walkers across this post-apocalyptic dunes on a fallen planet. This looks like something that I would really enjoy, but just last week they delayed the game from what was a scheduled early April release. It was supposed to launch on April 3rd, and then just the other day they're like, whoops, no. Currently, the developer's saying that they're still planning for 2025, but they don't have an exact date or even a month at the moment. Not really a great sign, delaying a launch like this just like a week prior to its planned release date. Something rather significant must have happened here. Either way, I will check back in because this looks like something that I would like. But yes, Sand is not coming out if you're expecting it on April 3rd. It's coming out to be determined. All right, so those are the new games launching this month that I think look interesting and are worth noting, but there's quite a few updates to existing games that I'm really interested in that I want to talk about. This includes Path of Exile 2's first major early access update, patch 0.2, titled Dawn of the Hunt. This is launching in just a few days, and holy crap, I cannot wait. It includes the new class, the Huntress, a dexterity-focused character with high mobility ability. Her default setup consists of 2 new weapons, the spear, which mixes melee and ranged attacks, along with the buckler, which includes a brand new parry mechanic. The spear also introduces over 20 new skills into the game. There are 3 brand new ascendancies added for the warrior, merc, and witch. The raised specter skill is finally here. This allows you to take pretty much any minion in the game and turn it into your own personal companion. They've also added a mount called a Roa, which allows you to freely attack from its back with ranged abilities without being slowed down. Over 100 new support gens and over 100 new uniques, both of which will add a ton more build variety to the game. They got a bunch of crafting updates with a whole bunch of new options here, and loads of changes for the end game, including wisp spirits, these new type of events that you'll encounter, rogue exiles, which are basically like simulated PvP fights with guaranteed drops of whatever the characters are wearing. There are 7 new maps with each with new mechanics as well as new locations, 4 new strong boxes. We got changes to corrupted maps with this new corrupted nexus being added, and then further mechanic of cleansing, which has its own additions and a new resource reward. Towers got updated to make them less tedious as well as more rewarding, and they've got new boss fights, and pinnacle bosses have gotten some improvements as well as some updates to Waystone Sustain. There was also a total and complete overhaul to game balance with just about every skill in the game, as well as all the ascendancies getting a rework. Now, I recently did a deep dive video. It's over 30 minutes covering all the changes. If you want further information, be sure to check that out. But yeah, this looks great, and I will for sure be spending well over a week or 2 or 3 out of this month playing this game. Path of Exile patch 0.2 will be launching on April 4th. Another great RPG getting a big update this month. We got Last Epoch's 2nd season titled Tombs of the Erased. This comes with the addition of tombs, which are procedurally generated side zones. Think like mini dungeons that you can come across. You'll see them as you're playing through the game, as well as when you're doing mapping, inside of which there's a whole new host of enemies, bosses, and of course loot. There's the new faction of the Woven, which offers deeper customization and loot options. We got Woven Echoes, which is an expansion to the Monolith of Fate system. These allow you to weave your own echo web yourself with new objectives, updates to previous echoes, a new endgame boss, and more. Crafting improvements with updates to legendary crafting, new and enhanced crafting materials, reworked experimental crafting, new champion-only affixes, and the option for set item crafts in the endgame. You can now respec masteries if you change your mind and you want to try out a new build on the same character. The Sentinel class got a complete overhaul. We got the champion class of enemies with their own affixes as mentioned, and then a ton of quality of life updates and improvements, like updates to the dungeon experience. They added inventory tabs. We get a dungeon key charm, WASD support, boss rebalancing, and more. Sounds like a great update. It's going to be coming out a couple of weeks after Path of Exile 2's update. Originally, they were like 2 days apart, but then Last Epoch pushed it out after PoE 2 announced when they were coming out. I don't blame them. Kind of sucks for them, but I think given the birth there is a good idea. Either way, going to be getting a lot of ARPG action this month. I can preemptively feel the arthritis setting in. Last Epoch Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, will be launching on April 17th. V Rising Update 1.1 Invaders of Oakvale. This is going to bring a bunch of new content to what is already a great game. We get the Oakvale Woodlands, which is a new forest biome filled with new deadly enemies, bosses, and dark magic. You can now build a custom battle arena inside of your castle for either PvP duels or duels with friends. There are 3 new weapons, the Claws, Twin Blade, and Throwing Daggers, 7 unique new spells, 1 for each school of magic, as well as 1 new ultimate ability tied to the newest legendary shard. You can now fuse your weapons or jewels, getting to re-roll their stats for hopes of better outcomes, and they've made combat improvements with a stat rework, rebalance gear, overhauled blood types, and powerful new customization, as well as some new castle features and cosmetics. V Rising, already a great game. I love it. One of my favorites in recent years. Updates 1.1 Invaders of Oakvale launches on April 28th on Steam. Diablo 4 is getting a new season number 8 to be precise. This comes with new layer bosses, new and updated boss mechanics. There's the new seasonal mechanic of boss powers. Got a new world event, the Apparition Incursions. We got a new season journey, blessings, and battle pass. Some system updates to the boss layer keys, a new season story and quest line, as well as new legendary aspects and uniques. Although to be entirely honest, to be frank, I'm not really interested in playing this. I just don't have the motivation to come back to Diablo 4 for whatever reason, and I'm not doing it because it's cool to hate on it on the internet. I already have all these other great ARPGs that I'm maybe playing, and I haven't even finished the list yet. There's one more next that I'm going to be spending a lot of time with around the same time. I just don't think I'm going to have enough time, and I'd much rather play these other games, to be honest. But, you know, Diablo 4 is still trucking along. People like it, so wanted to let you know Season 8 is happening. This will be launching on April 28th. The last game I will definitely be playing, No Rest for the Wicked. It's going to be getting its first major update this month, and I am pumped. I had a blast with the base early access version of the game. I thought it was already a fun time, and this update is adding a whole heck of a lot. In fact, we got a whopping 11,000 changes to the game, according to the devs. This includes new locations, bosses, weapons, modes, and a ton of quality of life. They've doubled the size of the open world with the addition of 2 new locales, the Molen Meadows and Marin Woods. Now, beyond being new distinct locations with their own visual appearances, these zones also include a host of new enemies, bosses, resources, items, and NPCs to discover. As with the base game, these new zones will also feature a lot of verticality, going up, down, in and around and behind things, with plenty of hidden areas to discover. There's a brand new blight feature where parts of the world become infected, requiring you to try to find alternate routes around it. They're going to be adding 2 new weapons with the gauntlets and wands, as well as a bunch of new additional weapons to existing classes, runes, and armor sets. Get a new difficulty with hardcore permadeath mode, and a bunch of quality of life stuff like improved storage thanks to a higher stack size. We got fast travel stones, better loot drops, and the ability to add new weapon enchantments, and they've improved the game's performance. And that is just a basic recap of this update. I plan to do a deeper dive at some point because I'm really looking forward to this. No Rest for the Wicked, the Breach update, launches on April 30th. Yeah, man, this month is gonna be a doozy. I'm gonna be having to make some decisions, especially in the back half of the month. There's just like a lot of games coming out in a really small period, and a lot of these games I'd like to play for a lot of time. So I don't know. Expect for there to be some coverage of a bunch of the games on this month's list. I guess I'll just keep the coffee pot running 24/7. That's the plan. Let me know below if there's anything that I missed that you're really looking forward to launching in April. I know I didn't cover actually every single game. We never do in these lists. We focus on the ones that I'm most interested in, then the ones I think you guys will be interested in, and then things like updates and betas. Not really a lot of betas this month that I thought were worth mentioning, but that's all for today. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the vid. I'll see you next time. Take it easy. Hey everyone, welcome back. So today we're going to be checking out some of the best looking new RPGs coming in 2025. That's it. Let's do it. Okay, so first up is a game that is just about to come out, and that is Monster Hunter Wilds. Gotta say, I am incredibly pumped. All the early impressions have been glowingly positive. I myself adored what I played of the preview. And I mean, hey, this is just looking like Monster Hunter World, but even bigger and even better, which, yeah, absolutely. Sign me up. Anyway, Monster Hunter Wilds is very likely going to be a great game, and it comes out very, very soon. Here are some of the basics. So the game still absolutely relies on the franchise's classic formula. You go out, moving through large environments, tracking down massive monsters, fighting and killing them, and then taking their parts to craft these distinct weapons and armors that basically have you looking like the monster itself. Rinse and repeat. That is the whole process. Now, the entire fun of this series is learning all those different fights, with each monster basically being like a boss encounter in other games, essentially, and using a vast array of tools, from your weapons, which essentially function as classes, to consumables and the environment to take them down. That, coupled with a whole lot of crazy stuff happening like all the time, often hilarious moments like getting yeeted off of a cliff, falling down like hundreds of meters, or having other monsters join mid-fight, all of a sudden just clashing and the two monsters are fighting while you're trying to fight the first monster, or uppercutting a massive boss just before he strikes you, slamming away at his head as he sits there dazed on the ground. There's just like a lot going on constantly, even more so now with Wilds introducing these dynamic and ever-changing weather and seasons that come into play. Combat feels as good as ever. If you're unfamiliar, Monster Hunter is an action combat game with quite a big bit of animation locking. The whole idea here is that you're meant to learn the moves and the attacks of the different monsters, using windows of opportunity as your chance to strike, as every weapon not only comes with its own move sets and different damage types, but also unique mechanics. In fact, in Monster Hunter, yeah, weapons essentially function as playable classes. They are all quite different from one another and require their own learning and understanding. The more you play, the more you learn. You'll improve with experience, which is is a whole big, that's like a big chunk of the fun and satisfaction from playing this game. With Wilds also comes a few new features and mechanics for everyone. So there's focus mode. This is essentially a targeting option that lets you directly place attacks, as well as revealing any weak points on monsters you're fighting. The Slinger returns with all of its standard variety of ammos you can toss out, used to damage and distract monsters, but you can also now collect objects in the environment from a distance with this new grapple collection tool, which you can also do on top of your brand new mount. The mounts weren't in Monster Hunter World, but it was featured in the handheld-centric Rise. It's what you expect. It's a creature that you can ride around on. And beyond letting you move at higher speeds while mounted, you can also do things like check your map, manage your inventory, sharpen your weapon, consume buffs, and heal yourself. There's some light mounted combat with a basic attack for each weapon, along with a dismounting strike. And also, this isn't new, but I just wanted to mention, yes, your Palico pet companion is of course back. These are funny, but also quite helpful, as they'll chase around monsters, smacking it, doing a little bit of damage, but also can come with some utility like laying down traps or healing you when you're injured, removing any debuffs that you happen to have on you. So beyond hunting down the big roster of monsters, Wilds also features the series' biggest play space to date, with massive open areas, freely explorable and interconnected to other biomes and zones. This game is looking humongous with the inclusion of your new mount. They've definitely ramped up the explorable play space, and if the subsequent biomes are anywhere near the size and depth of the one that we've played in the preview, this is going to be great. Once again, it's the next Monster Hunter game, but bigger and with some new bells and whistles. Really looking forward to this. Monster Hunter Wilds is set to release on February 28th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. But wait, before we move on, let me tell you about today's. All right, back into the list. The first Berserker Kazan. This is a hardcore action RPG set in the Dungeon Fighter Online universe. The game takes place on the continent of Arad and explores the untold story of Kazan, the first Berserker. Fun fact, by the way, this is apparently a spin-off of what was originally supposed to be Project BBQ, a previously in development MMORPG by the same studio. Well, they scrapped the MMO aspects and then basically retuned the game into this. I am bummed that we're not getting to see what they had in mind for the MMO. I thought it was looking quite interesting. But that said, this too is looking pretty interesting. Basically, they're trying to capture the essence of Dungeon Fighter Online with its blend of flashy hack-and-slash combat and hardcore difficulty into what is now this single-player RPG. You'll engage in this over-the-top combat, moving through levels, smashing hordes of enemies, and then taking on difficult boss encounters. Game features include a large variety of boss fights, with the combat that is said to be easy to learn but hard to master, rewarding proper timing and positioning on top of learning every encounter. There's rather unique visuals, as you can probably see, with their 3D cel-shaded style that's meant to capture the essence of animated films. And you've got various forms of power progression and build variety. There's a wide range of weapons that include spears, dual-wielding and greatswords, and more. There are armor sets with unique bonuses, and both the weapons and armor also come with their own upgrade paths, and lots of skill combinations to pick from, as each weapon also has its own set of skills that can be combined to create and tailor to different playstyles. So yeah, this is a new single-player RPG. Combat and visuals, I think, both look quite appealing. On top of that, there is a free demo available right now where you can play through the game's first 2 levels. Now, I haven't yet to jump in myself, but from what I've read and seen, people do seem to quite enjoy this, so I will get around to checking it out probably sometime in the next couple of weeks. The first Berserker Kazan launches on March 27th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. When I first heard of this game, I just assumed, based on the name alone, that this was some long-running series or something, like the next installment in the Claire Obscure franchise, but I guess it's a brand new thing. I don't know why. For some reason, this name just feels kind of strange to me, but hey, look, I'm not one to judge solely on my initial gut reaction, and I'm glad, because after looking more into this, the premise seems kind of cool. So the game itself is a turn-based RPG that also has this unique real-time mechanics. You're going to be exploring a fantasy world that's inspired by the Belle Epoque France, in which you will battle enemies, moving through an enchanted realm populated by surreal adversaries, wandering through breathtaking landscapes from the Island of Visages to the Forgotten Battlefield, discovering secrets and hidden quests along the way, finding allies of fortune and creatures of legend, recruiting special companions to access new travel methods, and discover secret areas all around the world. So as you fill out your roster of characters, you're going to be crafting these unique builds for the expeditioners that fit whatever playstyle you want, choosing from different gear gear, stats, skills, and synergy combinations. And then in addition to the turn-based layer of combat, they also have this active dimension where you will be dodging, parrying, and countering in real time, chaining combos together by mastering attack rhythms and targeting enemy weak points using their free aim system. So yeah, it is both a turn-based RPG, but they also have incorporated this real-time action combat within it. The game also has a rather unique premise to go along with its look and setting, that being that once a year this paintress wakes up and paints upon her monolith a cursed number, and then everyone of that age turns to smoke and fades away. Year by year, that number ticks down and more people get erased. And then tomorrow, she's going to be waking up and painting the number 33, and this is where the game begins and where the name comes from, as you are playing as Expedition 33, attempting to stop her. I don't know, seems pretty cool. Claire Obscure Expedition 33, despite my initial gut reaction to the name. Seems interesting, gonna check it out. This launches on April 24th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Next up is Crimson Desert, and this one is interesting for me. So I definitely think it looks good. This is an upcoming open world action RPG from Pearl Abyss, creators of one of the more successful but also controversial currently active MMOs, that being Black Desert Online. And the controversy, by the way, isn't that people don't like the game. BDO is actually a pretty good MMO in a lot of ways. The controversy is more around their monetization with some rather pay-to-win progression systems, which fortunately enough doesn't seem like it will be coming into Crimson Desert at all. When first revealed back in 2019 at Pearl Abyss Connect, this was said to be almost a spin-off born of a desire to tell the story of Black Desert's past, basically starting out as a prequel to BDO. However, as development continued, they felt the world, characters, and stories could stand out on their own and decided to spin it off into its own franchise. During that original announcement, they also said that Crimson Desert was going to be a next-gen MMO, but then along the way, over the past few years, they decided to shift it into now being a single-player RPG, which is fine because a lot of what I loved about BDO was its world building, the atmosphere, and combat, and so a single-player version of that could be really good, especially since it's also likely to mean far less, if no, predatory pay-to-win microtransactions. We have no implication that's going to happen. I'm just pointing out that their prior game, that's a big part of the discourse around it. I think it's also funny, though, that this is the second game on this list that started development as an MMO, but then shifted into a single-player RPG. Just my favorite genre of games. It's totally doomed. Although this one kept the same name and everything, so that's good, unlike Project Barbecue that turned into First Berserker. Anyway, yeah, I think Crimson Desert looks pretty good, so let's talk about it. Beyond those initial trailers, over the past couple of years, we have gotten a handful of lengthier bits of gameplay footage and some detailed overviews on various systems and features. We know this is going to be a large open world medieval fantasy game featuring diverse biomes, points of interest, cities, towns, ruins, and dungeons to explore. There will also, of course, be tons of quests with NPCs in need of help, rewarding experience and loot, strongholds full of enemies, boss battles, and a combat system that is like a mix of the sort of action combat you see in Black Desert with all these wrestling and grappling moves. Like literally we see the player like clotheslining enemies at some point, which is pretty cool. The trailers have also shown a ton of different like mechanics and systems and stuff in this game beyond the combat and exploration, with various like like mini games, spots with quick time events, a whole lot of puzzles and exploration stuff. I mean, yeah, it certainly looks like it's loaded with a whole lot of different things. I'm quite hopeful. I guess probably my main early criticism is that from the gameplay that we've seen, but also some of the hands-on events that we've heard from, it seems like combat might also be a tad floaty. So hopefully they refine this and the actual moment-to-moment gameplay feels good come release. Crimson Desert is currently set to launch at some point later this year. Okay, so those are like my main games, the one that I'm most looking forward to playing playing this year, but there are plenty of others totally of note. We got the next major installment of the Assassin's Creed franchise, named Shadows. This, after several delays, is finally set to release this upcoming March. There seems to be a lot of weight resting on this game's shoulders as well. Ubisoft having very publicly been going through it recently with plunging stock prices and seemingly one commercial failure after another. I mean, yeah, sure, they're still making millions of dollars, but not to the degree necessary to keep their financial backers happy, evidently. Otherwise, the stock prices would be going up and not down. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's an Assassin's Creed game. You know what to expect. This time it's set in Japan, which on its face sounds great. I loved Tenchu as a kid. I'd love more Japanese themed like stealth assassin games, right? Although the pre-launch online discourse around this one has been definitely less than stellar. I've also seen some mixed reception from some of the early hands-on events. Some people saying they really enjoyed it and it's a fun new spin on the formula. Others not so much, saying it's the same old thing and as boring as ever. Although to be fair, I think it's been a while since we've seen an Assassin's Creed game that got universal praise. Maybe Origins was the last time that happened, or Black Flag. The latest installments have just been a mixed bag. Like the past several years of Assassin's Creed games have not seen universal praise. Some people love it, some people hate it, some people don't care. I guess we will see where this one lands soon enough. I think there's certainly going to be some fun to be had with their large-scale open world stealth formula. It's what this franchise offers. They may not be the most groundbreaking games, but they can certainly provide some simple entertainment and fun, at least for me personally. Assassin's Creed Shadows will be launching on March 20th, barring any other delays, and it'll come into pretty much everything, as most Ubisoft games do. Ballad of Antara is an action RPG that features multiple playable characters. These characters, called emissaries, possess the power to traverse between two worlds, the world of normalcy and the unimaginable. The normal version of the world, common folk reside, everything's chill, normal, as you expect. In the other one, peculiar sightings and encounters await, aka the bad guys. This is where the bad guys and the bad stuff happen. So each emissary that you're going to be playing is basically their own unique class with their own gameplay capabilities and stories to uncover. In combat, players can switch between the emissaries, each with their unique abilities, weapons, and fighting styles. You can do this swapping in real time, unleashing special moves in the process, chaining together fast-paced attacks, and mastering precise timing and strategic ability usage. Defensively, you've got dodging, blocking, and parrying, and this is going to be one of the few multiplayer RPGs coming this year that has multiplayer support with up to 3 players. You can venture out with your friends, taking on the game's various challenges, exploring the world, and diving into difficult and crafted dungeons. This looks pretty cool. Ballad of Antara coming at some point in 2025. Alcahest is an action-adventure RPG that almost looks too good to be true. Like, I've not heard of this developer, and I couldn't find any details on them when I looked online. I'm going to keep an open and hopeful mind, though, because, yeah, this trailer looks pretty good. Alcahest is set in what they call a murky medieval world, featuring satisfying melee combat with this highly interactive environment. So you get all the basic action combat stuff. You got light and heavy attacks. You can chain attack together and build various combos. But also with the environment, you can do stuff like dropping a tree on enemies' heads, kicking them off cliffs, or setting them on fire. It's fast-paced, close combat within a richly interactive environment. That is what they say they are going for. Also, instead of having magic, Alcahest features alchemy, whether you choose to follow a recipe or mix gathered ingredients at your own discretion, and then using the resulting substance as a throwable, as a weapon oil, planting it in an enemy's pocket, or even drinking it yourself. Each one of these will have different outcomes for every single concoction that you come up with. They say that this is a grounded fantasy adventure. You play as the youngest son of a petty lord and need to prove your worth through hard work, sweat, and blood. You're going to explore castles, forests, and villages as you journey through multiple semi-open world locations packed with secrets and adventure, with branching gameplay options inspired by Dishonored and Kingdom Come Deliverance. Looks pretty interesting. Keen to learn more. This is coming in 2025. There's also a playtest running, which you can register for right there over on Steam. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is an upcoming action role-playing video game published by Paradox Interactive. This is the long-awaited sequel to Bloodlines and is part of the World of Darkness series based on the tabletop role-playing game Vampire the Masquerade. Beyond having plenty of deep and immersive role-playing elements, a lot of narrative and story to uncover, interacting with NPCs, the gameplay itself has you sustaining powers through drinking blood, so you're going to stalk and feed on the city's population during the nighttime using your supernatural powers of persuasion on civilians to lure them into deep dark alleys and satiate your hunger. All the while, though, you have to try to attempt avoiding breaking the masquerade, as if you reveal what you are, you're going to risk punishment, first from the law enforcement, then if you keep it up, it's going to get even worse. Combat is said to be rewarding, entirely different playstyles and approaches based on your choices of a vampire clan, with options that range from melee to ranged attacks, fighting head-on, or taking on a stealth stealthier approach. You're going to fight your way through this modern-day Seattle on the brink of an open war. Your choices, plots, and schemes will determine the balance of power and what becomes of the city and its people. Very, very, very highly anticipated. Really curious to see how this turns out. Bloodlines 2 is set to release in 2025. Okay, so those are like the main games of the list. Got a few honorable mentions as well. First up, Soulframe, the latest title from Warframe developer Digital Extremes. They are currently running regular alpha playtests referred to as Preludes. This consists of what is a fairly small region of explorable space. They're really just laying the groundwork here, the foundation for the rest of their game. It's got open world exploration, there's various enemy camps to clear, and then these underground procedurally pieced together dungeon layouts that you can go in and explore, collecting loot and upgrading your power. I really enjoyed my time that I spent playing with this. I've got a preview up on the channel already if you want a more thorough explanation of how everything works. I think it's a decent foundation, though the biggest complaint is probably the lack of sense of impact with like combat, which is I hope something they work on. But I think everything else about it is great. The world, the enemies, the characters, the points of interest, the overall structure of the game. I just really like it. Keeping my fingers crossed that they can give the gameplay a little more oomph, because everything else I really, really enjoy. So you can register to try to get into Preludes testing on their website. In my experience, there's at least like probably a few days to a week's worth of content to play through if you're interested, giving some early feedback. As for its release, I would say there's a non-insignificant chance that it comes to early access in 2025, late 2025, but we will see. Ghost of Yodi is a standalone sequel to the 2020 hit Ghost of Tsushima. This one centers around the theme of underdog vengeance. The story is set in Hokkaido, Japan in 1603, 329 years after the events of the first game. Players will take control of Atsu, a female warrior who adopts the persona of the ghost at the dawn of the Edo period. So the developers have said that players will have even more control over the game's narrative and choices compared to Ghost of Tsushima, while further building on the great combat, the world, and exploration of the original. I have seen some disappointment at the change of protagonist, but beyond that, I mean, I'm sure this game is going to be great if it's even remotely like the first. The Ghost of Tsushima was fantastic. So yeah, the next game looking good, set to release on PlayStation 5 in 2025. Game of Thrones King's Road. This is an upcoming action RPG set in the world of ice and fire. You'll explore the 7 kingdoms that make up Westeros in a vast open world with vivid landscapes, massive cities, backwater towns, untamed wilderness, and all the people and enemies that inhabit it. King's Road features 3 distinct classes inspired by the iconic archetype established in the original series, those being Knight, Sellsword, and Assassin. Each comes with its own unique strengths and weaknesses, combat mechanics, and skills, enhancing the depth of each combat encounter and providing players with options they need to play whatever playstyle they prefer. You'll encounter dangerous beasts and creatures of myth and legend from the Game of Thrones universe, defeating them alongside other lords in the forest to earn generous rewards and craft high-end gear. If you thought this kind of looks like a phone game, it's because it is. Game of Thrones King's Road is coming to mobile and PC later in 2025. Outer Worlds 2, sequel to a game that people seem to really enjoy, but I gotta say, with the sort of almost lukewarm reception that we recently got from Avowed, especially its performance, it didn't really seem to take off that well, or at least not as well as I assumed the developer would have hoped. I wouldn't be too surprised for that reason if this launch gets pushed out of 2025 into 2026, just so they can make sure they get it absolutely right. We will see. Also, Fable. I'd say with this one, unless we hear otherwise in the coming months, maybe we're getting a late 2025 release, if anything. Otherwise, this could be another game that gets pushed into 2026. As for what we know, really not a whole heck of a lot. We know that this reboot is set to retain the original trilogy's world, humor, and gameplay elements, but that's basically it as far as detailed information. Hoping to hear some more soon, and yeah, maybe it does come out later this year. I would absolutely love that. Definitely coming this year is the RPG classic Gothic remake, letting you once again explore this handcrafted organic open world that reacts dynamically to your actions. They're calling this a faithful remake, fully rebuilt using current gen technology, preserving the iconic atmosphere while enhancing the gameplay for a better experience. You've got this expansive world with over 50 hours of gameplay, which is going to include you exploring both old and new secrets to discover. And everything people loved about the original, from its dynamic living world to its branching story and interesting gameplay, that is all making a return with enhanced combat, a modernized system that updates the core mechanics, offering a more fluid and dynamic experience. But Gothic is getting a full-blown remake, and it's looking pretty good. All right, well, that does it for our list of some of the best looking new RPGs coming in 2025. Hope you enjoyed it. Now, this is far from every new RPG that we'll be getting this year, but these are the ones I wanted to highlight, the ones I'm most interested in, the most noteworthy. Let me know below if there's anything else that you are especially especially looking forward to that didn't happen to make this list. Either way, clearly lots of new RPGs to play in 2025. Looking forward to it. Thanks once again to today's sponsor. If you're interested and want to check out Mandragora for yourself, just use the link in the description below. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. See you next time. Take it easy.
Japan has had a small but very impactful and beautiful history in the timeline of virtual worlds. Being a market largely known for smaller, more action-focused worlds like ORPGs or online RPGs, led by the first Phantasy Star Online, or PSO as it's known as, and now helmed by the likes of games like Monster Hunter Wilds, Final Fantasy XIV, two other iconic Japanese gaming series turned online games. Being the mecca of anime, Japanese virtual worlds naturally showcase a lot of anime styles, with the exception of the more realistic but still anime styled in many ways Monster Hunter. However, a cel-shaded theater-like anime online hasn't really been attempted by Japan, despite having plenty of games that did feature the style in single-player form, such as Ni no Kuni and the Xenoblade series, both hit single-player series from Japan. Blue Protocol Online, though, was led by Satoshi Shimuka, a ninja in the online space, not because he's Japanese, but because I couldn't find literally anything about the guy online. I digress. While Blue Protocol will be teased as far back as 2019, with development starting 5 years prior to that, it actually would only ever get a Japanese launch May 23rd, 2023, before being shelved in Korea and the Greater West within 2 hours in a bizarre turn of events. Yeah, you heard that right. BPO, as it's often known as, never actually launched anywhere besides Japan, and thus it creates so much intrigue, right? Questions as to why that is or was. That makes Blue Protocol Online, besides just being absolutely gorgeous eye candy and having a really good soundtrack, the perfect case for this series, Death of a Game. A series where we diagnose the largest contributing factors to a game or company's death by utilizing a proper timeline of events and various clues as they appear, this finally culminating in our, well, final deduction, the moment at the end of the mystery where the detective in the mystery arrogantly deduces the case, usually for good. Choose from one of 6 classes: the Blade Warden, Twin Striker, Keen Strider, Spellweaver, Bowbreaker, or the Blitz Lancer, all with their own unique abilities, weapons, action combat, and gorgeous visuals to accompany. BPO might not have made it to the end of the dungeon, but we will, detectives, in order to solve this case. The story begins with the beginning of Project Sky Blue in 2014, following the joining of Satoshi Shimuka to Bandai Namco Online. I have no idea who Satoshi is, but he's cited as a big deal when joining the company. Now, maybe I'm stretching a bit hard here. Whoa!
Very fantastic body!
But the GM of Bandai Namco was Tsukichi Shimuka. This is either a super common name or a nepotism thing, but the main thing being whoever Satoshi is, they aren't really well known for being an online RPG developer, a crucial requirement when running an ambitious, seeking to be innovative online RPG project. Not having experienced online devs on the project would be hurtful. But Bandai Namco Online was focused on making online games and was founded as an effort by Bandai, a Japanese developer known for a slew of games, biggest being Gundam and Tekken franchises and more, to branch out into multiplayer games, and even online multiplayer games. Most of their team was made up of Gundam developers. In fact, Bandai Namco in 2022 would release their own Marvel Rivals level spin-off of Overwatch with Gundam Evolution. But that would tank despite having potential, mostly due to Bandai's management or over-milking making of the game, which wasn't a good sign for this story already. Go watch that episode, by the way. Projects at Bandai often took form in the aspect of a color, sky blue. In this case, with the main central theme behind Project Sky Blue being to design a world woven with stunning, immersive graphics from a theater anime combined with features of an online multiplayer action game. To translate already translated sentences, this meant a theater-level anime, like a movie, or something like Studio Ghibli, translated into a video game format, sort of like what Level 5 did with Ni no Kuni, who are the developers behind the Layton series, by the way, another detective game. The main difference being that the sentence at the end, the online multiplayer action game component. This likely meant whatever game this project would become, it wouldn't be all that dissimilar to Dragon's Dogma Online, or DDO, which Bandai Namco Online launched back in 2015 to great success, but would shut it down after a mere 4 years. Another Bandai Namco title I covered, by the way, and soon I will probably cover them as a company too. It should be noted that nowhere in the initial interviews or project descriptions is Project Sky Blue, as it was being known as but would later be known as Blue Protocol Online, ever be described by Japanese outlets or the companies themselves as an MMORPG. Now contrast this with the Western coverage, which almost exclusively refers to it as one. The reason this matters, besides my normal ranting about it, besides perception not matching reality, well, is that Japanese virtual world games are unique, and more focused on the user experience, whether through graphics, story, or gameplay mostly. They are a vertical slice of an MMORPG or a larger virtual world. It's helpful that words and definitions help define, guide, and match expectations. For reference, channels out in the world of Blue Protocol Online, similar to PSO, another famous Japanese virtual world MMORPG or ORPG, were capped at 30, raids were capped at 20, and most content was capped between 4 to 6 players. Towns would allow for up to 200 players per channel, but just having a hub zone with fewer players than a MUD from the 80s isn't enough to qualify as being a massive online RPG. But that's not the point, and it doesn't matter, because Japanese devs don't call their games MMORPGs, the massive variant, to be different, or even edgy. They don't call them that because they're accurately describing the differences in their online games, with the most popular virtual world genre title in Japan simply just being ORPG, or online RPG. Though another marker of Japanese ORPGs is that nearly all of them have action combat besides Final Fantasy XIV, though the entire series is shifting that way. Blue Protocol Online would be announced publicly as far back as July 2019 and was being described as a playable anime and a gorgeous online action RPG. BPO was being made on the Unreal Engine 4 and was looking like a mixture of Monster Hunter and Phantasy Star. Now those are my words despite showing this article on screen because, well, the Forbes article says things like, it's looking like an MMORPG. Meanwhile, the developers are telling you it isn't and what it is already. And it kind of just feels like condescending or misunderstanding to me at least. I mean, the article even has misspellings, like that a massive instead of than. And hey, I'm not perfect, but I don't have a journalism degree and I don't work for Forbes. I'm just a no-life detective. Anyway, I know I beat up on journalists and media sometimes a lot, and people feel like that's not a good thing, but it's necessary. The virtual world space has been around now for like 30 plus years, and at some point you have to hold the supposed key holders and experts in the industry critiquing all of these games accountable for not properly understanding them, and thus then properly teaching and educating their audiences. If the West wants to learn how they are getting reamed by the East, both in online RPGs and offline ones, just check the sales if you want to debate that, by the way. They need to start understanding why the Japanese games are working, or aren't working, when they don't work, instead of just thinking all of them are trying to fit into the neat boxes that other regions like your own region would create, which only makes sense with a game like Final Fantasy XIV because it did that on purpose. But side tangent. The closed beta for BPO would start April of 2020, though most if not all of the test content and footage was Japan only. And that's because as of 2020, no Western launch was promised, and no Korean launch technically was promised either. This was actually a really cool thing to witness live though, as I was one of those fans screaming for the West to also get a Blue Protocol Online, before we even knew that the East would like the game, or before we even knew if we liked the game. You see, we haven't gotten many virtual world launches in the past 10 years, and when we do get one, massive online RPG or not, we follow it pretty closely. But on graphics, gameplay, and presentation alone, all of us virtual world gamers were screaming in unison, everywhere not Japan, that we too wanted the chance to play Blue Protocol Online someday. There are going to be some pretty high-profile games and mobile launches throughout the timeline of this video as well. And the reason for that, as you can hear my dogs fighting to the death in the background, is that mobile launches are based on incredibly similar games and even graphic styles, the ones at least that I'm going to mention, and were launched before BPO even had a chance to compete with them. The first and arguably biggest example was none other than a Chinese developer with an insanely impactful and popular online RPG of their own. Developed and published by MiHoYo Co., Genshin Impact would launch. And Genshin Impact was like a mobile-able ORPG, with impressive-looking graphics and gameplay, especially given the competition at the time with mobile gaming. It's also now a 5 billion plus franchise in China alone, and 10 billion globally. Hoyo gets my respect for both putting Chinese gaming on the map again in a major way and developing one of the first detective-based online mobile games, Tears of Themis, a story for another time though. BPO would host a developer live stream releasing a ton of details, including the news of an imminent closed beta in Japan October 2020. Major details such as the ability to change your class, but not on the fly, like in Final Fantasy XIV, and the fact that the game would have a cash shop with cosmetics and a refinery system, aka gacha level item augmentation, and I should also mention the minimum specs for the game were pretty high, requiring the higher end graphics card on the higher end of things. This was pretty unique for an MMORPG or an online RPG in general, but as long as the game was optimized for lower machines though, it would work. However, even the early reports about this were not very positive, with some users who played in Japan through the use of VPN networks or bot accounts stating that the game was running quite bad for some machines, being unable to even run the game at 60 frames at times. This is where the game's major focus on presentation and graphics, which remember was the central theme of the game, could negatively affect the game, especially because it was always online. Always online added more variables such as servers to the equation, which a graphically and gameplay full game like BPO kind of murks around with. That's why it being more of an online RPG made more sense, but even then, if they couldn't succeed at making the game playable for enough players on enough machines, it didn't matter if the game was built for it or not. Murmurings and yet no Western launch or promise yet. The same story, I might add, that Dragon's Dogma Online had, a game that managed to reach 1 million players within the same year that it came out, and yet Bandai Namco, in a bizarre turn of events, would literally cancel Dragon's Dogma Online before it ever even reached another market, despite having a core fan base in Japan at the time still. Many were worried that perhaps Blue Protocol Online would face the same fate, and to be honest, I don't get it. Like I stated in my DDO video as well, it showcases both inexperience with Japan on the online front, especially since Bandai Namco doesn't have Yoshi P at their disposal, lol, and especially when global virtual world gamers hate time-gated content based on regions, as we saw with games like ArcAge, Blade and Soul, and many more. If I'm going to steelman the Bandai Namco online position, it could be that they didn't have long-term contracts to continue to work on these games or worlds, which if that's the case, they should design some maintenance companies at the very least, like a majority of Western companies do, try to help there. Or perhaps they just don't see the long-term revenue generation. But then that's kind of silly when you're working with virtual worlds, especially when Korea, their near neighbor, is incredibly familiar with this and in fact basically invented microtransactions in virtual worlds to keep dying virtual worlds alive, and then of course make lots of money. But no matter how much I steelman it, it's like Japan's approach is just lagging. It's like the netcode in their fighting games. It's laziness or it's like a skill issue. It just doesn't make sense. BPO only having been playable in Japan in limited tests at this point wouldn't pass the test, so to say, and would be delayed to sometime in 2023. This would be blamed on Bandai Namco Online being restructured as a company due to back-to-back cancellations of Gundam Evolution and Dragon's Dogma Online. Oh, and before that, they did a game called Dragon Ball Z X Keeper Z, which sounds like someone's name in WoW back in 2006, but it's actually not a bad browser game, though you can't even play it anymore, sadly. This very likely meant, though, all was riding on Blue Protocol Online, with Bandai Namco probably electing to just gobble up whatever was left of their smaller company subsidiary pretty soon. Another test would happen near the end of 2022, showcasing the game at the Game Awards, TGA, which would come alongside the announcement of a Western and Korean launch finally. Heading up the Western launch would be none other than the Eastern game publisher at this point, Amazon Game Studios, promising a 2020 launch for the game, while Smilegate, behind the Smash Online ARPG Lost Ark, which was also playable on PC and mobile, would handle the Korean launch. But another competitor would enter the fray, this time in the form of another mobile PC game, and a Hoyoverse game I should add, Honkai Star Rail. Now, Honkai has already made $1 billion in its first year, and it did so through utilizing anime-esque cel-shaded visuals visuals and action combat. Sound familiar? And while it seems like in a sense these new game competitors would be good because they're expanding the overall market, the problem is if Blue Protocol Online wasn't as good or better, it was going to get shredded, because there were tons of options now, between Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, Monster Hunter, and more games. But against all odds, Blue Protocol Online would launch in Japan June 14th, 2023, while delaying the Western launch to 2024. This would mean that the game was delayed a total of like 2 years. Meanwhile, the only way for the rest of the world to play BPO at launch was through a VPN. That's because IPs were being region locked, aka that you would get banned if you tried to play the game normally from another region.
Apparently my account that I used got banned. I mean, it is what it is. I think they kind of like have to.
Now, there's nearly no major media coverage of Blue Protocol Online's Japanese launch, and most of the coverage of the game comes from players who VPN'd it, like I just mentioned. But from the earliest accounts of the game, it felt absolute barren content-wise, with very little dungeons and raid content included in the game, only 2 raids even, and the story content and questing being quite short and even comparable to a tutorial like in MapleStory 2, which people enjoyed but wanted more of. Worse, the monetization in the game was even worse than SMT Imagine, which might be saying something when that was one of the first MMORPGs ever and had a horrible cash shop. In PPO, you had a cash shop with a premium currency. That was the usual free-to-play stuff. However, the cash shop would also allow you to skip progression in the way of power-ups and items, and also allow you to purchase healing items and XP boosts. While these were standard fare, what wasn't was the full-blown gacha mechanics that was included in the game. And although Korea is mostly associated with such, especially these days due to the prevalence in gaming, Japan is actually the creator of this concept, through their various pachinko machines throughout the country. If you're watching on screen now, this is full-blown gacha. And while you can make your own decision regarding if it should be in a game or not, or if you should at the very least support it, I think it introduces a ton of pay-to-win aspects to a game that many players who would enjoy a game like BPO would be kind of not a fan of. That's because BPO isn't really the same as an MMORPG, and it wasn't originally designed to be on mobile. It doesn't have super long progression, and it wasn't designed that way either. Maybe that's a knock on the game, but I think it speaks to how little Bandai Namco Online had an idea of how to sell their games to their audiences. You could argue that the gacha could have been removed in localization in other regions, but considering all Bandai Namco games were kind of notorious for their monetization, like day 1 DLC stuff, I find that unlikely. To bring it back to BPO, in BPO you could spend up to $500 on gacha and only leave with 2 major armor sets and skins. By the way, the same ones. What value? Blue Protocol was set to launch in Korea soon, but shortly after its Japanese launch, it already exceeded 600,000 players in Japan alone. This was incredibly impressive to me, and if BPO could impress their local audience this much, there was a chance that they could make an impact globally, but not a guarantee. The key with online games is that they have to localize when crossing regional bounds, otherwise the games can seem a bit foreign without sounding racist. Meaning, even though 600k was impressive, there wasn't any guarantees that it would scale in a larger market yet. BPO being almost unplayed by the West and the rest of the world really, not Japan at this point, would finally start to reach the rest of gaming media outlets to showcase the game around like the summer of 2023. IGN would get their hands on the game and state in their impressions, which were kind of as useless as I previously alluded to. Not only do they call the game an MMORPG as the sirens go crazy in the background, they form their impressions off of only 45 minutes of playing the game. That's not even enough to make it out of the character creator for some players. It's not enough to learn much of anything about the game, thus to inform those who follow and read your content. This is why 2 major opinions would exist simultaneously regarding BPO. The opinion of those who actually played it significantly, which was effectively, this game is not ready to launch yet, but has some potential, and the second opinion, which was still caught in like a full-bore hype cycle behind the times.
A long-forgotten evil will awaken within the planet's core and destroy it.
I think this also contributes to how much skepticism exists in the online virtual space with, new games from new regions like Korea or Japan. Hype would increase even more September of 2023 when Tencent would join the picture, electing to develop and publish the mobile game version of Blue Protocol Online themselves. This was highly ironic to me, since Tencent is a Chinese company, but also a smart move by Tencent to try to gobble up any Japanese mobile gaming success before it would grow. China was the de facto leader in mobile gaming, not just based on the hits that I already mentioned, mentioned and money generated, but on sheer audience size alone, dwarfing the size of entire countries. Japan was trying to make moves online, but was seeming a bit slow at it, and out of touch when compared to their Asian counterparts in China and Korea, who were quick to adopt new concepts. Japan is not really well known for having a large online PC audience, let alone an online audience period. There's some exceptions, of course, with their homegrown games and even Ultima Online, but this has been changing more in the past years. But it's also why Japan seems like they're a bit behind Korea, because Korea is a market known for virtual worlds and being a lot more progressive, especially socially. That means even having social PCbangs by comparison is a big difference. One culture, Korea, is built for online virtual worlds because they will help build them, and the other is still learning to adapt its culture to it despite being an early impact in the space. Amazon, attempting to satisfy the starving fans, would announce a playtest in the West finally at the end of 2023. However, based on what my sources tell me, this test was actually heavily limited and under a full NDA for both NA and EU players, which is why you can't find anything about it. This could be seen as a positive if it was like a true closed beta tester, because this shows that maybe they want to take action on the feedback, but it also speaks to a lack of confidence in their product, which is already supposed to be launching in a year. Meanwhile, the entire Western Hemisphere hasn't even played it yet. Well, except for the Turbo nerds who are willing to VPN like I've done in the past. But a few more months would pass, and Bandai Namco Holdings Incorporated, the large parent publicly traded company behind BNO, would announce a rather huge drop in their stock in February 2024. The largest reason cited for this, according to the data itself, is the drop of digital profits, which would drop from a whopping 96% to a mere 3.5%. Bandai Namco Online is a strict digital business, so it's hard not to imagine their repeated failures weren't somewhat to blame here. And to be clear, it feels a bit harsh to say that, only because B&O was clearly capable of putting out quality, especially compared to most companies I might cover in the series. I mean, BPO looks and sounds incredible, and DDO plays incredibly. They're both impressive online RPGs in their own right. The problem is more so in their gameplay feedback loops in a multiplayer online environment, especially when compared to the competition in long-form cases. I think not having experienced leadership also doesn't help here either, because following both game launches, and B&O would have to rework and remake both of these games in major ways, showcasing how much they had rushed their games to launch without a proof of concept or a long-term plan. Following the major failure of expectations would be the announcement that Blue Protocol Online would be cancelled in Korea altogether. Smilegate would completely pump the brakes, and Tencent would cancel the mobile game. And that's why it's relevant all this time I keep mentioning mobile and PC competitors, because that's what BPO was ultimately striving to be at that point. What made this sad was not only did a majority of the world never get the chance to play the game, they likely never even will get the chance, given Bandai's track record, unless community servers are erected, and that's not always a guarantee. It's also sadder because there was a massive update planned for BPO following this major news. The update was supposed to be their big anniversary update, introducing more story content, maps, dungeons, potential player housing, bug fixes, and a slew of more content. I mean, really a slew. It really does seem like this was supposed to be their game-saving patch. They never got the time to get it off of the ground. That's because within just a month, Bandai Namco Online would be in insolvency, a state of being unable to pay their debt, due to a $55 million loss and negative net income. Unable to make money and trying to shift things around in a panic, yet things would only continue to just worsen, with Hoyoverse back again. This time with a game even more Blue Protocol Online-like, a game that I've also played and covered for a sponsor too. This game has already made $25 million in just a few days after its launch, and is on track to make a few hundred within a few years. With all signs pointing to closure, Blue Protocol Online would be shut down by contrast in Japan, the only place it ever launched, August 27th, 2024. This was a devastating shutdown, not just for virtual worlds at large, but for Bandai Namco Online, who would likely be shuttered following the news. It should be stated that even though this series covers failures and games that make us angry sometimes, it's not always about that, or even the majority of the time. The Death of Game series is about informing the player base and developers alike as well, so mistakes don't be made again in these complex games, and so players are better educated to spot such mistakes and issues present. I wanted a game like BPO to succeed, because it's the closest thing we have to a modern-day Phantasy Star Online, or a MOBA plus an online RPG combination. It's a gorgeous game that would have never been accused of being an ugly online game, something quite commonly said in virtual worlds. That kind of feather in the virtual world genre's cap would have been great, but now it would just be remembered as the sexy game that could have been so much more. B&O, following the shutdown of their only remaining online game, would be absorbed and dissolved completely, November 20th, 2020. 2024. And I think with this is also Bandai Namco stating that they didn't want to be involved in online gaming in a major way anymore, essentially admitting that they weren't competitive there and didn't have the drive to change that. Bandai Namco would state that their whole focus would now be on digital goods following the absorption. Bandai Namco isn't the only Japanese company floundering in online games either. Square Enix has been doing that a ton as well, launching massive live service failures like Babylon's Fall and Marvel Avengers. Shit, even when successful games like Final Fantasy XVI come out, they're called failures by Square Enix, which has to be about expectations. You just know something's wrong at the top. And it's not just Bandai Namco, but apparently an issue in Japan at wide. And I have a bit of a theory about this that comes from a little bit of my help from my sources on the Dragon's Dogma Online video. Japanese game development is all about following a vision, the sole vision, and following the leader in charge. So if that leader is shooting blanks, well, check the failed online service games in Japan and it's hard not to do the math. That doesn't mean you would shoot blanks forever. Boy, that's a lot of hand-to-man combat, but it shows that Japan doesn't have the same perspective regarding project failure as other places do perhaps. Maybe part of that is good. They're more forgiving. Think about Final Fantasy XIV. But if things aren't working and a leader isn't producing, it's better to replace them than wait a few years and then end up dissolving your company. But even when it seemed like the story was just about nearing the absolute end and just about all escape routes were cut off, well, besides rumors I've gotten about a private server in the works for Blue Protocol Online, cough cough, there's more to the story. Although BPO would be shuttered, it was reportedly being reincarnated, at least in core form of sorts, by a Chinese developer dubbed Star Resonance. Now, I've spoken and read some Chinese accounts of this game, however, and although it shares some similarities in look and feel, the game is actually very different and lacks the same polish that BPO had prior. It also has added a lot of mechanics like flying and a totally redone story. So it's not much like BPO, but it's cool to see that the bones of Blue Protocol live in some fashion at least. We have made it to the end of the timeline, detectives, and thus the end of this mystery. That music means that we have obtained enough clues and bits of evidence to crack this case for good. While there's still a chance we see Blue Protocol Online on a private server, for now the game is dead officially, and there isn't any resurrection in sight. If you missed any of the clues along the way though, why did Blue Protocol Online die before even fully launching? A lack of direction and leadership, poor management, horrible monetization, poor performance across broad machines, gorgeous but a little bit lifeless, lacking content and a successful lasting gameplay loop. The game is worse than PSO1. Now, secret last point, as typical in the series, I will explain. The game is worse than PSO1, what does that mean? It sounds super opinionated and kind of irrelevant when PSO1 is like 25 years old, but that's sort of my point. PSO is still alive in Japan, first off, both the first game on private servers and the second game, though, on official servers. But PSO's style led to other games like PSU and even the Monster Hunter franchise. The channel systems, dynamic grouping, hub zones, and more are all the same though, and that's where the issue lies for me. If your intention is to be the sexiest anime online RPG, you have to at least have as much content or comparable content to PSO, right? But BPO only had 2 raids, even as of a year ago. And even though they're pretty epic, how can you compete with the current crop of games with such little content and little content options? Something I didn't mention throughout this entire video was regarding PvP. That's because I wanted to demonstrate that I don't care about it as much as people think, but also to leave it to the end, because BPO didn't even have PvP. Even PSO had PvP, so what was better about BPO? Well, the gameplay, graphics, maybe soundtrack arguably, but those aren't enough of a hook to keep most online RPG players hooked for longer than a few weeks, especially when your town hub zones are more lifeless than a 25-year-old game. But thanks for watching, detectives, and if you got a chance to play BPO, let me know how it was in the comments below, and if not, why do you think the game failed, and how it could have succeeded?
I don't know, it's just not that appealing. BPO is not that appealing. No. Please tell me. Go. Bikers. Oof. What's death of a game? Conquer.
Concord. Agreement or harmony between people or groups. At least that's the definition and likely emotion that the Firewalk Studios team wanted to evoke, formed from the remnants of the Destiny 2 development team and those that worked at Bungie. Firewalk Studios just recently launched Concord August 23, 2024, after a reported 4 to 5 years of development and over $100 million in budgeting. And then, in a shocking turn of events following a very negative reception, FS would pull Concord not even a full month later, citing needing to go back to the drawing board. With Concord currently dead and its future very much in flux, and not in the most positive of directions, it's found itself on this series, Death of the Game, a series where we take the largest contributing factors to the death of the game or company and navigate a timeline of events in an attempt to collect clues and bits of evidence, all culminating in every detective's favorite final deduction at the end of the video. There's a lot to cover today, even for such a short-lived multiplayer shooter. Probably one of the shortest lived that we've covered yet. We're talking DEI narratives, accusations of poor development, developers not taking feedback, and so much more. So choose your hero. I know there's not much to choose from, and let's get to the case, detectives. The story begins with the beginning of Firewalk Studios. Firewalk Studios had an interesting inception. For starters, it was actually founded in 2018 as a part of another company, probably Monsters, ran by former Bungie CEO Harold Ryan. Firewalk Studios also featured former Bungie staff including Tony Hsu, former GM of Destiny at Activision, Alina Siegman, former executive producer at Bungie, as well as more Destiny developers and some other veteran talent. Firewalk in a short time would team up with Sony Interactive Entertainment for an upcoming AAA multiplayer game and would boast a team up to 150 developers. This would likely give Firewalk the budget and support that they needed working with Sony to make their multiplayer shooter. It also pretty much guaranteed that it wasn't going to launch on the Xbox platform. Now, oftentimes, Sony works with studios and then they end up acquiring them too. This was no different with Firewalk, who was acquired by Sony 2 years later. Now, I must confess, I don't know exactly why, but I can speculate that they want to own the studio working on their IPs potentially and have more potential control in the process. Or perhaps make the developers working on their games more invested in working on them long term. But one thing was for sure, Sony and Firewalk were gearing up for a big announcement of their upcoming multiplayer shooter, and this was important with Destiny no longer receiving sequels or updates, and Sony these days lacking in the shooter realm. Concord, the secret multiplayer shooter having been worked on now for 3 years, would be introduced to the world May 24th, 2023. This would be Firewalk Studios' first title, a major AAA shooter. While this might be alarming for some, and it should be, if they had the veteran enough team and right leadership, they could make things work, especially with prior developers in the live service shooter world backing them. The trailer reveal for Concord, though, was perplexing to say the least. Now, I like it in the right context, but I have no idea what context this was even driving towards, and with the gift of hindsight, we know that this teaser did fuck all to really describe what Concord was supposed to even be about. And that's fine, you know, it's a teaser trailer and all. What was said was Concord was a bringing together of peoples. It's the power of games to build connection and inspire social play. The Firewalk team is driven by the type of exciting, unexpected moments and shared experiences that multiplayer games create. Every time you log on is the beginning of a new adventure, and every match is an opportunity for a new story. It's these ideals that define Concord, its unique universe of vibrant worlds, and its rich cast of colorful characters. This was sounding a lot like Destiny, maybe except for the last part, or something close to that with cooperative play and not just PvP. Overwatch and many other shooters lived off of teasing their game up until launch and the lore in it over the course of their marketing hype cycles, and they did so effectively by actually bringing life and humanity to their game and community, making players feel united in the way of the Overwatch. Just watch the teaser trailer. It's more about uniting humanity and stuff like that. Throw in this lengthy beta showcasing gameplay to many players on Twitch and YouTube as well, and Overwatch had a primed audience before they even launched. One teaser trailer isn't enough to doom anything, but it shows a misunderstanding to an extent of how to properly build a community and how to build and push effective marketing. Contrast this now with Valve's shooter, Deadlock, which they haven't even marketed at all, and is a personal favorite of mine. They just allowed people to access the game and invite each other to play, and then made sure to update the game and slowly build the community the old-fashioned way, from the ground up, just like League of Legends did it, just like Dota, and so many other successful multiplayer games. Sony was committing to live service games, however, as Sony president Toki would state, specifically launching 6 of those upcoming 12 titles by March of 2026. Concord was being listed as one of those live service titles. And for those out of the loop, live service basically means that when you buy the game, it continues to either introduce new monetization in the form of skins, missions, battle passes, or even DLCs and possible expansions. Of late, this has been associated with pay-to-win games or tragic failures like Anthem or Redfall, who got very hyped and then failed in nearly all aspects to deliver on such. But live service games aren't inherently bad, they just often feel like launching incomplete games that you have to pay for them to complete over time. They're just not good value propositions. The major cinematic trailer and gameplay reveal would drop at the same time, May 30th, 2024. And it's in these videos you can see more of a semblance of what Concord was supposed to be. For starters, the cinematic trailer was showcasing what looked to be Guardians of the Galaxy inspired vibes, understated a bit, with a cast of characters that seemed to be in delight and being silly or non-heroic. The problem was the first 3 characters introduced seemed straight lifted from Guardians of the Galaxy, and although they were partially charming, many were wondering what the trailer even had to do with the Freerunners being a band of criminals, especially with them being so happy-go-lucky. The trailer even talks about a rendezvous point, which sounds more like an extraction shooter or something, but something more glaring for me wasn't just how samey or generic the character designs were, it was how you basically could try to predict each of their powers and you would end up being wrong. That's not good character design, as in a character-based shooter or hero-based shooter. These characters need to communicate their role and abilities by how they look and how they play. With the gameplay trailer launching right beside it, it seemed to showcase what looked like a call to old arena action shooters in some ways, and a blend of more of a modern hero shooter in some ways too. While Concord looks impressive in many ways, the color palette, the environments, and the particle effects, even during this trailer, you could see people hesitant that it would be fast enough or unique enough of a concept to even last. And again, we have so much lack of tone and vision, where so many things just feel strapped together from different IPs and different games. Concord even early on just looked like a generic shooter, and the final scene just feels out of touch, again, which makes it seem like Concord had committed to this as a style of storytelling. Because Freegunners, they're not heroes, they're professionals. And there's nothing wrong with criminals being likable in a video game, but the Freerunners felt a lot more like a church basketball league where it's lame and tame and full of squares, and you can't even do things like celebrate or say cuss words. And I played in one of those, so I can attest. But I don't get the punchline, is what I'm trying to say. Professionals aren't always so likable or witty. They have to be relatable, especially professional murderers, right? The tone seemed completely off, and my thought is that they wanted to attract a younger audience, hence the clash. But that's not to say that Concord had to be super unique, but if it wasn't unique, it had to be iterative, the Japanese design style approach, and basically outdo Overwatch in all of its aspects. Both were going to be some difficult tasks, and for those wondering why, well, Concord had a reported budget of upwards of 150 million, meaning that there was a lot of money on the line for the game to just be a middling title. It had to be a hit. The expectations were being set sky high. The beta for Concord would take place July 2024, and I have a number of issues with this. For starters, unless it's a proper closed beta, the chances that the dev team can actually affect change to the scale that they might need in the short amount of time they would be given was going to be nearly impossible. I think this is an issue that many shooters run into lately, where they retroactively try to create a community instead of building one from the get-go. The interesting thing, and I will spend quite a bit of time remarking about it, is that the critics weren't even negatively receiving Concord in beta. In fact, I rounded up 8 different articles from a range of different journalists and found them to be rather positive in their feedback. The truth is, video game journalism in the critical sense from the media has been suffering for quite some time. Issue being, media outlets are directly incentivized to lowball their bad reviews and glaze their good ones, and are given very little time to review games. It would be a hypothesis if there wasn't already so much evidence to the contrary. Look at how the media treats COD titles that don't innovate or iterate. Game Rant stated that Concord in their experience had a level of polish and graphics not common in games like this, down to the environments and the characters being detailed. Game Rant would also state that they felt Concord had a unique identity and enough firepower to be a proper multiplayer shooter in the current market. Couch Soup's thoughts were basically like the classic I don't play this kind of game and probably won't impressions, but very positive ones. Partly due to the lack of experience probably, and a lack of understanding the market and the genre in particular. They aren't the target audience, which might seem like a strength, but you first need to have your own core audience, and I was trying to find that for Concord. Monstervine in their impression stated that the game didn't seem like a trendy game, and yet acknowledged right after that, throughout their article even, that the game reminds them of other games. Digital Trend acknowledged at the very least that there didn't seem to be anything unique like a main gameplay hook, but at the very least found the game as a fun shooter not trying to overthink the genre. Which sounds like a compliment, but it's kind of more of like milquetoast the game. The super glazing part starts to happen with PC Gamer's review. And to be fair, your initial impressions can always change, but that should also be explained in your criticism and your later takes. Where I take issue seriously is that the writer, Morgan Park, had apparently never played any other hero shooters, because they would say things like that there were things like fun hooks I don't instantly recognize from other games. Anyone watching now can easily identify almost all of the aspects and heroes from other games, so what are we doing, PC Gamer? Maybe besides the whole team select thing that after each round of completion, it makes you play a new hero, which although it sounds like a cool concept because it incentivizes you to want to play new characters because you want to get the passive bonuses that you could get from them, as well, they don't really give you a choice. Incentivizing you and not giving you a choice aren't the same thing, and it seems like Concord was going to struggle to understand the differences there. And although PC Gamer doesn't talk much about this particular aspect, many other impressions did as a strength. And I think that might be because it's unique, and one of the only unique things about Concord. I think of it more of like a good idea that's honestly probably poorly executed. But in this article we have yet more comparisons to COD and Overwatch at the same time, with claims that the much slower, less gun-dependent game is somehow more COD-like. I really question how many of these journalists even played the game, let alone shooters period. Eurogamer in general is a great nuanced site, but in their impressions here, it's like they don't even complete their own conclusions. They say Concord feels like a hodgepodge of games combined, and yet feel that the gameplay hook for the game will magically reveal itself post-launch because gamers will metagame? Huh? GameSpot acknowledged the difficult position that Concord was in, but felt like they built a solid foundation for the sci-fi multiplayer shooter, which seems like quite high praise for playing most likely less than 10 hours of a multiplayer shooter. But the writer, Jake Decker, also acknowledges that the characters feel asymmetric and yet the map feels symmetric, which is actually an interesting point. Finally, coming from a little-known outlet and a girl, DEI warriors, the gamer would put out a scathing critique from the beta asking what even is the point of Concord. Stacy would acknowledge the gameplay looked the same as other shooters that were similar, and the game felt like it lacked individual or team-guided passion. Stacy also would acknowledge that the characters were mostly forgettable. Finally, the whole original pitch, they would state, that matches the trailers and such of progressively building your world and revealing the lore and characters to your audience over time, didn't really seem to match up to other games like Helldivers or Destiny even, that could offer much better experiences there, especially because they weren't just PvP. My main point in this section is not just to shit on other video game critics, but shit on them in a way where I can teach you guys that that kind of soft glove handling is what leads to surprise failures like this, in part, and not learning from it. Poor criticism and game coverage leads to the chances of players purchasing more bad games, or the game not having to prove itself that much. What I found so alarming about these impressions is that many of them 180 after the game launches, or many of those same critics start running defenses for the game. And while changing your opinion is totally fine, especially if it's grounded into something, I don't really feel that these critics are helping the industry learn many lessons from the situation, and are actually poisoning the well even to a certain extent. You might argue perhaps none of the writers were able to see what was coming, and due to just chance or circumstance perhaps, but I don't really fully buy that. I think this highlights an issue with video game critics and their coverage of major titles. They don't play the games enough to really have that much of an opinion, and the opinions offered weren't the least bit critical, nor looking to the future. It feels like many of these articles were just marketing, and that's a strange feeling, because under the surface of all of this hype that I just listed, all of these outlets, and I didn't even cover all of them, only 2,388 players peak had played the game, which is so divorced from the game's media coverage, you would seriously be shocked to learn that. And this was a free beta, which means that even when the game was free to play, people still weren't interested in playing it. Amazon's new secret-level TV series would feature an entire episode featuring Concord in it, showing that Sony wasn't failing to try to pull out some major stops to try to help things, to make sure that their new AAA shooter was going to be a hit. Concord wouldn't have that much time in the hype cycle and would launch shortly after its gameplay reveal and early access test, August 23, 2024. Launching on PS5 and Windows, Concord was a first-person hero shooter where you played as one of the free gunners, professional criminals, who are attempting to make their way in the galaxy, aka winning matches and killing people in the matches, but their personalities and cinematic intros would be reportedly revealed over time, so maybe it would help build that whole concept. Concord would receive a middling 62 out of 100 from 45 different critics and a much worse audience reception. But first, let's cover the media reception, cause I have some names to catch up with. Couch Soup would state that they weren't surprised, but let down. However, when you read their previous impressions, they were only positive and even suggested people to buy the game. Then in their more recent article, pushed that, well, it was already predetermined. And then that they wanted to anyway try the game and break the cycle. I have no idea what any of this means. Digital Trends was rather positive in their review, basically arguing that because the market doesn't like the game, it will fail. Wow, tantalizing analysis, which make you personally liking it, especially without couching that context, pretty useless, right? Now, PC Gamer is an interesting case. First, we have two different journalists covering the game, so the differing opinions aren't that wild, but editors also approve articles, and you don't only have to rely on your own perspective. Sometimes talking things over with another panel or other writers is helpful to see where you stand. But the PC Gamer review is one of the most negative ones now, stating that the game feels out of touch and out of time, and that the characters are mostly duds, as well as the world itself being way too full of poor Guardians of the Galaxy, Borderlands, and Firefly type humor. That's because, as I add, the issue with these comparisons are that, well, these are crew-based shows and games, and Concord, despite pushing itself as one, wasn't really. It was PvP only focused as a shooter, which feels quite different than a crew-based cooperative game. Eurogamer has something interesting happen. Their main review, completely different than their Portuguese review. The main review starts off with writer Rick Lane literally mocking the concept of the game and the genre itself. Great start. Then they argue, well, the game didn't work because the genre isn't really that old and it's just more of a fad. Then they literally admit themselves that TF2 bucks that trend. The writer personal analysis aside, which is probably where most of my issue with the review lies, they actually acknowledge the game lacking properly identified characters, the limp and weird looks of them, and how the game modes were basically copy-pasted from other games, like Trophy Hunt being a variant of TDM, basically Kill Confirmed, being the most unique, and Signal Chase being the King of the Hill mode with multiple moving control points. However, in the Portuguese review, it's far more negative, and actually more helpful in its analysis. First, writer Jorge Salgado postulates that Concord not having a single player and coming from a single player developer and publisher was already a huge red flag, and they're kind of right. Second, they state that the game, despite its large budget of over 150 million reportedly, now also being reported at 200 million, was still poorly promoted. Jorge's review, which is the best review on the game in my opinion, goes on to acknowledge some of the bright spots of the game, such as the visuals, some of the heroes being actually fun, before making a scathing take that the game feels like it was made in ChatGPT without any unique element that makes it viable as an option. Finally, they point to the $40 price tag and how their game has no true unique hook to it. Their final point is one that I will expound on later because it's a great one that I agree with strongly, which is that Concord seemed far better suited as a Destiny-like space adventure game. But it should also be mentioned that a $40 price tag after Overwatch became free to play just seems kind of tone deaf. Now, ironically, IGN's initial coverage of Concord, including in the beta, was pretty tame, and actually acknowledged full well the game had some serious hurdles to overcome. However, not that it doesn't make sense monetarily, IGN's post-coverage is much more glazier. They would state in their conclusion that Concord isn't the most innovative or content-heavy hero shooter you could play, but with such fantastic competitive gameplay, 16 compelling characters to master, and 12 well-designed maps, it's got the makings of something that could go the distance in the months and years to come. In fact, it's a testament to its FPS chops that even while it has virtually non-existent story and a serious need for signature game modes, I still found myself losing dozens of hours to its PvP charms. Hopefully, the live service roadmap will do its thing and show this promised shooter the love it needs to become something truly special. But right now, it's at least good enough for me to recommend trying out. And you have some of the largest copium I've seen and spotted in these reviews. Literally, in spite of the evidence staring you in the face, like the beta player numbers and the launch numbers on Steam being abysmal, how can you say with a straight face, even ignoring all of the other points already raised, that Concord had a bright future? Well, IGN, you start to see why people stopped taking you seriously a good time ago, at least in a proper critical circle. While your opinion is sacred in the sense of it is your own, you can make it your own uniquely or follow someone else's if you choose. The problem here is that these aren't just opinions, they are analysis and journalism from actual paid journalists and paid media critics. And thus, there has to be a standard, and sadly, it seems as if, largely, the major video gaming media outlets are just only getting worse. Concord would only sell 25,000 copies, and according to IGN's analysis cited, the main reason was that, well, it was an oversaturated market. Where do I even start with this? Simply being a hero shooter doesn't magically make your game untouchable or unplayable. It means that you have to measure up against your competition just like in any other context in business. The answer isn't start competition, it's a product that's not good or strong or unique enough to stand up to that competition in the first place. Gaming is competition, business is competition, and they lost competitively. The IGN article further talks about how analysts state that the game isn't unique enough, but that the other games in the past got by not being unique because they just cashed in on being a hero shooter in a hero trend. How does this shit even get published? Their examples are Valorant and Apex Legends. These aren't even the same kinds of game and aren't even the same kinds of game as Overwatch. They are distinctively different games with different designs and service different audiences, even amongst each other. And then we have claims that Black Myth Wukong is what shook Concord's player base. I mean, like, are you guys kidding me? Is gaming existing an excuse for them as well? And I will leave you guys with their final bit of analysis. Riveting as well, I might add. Sometimes everything that can go wrong does go wrong, although it's quite rare to see everything go this wrong. Wow, I'm sure glad I just read through and analyzed this IGN article supposedly based on talking to other analysts. Fuck me. This is a senior IGN writer and a team supporting her, and they've offered nothing but dud analysis and coverage on Concord the entire time. After Concord's major failure, though, eyes and expectations were already turning to other live service multiplayer shooters that were supposed to come from Sony, like Marathon, which was recently swapped to an extraction shooter like Tarkov, and then Fair Game, or Fair Games, a heist-based shooter with very little details revealed other than it's being developed by Haven Studios, which is one of the other studios under Sony's wing. Even if Sony could try and learn from their major mistake that just happened, they didn't even almost have enough real time to apply their lessons, and we're going to have to likely take more egg on their face in the process. Now, as much as I, unlike many of you probably will feel in the comments, I don't actually delight in seeing games enter this series, especially early on, in very controversial ways. And as much as I want both of these shooters to succeed, Marathon for OG reasons and Fair Game because I love heist games, I don't really have the highest hopes after seeing how Concord was handled even from the Sony perspective. Sony has no excuse not to promote or market their games better, especially with so much money riding on the line. And with Concord already receiving such negative feedback and backlash and poor sales, the chances of that improving anytime soon just weren't going to happen, and the opportunity and window were already well missed. In a shocking turn of events, even for a game that was receiving quite the middling reception, Sony would announce that September 3rd, 2024, that Concord would be brought down on the 6th, just weeks after its launch. Sony stated that they wanted to determine the best path ahead and they would be offering refunds to the game. Now, would this be an Anthem scenario where a massive rebirth change and patch was promised but never comes? Or perhaps they would actually commit to feedback and work on developing something closer to what people would enjoy, sort of like No Man's Sky. Now, the first thing that's different is that Sony immediately offered full refunds, so that's a big difference in the Anthem scenario. But I don't really think that Sony and Firewalk are prepared to, especially with such a poor reception, to dedicate to sticking to their game. Especially when, in my opinion, much of the game, including its whole base foundation, is kind of shaky at best. I think a good way to analyze this is seeing how the developers react to things, and I have gone through tons of tweets and articles concerning this, and while many people will try to construct a narrative that somehow being proud of your own work even if it failed is an evil thing, and more room temperature equals stuff, it seems largely that the most negative part of the developer reception is that they don't outright acknowledge the failure, which is a fair criticism to be fair, but you can't from that then spin that the developers believe that they did no wrong or that they don't also acknowledge any of the faults. The problem is that if you want to keep working on your game and also keep working on future games, facing things head on is much better because it builds or rebuilds trust. Where things get a bit too performative for me, in a non-helpful sense, is when a bunch of developers came out and started expressing solidarity, many of them using their own game examples, like Spellbreak or Cliffy B with Lawbreakers, as trying to say that they could understand the pain. And in a broad sense, I'm sure they can. I'm sure there's a lot of similarities. But this was a unique failure, and not seeing it that way is not helpful, even for your own growth, which is, why it's not really surprising to see Cliffy B being one of those to join in. I just dislike the narratives from other developers that started erecting, where they say that you didn't deserve this, or that you shouldn't be ridiculed this much, and I have to completely and vehemently disagree. First off, I believe in free speech. Second, anyone who creates art publicly opens themselves up to failure. Publicly, aka being judged by the public eye. Yeah, there's rules and rules of the establishment, but the whole concept of the public eye getting to mock you is not really fair, but it's existed for thousands of years. I'm not saying they get to full-on mock you, trust me, that's not something that I even appreciate in my comment section, as many people have figured out even more so recently, but I don't really understand the deserve this sentiment. Nobody deserves a failure or being criticized per se, but when you have a lot of money on the line, high expectations, and you chose a controversial approach in a certain sense, and again, you're releasing public art, why are you surprised when people are there to be critical of said things? Not all critics and critiques will be good. In fact, most analysis in general sucks, just like I've pointed out already, especially from a general gamer, sorry. But what you have with Concord in many ways is real issues and real flaws of a game and its design being caught up in a culture war in the process. And maybe that's also why the developers and other developers are kind of weighing in on things. What I mean is this, I'm actually going to defend Concord and its developers for two things and two things only. One, they attempted art, publicly. Anyone who does that has my respect. But the second thing that I will defend is this lazy and fairly idiotic narrative surrounding the game and its team to an extent, that it's somehow being woke and DEI or diversity, equity, and inclusion filled is what made the game fail above all else. And me not pointing that out means that I'm the shill. Go woke, go broke. Then why do all major corporations have LGBTQ plus pushes, little pins and flags? Because even if they are just being performative and they don't support the rights of humans, they aren't stupid enough to fully alienate paying audiences because they can make money off of them. And trust me, corporations care a lot more about money than values. But don't get me started on the narrative with the Sweet Baby Inc. and some of the other games that I've covered, a company that's also worked on some of the biggest hits in the past 10 years. So simultaneously, when you fail, it's all your fault, and when you succeed, well, you didn't really have any real involvement. So it doesn't count. It's like a child's logic. But let's focus on the woke narrative for Concord for a second, and for the rest of the duration of this segment. Prominent woke discoverer website DEI Detected had the following analysis to add. A robot has pronouns, along with other chars. The women are fat and ugly, and one of them is masculine. But don't worry, they have proof. They point to Sony, a corporation who benefits from being inclusive, because on their website they reference DEI initiatives. Where to even start? Well, a corporation making money off of being inclusive. Wow, that's very surprising, and not very good proof. But a robot having pronouns is kind of funny to me, because all sci-fi IPs have the ability to gender your robot to an extent. That's what modulators are for. What a totally idiotic and also ignorant thing that you would also have to have ignored popular media to have missed already to take issue with then, and then blame a game's failure on is cartoonish. The second reason being a cast of ugly and fat characters. Now this is where I mentioned the narrative actually coinciding with real analysis and true issues. That's because when people identify issues with the heroes and their likability and broad appeal, they're right. That's true. The characters in Concord aren't very heroic or cool and lack visual identity, so it's difficult to understand what they do or what their personalities are, and in many cases are either generic or simply not appealing as a character design. Very similar to Lawbreakers, so maybe Cliffy B should be talking about this topic. While the fool points to reasons they manufacture first in their head, then confirm with their eyes in earnest, called confirmation bias, the reason that the heroes aren't appealing is fairly simple. Not many people find it very heroic to play as characters who don't look very heroic. Sorry, a fat rounded character, as in most of her armor is also round and her belly is not exciting to look at nor play as, and doesn't motivate me or many players to do anything either. You can do so many other variants of the same idea, like Zarya or Ayla the Huntress in Skyrim. There isn't anything wrong with being a big, strong girl, but Daw or Duchess doesn't look big or strong. They look like you could roll them off of a cliff. And sorry, we're talking professional criminals here. In a competitive shooter environment, it's so hard to stomach so much of that. I mean, I'll just self-insert here and say that, like, my grandma grew up on the farms of Minnesota and in the south of Texas, and was way tougher looking or acting than any of the characters throughout this entire game, like Daw or Duchess. And as for the ugliness of the characters, this is a valid critique because players want to play characters that don't look like themselves. Gotcha. And myself. But seriously, you want to play a character who looks cool and feels cool. That's one of the best and most important things about gaming. With all the comparisons to Firefly and Guardians of the Galaxy, not a single member of the Firefly cast is unfit, nor doesn't have their own personality and utility. Now, as for the characters looking less feminine, this actually goes back to what sells. Sex sells. If you're questioning this in some deep ethical, emotional, or philosophical sense, please go do that off somewhere alone in a temple. Nobody cares, man. That's not how the world works, even if you or I don't want that to be the case. If sex sells, it means that sexy characters sell, and that works both ways.
Like a bisexual.
It doesn't mean your whole cast has to be fuckable, but it means that you probably should have at least most of your cast enough to make players excited to play them, honestly, just because of their appearance, potentially. And looking hot or sexy doesn't always have to mean just in some pure raw sense. It could also be because of the outfit, the fashion, and the personality. Now, a thing that I wanted to point out is that the hottest guy in Concord is Lennox, because you can see him and he's a dragon dude with male pattern baldness in the form of a mohawk. I'm just kidding. But Theo is probably the most conventionally attractive guy in the entire cast. The problem is that that's not a very large compliment because he looks generic as fuck all. Mushroom Head and the old lady just don't do it for me either, and I've played tons of old ladies in video games like Twisted Metal and even Deadlock. And I root for the old lady in the anime all the time. It was like Twisted Metal and even Deadlock. And I root for the old lady in the anime all the time. But who are these characters even for? Who are the target audiences? This is what the character designers should have been questioning, while at the same time trying to find ways to maintain that character's unique identity and personality. Part of what helps in this process is character design through outline, without color. If you do this to most major shooters, you can determine what character, especially in hero shooters and MOBAs, is being played. Also, fighting games is another great example. The outlines in Concord, though, don't really give you much information, and they aren't very flattering either. They're kind of just like blobs and amorphous, like whatever's. Worse, the actual character designs themselves are detailed, high fidelity, but to what end? Why does Baz have a giant flowing coat despite being a ballerina murderer? As somebody who does martial arts and does a little bit of flipping, that seems unpractical to do flips in. Then you have characters like Hamar, who look nothing like their character actually acts or performs. She's a bowcast-wielding flame mage? She looks like a warlock or a blood priest. Is the bow because she looks like a vampire hunter? Meanwhile, Jabali looks like a less cool and ironically less gay-looking seer from Apex Legends. Meanwhile, check out this gameplay on screen and see how different and unique seer plays and looks. Roka looks a lot more like a generic version of Valorant's Raze, and you get the idea. I don't want to spend all video making these examples because there's so many to make, but even the things like the names of these characters don't do much favors in Concord. Like maybe Roka or Roka's like Rocket, but what does Jabali imply, or Hamar, or Baz? Meanwhile, you have other characters in other hero shooters like Raze, Seer, Genji, McCree, and so on and so forth. The main point that I want to make is that the character design sucking in Concord is true, but it has very little to do with the character's pronouns or if they're gay. It has a lot more to do with their character's design, its identity, and how it communicates and connects to those abilities, and finally, how it makes the players feel when you play them. For example, Raze in Valorant is gay as hell, fire and boom, and I enjoy playing her greatly, and I didn't even know she was gay until Killjoy was added later on. The problem is more of when you make it their sexual identity and preference, their actual personality. Here's what I mean. When you meet a gay person next time, or even a trans person, I bet you will make an interesting observation that most gay people, or even LGBTQ+ people, are fairly normal and not representative of the caricatures that you would often see in the media. The thing is, for some reason, for character designers in video games and movies and shows, it isn't enough. They must make a character also look full-blown gay, or full-blown bucking whatever social trend. In reality, they should be part of a character's identity, and it's okay for them to buck said trend, but it shouldn't be their sole personality, or the sole thing you see and think about when you look at them. Here's an example. I wish child poverty wasn't a thing, but if you make a hero for me and call it Mr. Stop Child Poverty, and he's super on the nose, that's fucking lame, dude. Give me a rich Batman saving the poor people like me any day of the week. You can't make social issues a character. You have to build them into a character's identity in a way that's relatable and thus makes sense. And that's an issue that I have with the LGBTQ+ and DEI representation push myself, personally is in the process of doing it, they're creating tons of easy targets for angry onliners and anti-LGBTQ+ people to latch onto and then blame for failure. By not actually creating a proper character, this means a fun and liked character, even if she's gay, bi, fat, green, whatever, you're kind of doing more harm than good and designing a cast of characters people both forget and actually grew to loathe. But did you notice how I didn't just say DEI characters and call it a day? Well, because that's not actual analysis and doesn't even come close to telling the full scope of the issues. But brace yourself for the brave online DEI warriors in the comments calling me a shill because I don't have the same 3 brain cells that you guys do. The shit analysis doesn't end there though, in my analysis of it either. This time going back to the world of video game journalism with another repeat customer, IGN. The analysis now is that, well, too much time in the oven is a bad thing. And that's right, as the analogy implies, of course. But when I see such painful logic, and IGN isn't the only one to push this, but it's written right here in the article, that being late to the party, according to IGN, means you have to bring something new to the table. Which is also true. But the issue with this logic is that it states, or implies, that if Concord launched 6 years or 8 years ago, it would have been a vastly different of an outcome. But my issue with this logic is it ignores most of the other issues we have already outlined, on top of the fact that it would still be going up against the competition already used as an excuse, but this time in their heyday. So again, we have this whole nothing burger with some truth tacked onto it, because yeah, it's true, the longer you take to launch in a market space, the more developed it becomes, which is why you have to become more unique. But something that must be also acknowledged is that since I see a lot of varying numbers floating around, I have only been told by my sources and read the public sources that the game was worked on for 4 years and not this like cartoonish 8 or 6 that people have been repeatedly saying, which is older than the company making the game itself. This means that the game was in actual development by 2020 already, meaning that Overwatch was already out for 4 entire years. Meanwhile, TF2 was out for 13 years. Concord didn't have an excuse to not learn from its competition, nor the games that came before it. Instead, it seemed to try to borrow the best aspects from these games and then pile them all together into something that ended up barely being edible. Now, I've used this analogy before, but here we go again, the part Cajun Southern boy making his Cajun food references. Gumbo, man, gumbo's incredible. It's highly customizable, combines all different kinds of proteins and textures, and is oftentimes quite spicy or flavorful. The thing is, it takes forever to make. No, seriously, sometimes people feel gumbo is simply just piling a bunch of random things together with rice and sausage, and eating it. And while that's mostly true, Cajun food isn't as pretentious as the French counterpart. If you aren't careful, you can tip the balance too far into one direction and end up with a whole pot of barely edible gumbo. That's why it's important to stick with what works, and while making improvements where you can. So all the social politics aside, what about Concord was better than Destiny or Overwatch? Visuals, maybe, like the maps are gorgeous in Concord, and maybe even in a mechanical sense in some ways, but the visual identity of both of those games are far more positively received and remembered. Let's not kid ourselves. So in the end, you have a game that copies most of its contemporaries, has shinier graphics, an unlikable cast, and seem to, throughout the entire process of the game's development, lack a proper leader and someone willing to be the public-facing, no matter the negativity person. That's kind of what doesn't sit right with me about Concord. It feels like there's this lack of vision, but on top of that, a lack of vision usually implies a lack of proper leadership guiding towards that collective vision. Instead, it seems like a game by committee with none of the true benefits of such. I can't even tell you who the leader on the Concord project was up until I looked this stuff up, of course. And even with the gift of hindsight, I still really don't know. And sometimes not all designers are fit for leadership. But anyway, this is a red flag for me personally because it shows a development team or leadership team unwilling to stick their neck out and their own creativity and vision out there on the line and be an actual leader. We have police sirens going in the background because Concord has been busted. I'm just kidding. Contrast this to many other shooters and it's quite clear. If the devs really believed in Concord in the way that they were saying, it seemed that their leadership didn't, to the same extent, at least in my opinion. Because even if you take an experienced development team with a big budget and tons of support, if you don't lead them correctly, they can make a game that gets canceled in a few weeks, despite how pretty it looks. And to be clear, as a leader myself, if I fail within just a few weeks or a few matches of a martial art match or something, I'm looking at that as a failure. I want to make one last comparison before my voice gives out and before I put this case to rest, detectives. One I feel that is very important for putting a bow on my analysis of the situation. Deadlock. And maybe this is just an excuse for me to talk about it because I'm having fun playing it as I put 60 hours into the game before it opening up 24/7, but Deadlock is Valve's in development multiplayer MOBA shooter. For me, the genius with Deadlock is, besides featuring the iconic Valve style and design in many ways, is that the game masquerades like a hero shooter, when in actuality, it's much more akin to Smite or Overwatch. In Deadlock, while you can focus on your aim with certain item combinations, most of the characters are ability driven, with guns serving as their kind of main farm and auto attack of a sort. Farming, of course, is killing creeps, or in this case, gathering souls, which allow you to gain gold or souls in this case, meaning that the game feels like a MOBA with guns. The game mode is also incredibly complex, despite seeming quite simple in MOBA terms. Not only does it have the classic MOBA approach of having lanes, defeat the main boss, and towers to win the game, with creeps pushing the different lanes and so on and so forth, it innovates the concept with different types of tower defenses in the way of the champions and guardians and walkers, and a zipline that allows you to travel quickly around the map that kind of reminds me of Heroes of the Storm. The map itself also promotes vertical play, not unlike the Paragon of old, and has tons of creep camps that you can farm, sort of like the jungle, as well as various buffs and souls littered throughout the map in the form of boxes and bases. Deadlock allows players from multiple genres, shooters and MOBAs, to come together and find a common place in a team environment with multiple characters offering all types of flavor. That alone makes it fairly unique. Throw in how much alike it actually is to games like Smite and Team Fortress 2 and even Dota with the items, and that those things actually help Deadlock, as players can easily identify them and their playstyles and characters from such easier. Especially because the character design in Deadlock is semi-realistic, and it doesn't have too much of the anime-looking stuff that goes on in Concord that makes it hard to even understand what's going on. It's just much easier to understand visually, including with the particle effects flying. Deadlock's characters are also just easier to understand in what they do by merely looking at the characters. Ivy flies around and drops hot sticky loads. Infernus is the flame guy or flame man, you get the idea. They even have an LGBTQ+ character, and none of you would be any of the wiser as to who it actually is, unless you actually read and pay attention, which is actually how it should be. Concord was often touted quite positively that it was existing in this middle ground between Valorant and Overwatch, probably because it had 2 out of 5 modes be this one life Valorant style. And it was a hero shooter. But who was even asking for a middle ground between these two games? They aren't even the same style of game despite featuring heroes. And why make a PvP only title when you're selling so much about this concept of teamwork and unity, even into the characters themselves? Instead, you turned down the whole temperature of your series and made everything kind of seem very trivial. Instead, Concord ironically had the same issue as another game that I covered, Brink. No unique game modes that force unique hero designs and balancing, as well as make the game stand apart. Both games just took existing modes and barely tried to improve them, and the outcome was that they became featured quickly on this series just like this video. By just copying modes in your shooter, you're basically making it to where it's so hard to distinguish between those games and your game, and in the moments that you have to distinguish, if you aren't distinguishing positively, it's going to be seen as a negative thing. It also affects balance because balance becomes a lot more rock, paper, scissors because it doesn't have a choice in how you chose to design the game. I can't help but also feel that the same style and approach, but in something closer to a sci-fi space adventure game, would have fared just much better. It would have also allowed the developers to make the gameplay, even in the multiplayer, more rambunctious and not so focused on being as balanced as I talked about, which allows for a lot more fun thinking in ways of like Hearthstone, right? I guess when I envision a successful Concord, I envision this title that sheds the classic hero shooter meta and becomes something more of this casual and outside of the box shooter, like Borderlands or Destiny. Or even just think about shooters like Killzone, which I also covered in my Brink video. Killzone was a well-respected single-player series on the Sony platform that also had a pretty good multiplayer, especially Killzone 3. It's like Concord doesn't match any of the titles that came before it. And that doesn't seem like a positive thing, because it puts all the pressure on you performing in the only way you can perform. With that music playing, detectives, it means that we have analyzed enough analysis and been a meathead enough to reporters and supposed video game critics and gamers, and most importantly for this segment and this video, gathered enough clues and bits of evidence to solve the case. So for those who weren't paying attention or just missed the clues between the cracks and overwhelming amount of information, why did Concord die? No proper leadership. ChatGPT the game. Nearly no marketing or proper promotion. Failed to differentiate or build enough of their own design. Lack of single player or a content-filled multiplayer. conflicting world, and story design. Failure to understand character design in a character-driven game. Outdated business model. An engine change from UE4 to UE5. As well as, while it's not an official reason, I want to also mention that the game was being conceived during the height of COVID and that whole drama there. Now, there are many lessons to learn from Concord. That's why I spent so much time talking about criticism and being critical of it in this video, which is not something that I typically do, because I want people to take the right lessons from this entire thing and not choose the lazy and basement-dwelling takes that don't have much basis in reality and don't push gaming forward at all, nor really educate you on much. In a sense, it's letting Concord off easy, by just attributing its failure to some anti-ideology you don't enjoy, because so much more of the game was missing beside that. The game itself lacked a proper soul, and in my 6 years of covering this stuff on my channel and 15 plus years of testing major titles, this is one of the rare times that I can say that that was the case. Meaning it's one thing when a WoW clone or Korean MMO clone lacks originality, right? They have smaller budgets and you don't really end up expecting them to be that different. But when you have nearly 200 million in budgeting and you're backed by Sony, the expectations are much higher, and lacking originality in that case is kind of a literal game-ending sin. Because I've covered 100 titles plus, and I've played way more to count, and the amount of times that I can say a game lacked personality is extremely low, especially in this context in a major title. That means that Concord's failure was less about needing to be more unique, and more about not being anything special. A game too afraid to offend anyone. Thanks for watching.
Oh, so much.
All who lack honor shall wither. All who lack faith shall be lost. My loyalty is to the Emperor.
Watch. Let's watch this. Now.
Okay then, what up friendos, welcome back. Fellow MMORPG enjoyers, got a real treat for you today. The Lazy Payon released a video about the Quinfall, doing like a review, and then a bunch of stuff he brought up in the video the developers wanted to speak to him about, and he conducted like an interview with them, and he messaged me and said, here's the video where I go through it all, and also here's the transcript of the questions that I sent and the answers that they sent me. If you want to make a video, you can react to my video, or you can just do whatever. And I just said I'll probably react to the video for some quick, cheap and fun content, because if I was to go and research this as I did a year or 2 years ago when I made the original video talking about the Quinfall and all the issues with it and the developer, I don't think there'd be that much more to dig up than I already dug up. So it's more just going to be like a refresher, go through what the dev said, see if there's any weird things that they said, and just make a video for people to watch and hopefully get something out of it. But the real reason why there's no massive point in going and looking under the couch cushions to see if we can find a $5 bill is the Quinfall did exactly what everyone knew the Quinfall was going to do. It was going to come out and be not very good, because 6,000 people peak on launch 27 days ago, and then now they're peaking at 2,700 players, so they've lost over half their player base in less than a month for a $20 box price game. And some people are enjoying it as a 49% positive review score, which is fine. The thing with this has and always will be, any indie MMO from like no tenured history of releasing games and products that people know, and having that trust is always going to be met with skepticism, and it's almost always going to result in a game coming out that has no real longevity. And that's just where the Quinfall is. And obviously, if you didn't follow this game originally, there was a whole back and forth for months about this being like a scam, which we'll get into in the video, my opinion on that whole thing and how people use the word scam and things. But let's just watch what Lazy Payon has to say, and then we'll go over some stuff.
This is a game that's had quite a bit of controversy surrounding its development, so for the first time, I felt it was appropriate to make a buyer beware section listing all the red flags. After that
Oh, I didn't realise I'm in 1.75x. It's just how I watch all my videos.
video release, the developers of the game reached out to me requesting an interview to address these red flags. So for the sake of fairness and hearing both sides, today we're going to go over their response. First though, it's worth mentioning that after my previous video, I had even more people reach out to me about how easy this game is to hack, and I even got one guy in a Discord call to show me the hacks live via screen share, even after the devs
Yeah, this looks reasonable. This looks like a reasonable game to be playing. Yeah.
implemented easy anti-cheat into the game.
I think such a low quality.
He also claimed that him and multiple other people from the Quinfall Discord have been banned for trying to report bugs, as well as other players that have been cheating, which is something that I asked the dev in this interview. So for this interview, I decided that doing it over messages was best, as the devs don't speak any English, and I wanted to be able to go away and try and validate their answers after. So let's get into it. In your previous MMO, Keira Online, you officially partnered with an RMT.
This is like a classic, quintessential, like non-Western MMO interface. If you've ever played any of the games from like any MMOs that came from just like random publishers and developers in the early 2000s, this is the interface that you would see.
Website. Have you changed your stance on the RMT situation in Quinfall? If so, why are people openly advertising RMT services in chat and not being banned? Keira Online was not released on an international platform like Steam. It was only available to players in Turkey. The platform you mentioned did not sell items that could be considered RMT, such as character or gold sales. Instead, it was merely a payment.
Oh, yes it did. The platform you mentioned did not sell any items that could be considered RMT. Yes, it fucking did.
Gateway, where players could purchase Keira Dinar, the in-game currency.
They have this guy, the content creator role in the Quinfall Discord, despite having advertisements for an RMT website all over his Discord. I mean, that's a good look, isn't it? Yeah, that's a good look for your game. Fairly sure that's against Steam TOS, by the way. Should probably not be having that advertised in your Discord server and promoting that person. Probably not a great idea, but you know.
Currency of Keira Online, similar to how Steam has its own payment system. Since we did not have our own payment infrastructure, we partnered with this platform as a solution. We did not allow RMT back then, and we do not allow it now. Players engaging in RMT are permanently banned based on player reports and our Game Master team's inspections.
For whatever it's worth, I was speaking to like some Turkish people who used to play this game, because that's where this comes from, by the way. And they said the exact opposite to this. They were like, oh yeah, no, RMT is just like a thing in this game. And even when I made the video, there was a bunch of Turkish people defending this in the comment section, saying basically like, oh, Turkish people and Turkish games are just different to the West, so you know, why are you commenting on this, blah blah blah. So I don't know why the 180 on this, when I mean there's still screenshots and videos of this website and what they had on the website. So yeah, you know, the thing is, right, I personally don't give a fuck if you did something that really makes no massive difference in the past. Like if the game had RMT in it, the old game, years gone by, I don't care. What I do care about is when you obfuscate or lie or say something that people can fact check into, or where there's like a layer of abstraction or something that just comes off dishonest, purely because anything you then ask me to trust you about later I'm not going to, and it colors every interaction I'd ever have with you and your company going forward. Whereas if you just said, yeah, that was an old game and we've moved past that, it doesn't really matter, I'd be like, yeah, you're right. It's just a thing that with like big companies, like big corporations and stuff, I can understand why they always try and PR and market speak, but just try to bullshit their way out of things. Oreo, don't do that. That's a television that is probably never going to get used because I've still not unpacked it in a month, and they didn't pack the stand for it, so I can't do anything with it right now, or the power cable or the remote for both the TVs. So it's really good, going good. Yeah, I understand why big companies bullshit you, because legally, like, it's probably a defense of just, oh, we'll just obfuscate and whatever else, and then nobody can really catch us on something further down the line, and we might have legal problems. If you're like a small dev or something, you should be like, yeah, own it. It is what it is. Whatever, who cares? And just move on, and people would be like, yeah, actually, you're right. That's true. Nobody does care, but they never do.
In our latest updates, we've made it even more difficult by implementing level restrictions for the global chat system. Additionally,
that's like the bare minimum, by the way. No online game with currency trading should ever launch without something like this anyway. In the latest update, we put something in that World of Warcraft learned 20 fucking years ago.
Major MMORPGs like Albion Online and New World also face similar issues from time to time. However, no one claims that these games are in partnership with RMT websites.
Those games also would immediately remove the content creator role of somebody advertising RMT websites in their game, in their Discord server, and also have never partnered with an RMT website. So there is a little bit of context there, but I do agree that the criticism of like, there's gold spammers in your game, is that because you accept RMT is kind of just like pointless, just because every MMO has gold spammers. Every game has gold spammers. Log on Path of Exile 2, they are gold spammers. They're like whispering you and shit. They're posting in trade chat. Like, this never goes away. It never will go away. Remember the good old days in World of Warcraft where they figured out how to stop the gold spammers in chat for a little while, and instead gold spammers would fly hack gnomes to land and spell out gold advertising on the floor in Stormwind and Ironforge. Those were the days, bro. The creative way to make a business out of selling gold. World of Warcraft, a history. Is just that's on display, and it's so fucking funny. That shit was hilarious. I wish they'd left it in the game just because it was funny, but that went on for a while. This will always go on. It is what it is. It's not a big deal.
Sometimes people focus only on negative comments and form judgments accordingly. That being said, many players who actually experience our game express their satisfaction. Ultimately, who you choose to believe is entirely up to you.
Yes, believe us, the people repeatedly saying things that just don't make any sense. But I do love when companies do this. It is true some people are enjoying the game. It's got like 49% positive reviews and 2,700 players are logging on every day at peak. So probably 10,000+ people per day are logging on to play, which is good. It is what it is. If people enjoy the game, cool. That's great. I hope you continue to, and hopefully the game continues to get better, because having games vanish isn't something I want to happen personally. But it is funny when you frame it as like, that being said, many players who actually experience our games, that's just like a way to hand wave criticism away. They don't speak English as a first language, so maybe it's a little bit unfair to pick through like specific wording. But this feels like the person writing it has a good handle on English, whether it's AI, who fucking knows. But either way, whenever you say something like, oh, people who actually engage with what I'm doing or saying are actually satisfied, what you're saying is everyone else is uninformed, and also dismissing the fact that over 50% of people who engage with it don't like what you're doing or are satisfied, so it doesn't really mean shit.
I don't entirely trust the devs' response to this question. They said the platform you mentioned did not sell any items that could be considered RMT. So I checked this website myself, buynogame.com, and you can buy Lost Ark Gold, PoE 2 orbs, and items for various MMOs such as Night Online. Certainly meets the definition of an RMT site to me.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
crazy,
Wayback
yeah.
Machine isn't working for this website, so I can't find exactly what was sold in their previous MMO. So if you want to trust the devs that they only used this RMT website as a payment gateway, then that's up to you.
Yeah, the problem is that the pay to win in the game was also fucked beyond belief. So in combination, those two things are just like, yeah, disqualifying.
Many people felt that your previous MMO, Kra Online, was rug pulled. What caused you to shut the game down so quickly and begin work on a new MMO? First and foremost, Kra Online was not shut down suddenly. In its final 4 months, the game had an average of 50 to 100 active players, making it increasingly difficult to cover server costs. We openly communicated this with our players and informed them that if things continued this way, we would not be able to sustain the game in the coming months. So the shutdown was not unexpected. Players were aware of the situation. The closure of Kra Online was not a decision made.
That's fair enough. I'm not going to go fact check it. I can't remember what I was told originally. That's fine. Games fail. It's all good. The issue is this next part.
To transition to Quinfall. In fact, we had already started developing Quinfall. Our goal was to focus on a larger global project, and as a team we expanded our efforts to bring this vision to life.
Now, what you have to remember is when I looked into this, this is one guy, right? This was one guy who developed a game called Kra Online, released it into beta, took money from people to play the game, then started working on another game while that game was still in beta, and basically did abandon that game. You can say, oh, you know, there was only 50 to 100 active players, but you are one fucking person. You're maintaining one game and developing an entirely new game. Like, in any other walk of life, if this was like a project releasing on Steam Early Access, I mean, look at how people treat Dean Rocket Hall, right? Releases a game, sticks with it for a little bit, moves on and releases another game, leaves a team working on that game, and the games are usually pretty good. You get your money's worth typically, but people treat him like he's abandoned, where, you know, scamming people. You're one dude developing a game, and then you're saying, oh, we didn't abandon it. One, who's fucking we? Two, you by definition did. If you don't have time to make one MMO as one guy anyway. So how the fuck are you gonna make two? You physically can't, unless you are like, I don't know, bro. You're the best programmer ever made. You just spawned into this world with like fucking anime level abilities of coding things. To think that working on a completely separate game, a whole new MMO, would mean that you didn't abandon the first one that was floundering. I don't care, by the way. If you release a game, it doesn't do well, and then you're like, okay, we're closing the game and I'm gonna go work on another one. I do care if you say, oh, we were already working on it, by the way, while this game was going on, and but I didn't abandon it. You're just lying. Like, it is what it is. That's very plain for anybody to see.
So there was no direct connection between the shutting down of Kra Online and moving on to Quinfall. So from what I understand, Kra Online never made it out of beta, and seemingly only had 2 years worth of development put into it before being shut down. So I can see why people feel it was abandoned. Also, I do find it a bit odd that they started work on the Quinfall whilst they already had another MMO still in beta, especially considering they apparently only have one dev that does all the coding, which they confirm in a question that I ask later. If they were losing money every month and didn't see a future in the project, then fair enough, I can see why they'd shut it down. What do you say in response to the claims that your game has no anti-cheat? We use server-side anti-cheat systems in the game, however in the early days this system produced some false positives, so it was temporarily disabled.
Oh, bro. What do you say to not having anti-cheat in a full release MMO? Well, you're right, we fucking didn't have any, because it didn't work, so we decided to launch the game anyway with no anti-cheat. Holy shit, is this the UI of this game, by the way? Bro, that looks exactly like Black Desert Online. What the fuck? Even the icons, bro. Do I have to pull the... I'm going to pull this up. Black Desert Online Remastered Interface. Bro, that looks exactly... I've not played BDO in like a year and a bit. But What the fuck, bro? Look at the interface. What the fuck? That's exactly the same. Even the icons are identical. Bro, that's shameless. Even the ability icons and everything are the same. Oh man, that is
As a quick
shameless.
solution, we integrated Easy Anti-Cheat. Additionally, we're currently in discussions with different anti-cheat companies to establish a stronger long-term protection system. Our goal is to secure a licensing agreement that will provide a robust and permanent solution. We take cheating very seriously and are actively working on implementing the most effective...
Yeah, it fucking looks like it, right? This is just one of those things, right? You just don't release your game if your anti-cheat doesn't work, and if you don't have a solution for anti-cheat. It is what it is. In an MMO where I'm going to say something that will be unpopular. I do like doing that. These cats are going nuts, by the way, which is why I'm super distracted. I always have like this opinion on pay to win that a lot of people just don't vibe with at all, and that is pay to win is not the biggest issue about monetization in games. The biggest issue about monetization in games is pay for convenience, because convenience essentially means the developers are incentivized to put things in the game that make the game worse for you to play so that you can pay to overcome that hurdle. And it's usually quite a lot of money, and it's usually just annoying shit that makes the game unfun, which does lead to a competitive advantage if you don't have it. But it's not like... But pay to win in general of like, oh, I just can buy stuff to sell to other players for in-game gold, and then I use that gold to buy the best gear in the game. That mechanic existing sucks, and I agree it shouldn't, but that's not the world we live in. But the issue people have with that usually is the illusion of the ability to compete and the ability of fairness. And why I say it's an illusion is because, but whether it's paying money to get stuff in the game that other people can get, or spending 16 hours in the game grinding all day while you're, you know, going to work, coming home, having dinner with your wife. I thought I was about to say having wife with your dinner, but mate, I mean, you know, whatever floats your boat. You know, tucking your kids into bed, reading them a bedtime story, and then getting on the game for 1 hour a night. Whether it's column A or column B makes no fucking difference. And then obviously adding in the skill element as well of these people are probably just going to be better at the game than you. So it's the illusion of competition that most people care about. They don't actually care whether they can compete, because they can't. What they care about is the illusion of fairness. When you launch an MMO, that's a long-winded point, a long-winded explanation of what this point's going to be. When you launch an MMO, or any game with like a persistent economy, people want to feel like it's fair and they're on equal footing, at least at the beginning. And as soon as you let them know you're not, somebody's doing something that's like super accelerating their gameplay by orders of magnitude that you can never do, by cheating. This makes people quit games. It absolutely 1000% does. It makes me quit games as well. I think about when Path of Exile 2 launched recently, and I was playing the game a lot. I played 700 plus hours in the first like month, basically. I was on that game fucking constantly. I was playing like 16 hours a day, and I was trading constantly. I had like 40 tabs open, trade sniping, trading, flipping, buying, selling, and I had insane amounts of currency. And then I found out that people were cheating, and people were rolling back the server to repeatedly craft the best items in the game, and I immediately just stopped playing, because I was like, okay, I've done all this, and, you know, I'm having fun playing the game, but now I feel like my efforts, like the time I put in and everything is just... So I'll just wait for this to be fixed and the new league to come out. With an MMO, there's no new league coming out. It's an MMO. Unless you're going to wipe it, which they've said they're not going to, I'm pretty sure. This issue immediately disqualifies this game in most people's eyes if they know about it. If they log in and they see people are like, oh, we've got all this crazy shit, we're super high level, we're fucking, you know, we're winning the game because we've been cheating, the game's fucked. It just is. This happened with New World. We all saw it. People were duping, clans were exploiting, people were getting insane amounts of currency and making the game imbalanced. That was one of many issues that compounded in New World being what it is. But this will make people quit. And in MMOs, especially sandbox MMOs, especially PvP MMOs, the snowball rolling downhill is what kills these games every single time without fail. Even if this game had a healthy player base that could support it, as soon as people start quitting for one reason, and people start seeing less people in the world, the trade's not as popping, there's not as many people to do stuff with, there's not as many people to find in PK, the snowball keeps getting bigger because then those people quit, and then there's less people, which makes more people quit. This is like the death knell of sandbox PvP games. I played all of them. Not going to play this one because I feel like it's probably a waste of my time. But I played all of them, and this is how it goes, always. So this is fucking dog shit. You never release a game like this.
System. Okay, I mean, it's all well and good claiming that you take cheating seriously, but their actions don't match their words. Why would you even launch a game in early access without already having a permanent solution to anti-cheat? I checked the Quinfall Discord, and they don't plan on doing any wipes. So anyone who cheats now and gets super far ahead will have a permanent advantage. They already went through all of this with their previous...
Why the fuck is that guy's name CEO in the Discord? I hope he doesn't work for them, and if he's like the main guy and he has his name as CEO in Discord, like, fuck me.
Memo which was super easily exploited. So the fact that this is a problem in Quinfall can't be put down to inexperience but incompetence at this point. What do you say in response to the claim that your game is client-side authoritative and easily exploited by hackers? Due to the vast content of our game, some data is processed client-side. However, all of this data is filtered and verified by the server before being reflected in the game.
So as you can see on screen here, this is the cheat guy that Payon talked about earlier, that is literally showing that this is completely incorrect. He's literally using like a fucking cheat engine that he's created, and he's just teleporting mobs into a big blob with God mode on and attacking, as you can see there. I don't know if you can read it. It says 3x hits, and he's got God mode on and super speed. Like, this is pure dog shit. I don't care what you say about, like, no MMOs have this. No big MMOs have this issue. This shit is all server-side, as far as I'm aware.
This means that these client-side processors do not create critical security vulnerabilities, such as item duplications or other major
completely irrelevant, because the amount of stuff you can farm by doing this might as well be a dupe.
Exploits. The client-side processing is mostly limited to aspects like movement speed modifications, attack speed adjustments, or minor tweaks to NPC behavior. These types of exploits can be prevented though through third-party anti-cheat solutions.
Bro, he's got invisibility as well. Jesus.
And we are taking necessary precautions in this regard. The day after they implemented Easy Anti-Cheat into the game, I got in a call with a guy on Discord who opened up a cheat client that was coded within 20 minutes and had powers such as God Mode, 3x attack speed, the ability to suck all mobs in an area together to speed farm, perma auto fishing whilst playing the game normally, being able to kill other players in safe zones, super speed material gathering.
Wait, perma auto fishing while being able to play the game? Wait, he's fishing while he's running around playing the game? Bro, bro, this fucking game. What a pile of shit.
And access to areas of the map currently not available without exploits. If these things aren't considered critical security vulnerabilities or major exploits, then I don't know what is. To be fair, from what I can tell, you can't spawn in items or dupe, but you can do pretty much everything else. On screen, I sent some questions to the Unity dev that made the cheat client. You can pause here to read.
How easy were you able to create a cheat client for the game, and what level of expertise will be required to make it? Could anyone do this? He replies, it's not super easy. Making a full cheat client takes time and know-how. It's not something just anyone could whip up. If you have decent programming skills, you might be able to bypass anti-cheat, and after that, it's easy. Yeah, this is like the barrier for most cheating in games. The anti-cheat is the hurdle, and as soon as you get past the anti-cheat, you can then basically do what the game allows you to do, right? Which in most games is... Stop it, you dick. In most games is not a ton of stuff, but there will always be things you can cheat in games. But it just depends on what the server then picks up, because even if you bypass anti-cheat, servers usually have like oh, you're doing something fucking weird, we're going to kick you, or we're going to ban you, or we're going to send this data to, you know, flag your account, and then somebody's going to manually look at it, maybe with a ban at the same time. So if the server's not doing that and you get past the anti-cheat, GG.
Nothing.
Right. Because then the things that the developer just said, you can just do it. If anyone played Black Desert Online, they had the same issue. From what I understand, the issue they had was they tied, like, you know, in a lot of Japanese games that they release, obviously I know BDO is not Japanese, it's Korean, I'm just giving an example. A lot of Japanese games that release, they tie, like, the game's speed to FPS. And in BDO, this is the same shit. And they were tying, like, move speed and attack speed to frames directly. And basically, if you bypass the anti-cheat in that game, you could manipulate your character to basically fly around the game at super speed and use abilities that had no cooldown, just infinitely fast. So you could insta-gib big groups of mobs. And this completely fucked the game for a very long time. I don't know what it's like now, but it was so bad that they literally had to delete game modes from the game. And this is just a thing that happened. So this is normal-ish, but most games don't have, most MMOs do not have this problem. Most MMOs don't have the ability for you to just make your character infinitely fast and attack super fast and have god mode. Just because you bypass the anti-cheat, you'll typically run into issues. Did the anti-cheat make things difficult for you in any way? It depends on how aggressively it's implemented. Sometimes it's just a small hurdle, yeah. Are you aware of other people in the game using similar hacks? Yes, of course. What would the developers need to do to prevent these hacks from being possible? More aggressive implementation of anti-cheat? Doubt they will with only one developer. Even if they had a better anti-cheat, the anti-cheat is always just the barrier that you have to get over before you then do what you're going to do in the game, as far as I'm aware. Have you played other MMOs that are this easily hackable before? You're surprised by how easy it was to hack? And he says, Quimfall was extremely easy because they launched the game with 0% protection, which made it easy to get inside the client. Had to translate to English, some words might be messed up around there. So yeah, the game's just fucking, it's just poorly made.
The response. Why did you Photoshop your company logo onto a game dev office stock image? This has honestly been one of the funniest topics for us. When we added the image to our website, we never claimed this is our office or this represents us. There was no such statement in our descriptions either. The image was simply a placeholder.
Bro, can you imagine the level of gaslighting to be able to say this? Oh, we never said that this was our game. That would be like the equivalent of just saying, oh, this is the Quimfall, and then showing a trailer of like a fucking of World of Warcraft. Like, oh, when criticized, we didn't say that trailer was our game. No, it's implied though, isn't it? If you have about us and then you have a picture of a fucking studio, what are other people to assume? That it's not you? Like, I honestly never understand how people can say shit like this and then just be like, yeah, people believe this. We didn't say it was us. Why'd you put it on your website then? Oh, you know, it's just, it literally says here, oh, somebody just did it as a placeholder. Like, fair enough. Just, you're using a logo here. Just use the logo. Why go out of your way to, you've done more work by photoshopping your fucking logo onto an office that isn't yours. You've literally done more work to turn around and say, we didn't actually say that was our office. Like, no, but that's what you wanted people to believe, and now you're lying about it.
That our web
not just lying, you're gaslighting the fuck out of people with this. Like, look at this shit, bro. There's no way that making this took less work than just posting a placeholder image of your logo, which you now have on your website. Like, that's fucking wild.
Designer temporarily added during the website's development. Frankly, we never expected it to draw this much attention because for us, it wasn't an issue at all.
I hope that's photoshopped as well, because if not, they literally cut off the sections that show that it's basically like I mean, you can see this anyway and be like, that's just when you go to buy a house and all the houses are new and they just have the I can't think of the word for some reason, the show home. This is like a show office. This is like a photography office or something. But if you cut the sides off, it's a little bit less obvious. If they did that, I don't know whether they did or not.
At all. Fair enough response, but I think it's low IQ to not acknowledge why the MMO community would consider this a red flag. From our point of view, when the Quinfall was announced, we could see this incredibly ambitious MMO talking about having all these crazy features.
Yeah.
The first thing you're logically going to do is look up the team behind it to see if they're legit, because a massive MMO takes a large team with a lot of funding, and over the years we've had a lot of scams and vaporware in this genre. How many developers are working on the Quinfall currently? I'm not talking about testers, moderators, or freelancers. How many devs with coding experience are part of Voreg technology? The Quinfall project initially started with just one senior developer. Our team has since expanded and we now have a total of 42 members, including freelancers, testers, and moderators.
Not what I asked, but okay. So they started with one guy. This is consistent with what I was told the whole time. It's just this one dude.
Our core team consists of 10 people. However, in terms of the game's software structure, the 2016 square kilometer Quinfall universe is built on 8 million lines of optimized code written by one single developer, Frenzy.
When did they start working on this game? There's no way this is real. There's no way this dude's written 8 million lines of code as one guy in this amount of time. I think it's been like 3 years or something since he's been working on this. This isn't real life. It's okay. If you know, you know. But it's funny to say, oh, we've got 42 members on our team now, but our core team consists of 10 people. So if you're one of the other 32 people, guess you're just a fucking... you're just one of the riff-raff that they've got in there. If you're serious about your game and the game's come out and you've sold the game, it's $20 each, by the way. At least in the West. I don't know what it is for, you know, people in Turkey or whatever. But if you're selling the game and people are buying it and people are buying
Hold up. I'll be back. Okay. I just want freaking back? We back. Alright. There goes this.
Transactions and things. If you're gonna expand the team, why the fuck would you just get like 41 other people that aren't software engineers, that aren't writing code? Like, I don't get, what are the other 41 people doing? I don't understand. What are you paying them for? Because what do you, how, none of this makes sense. Everything about this statement makes no sense at all. There's like a million ways to approach it, but there's no point. I'm just lost for words. This shit is not real life.
I feel like this response was a copy-paste, considering I specifically asked, how many devs with coding experience are there? It seems like the answer is 1, and it's kinda odd that moderators and testers are considered part of the team. If the core team consists of 10 people, but only one of them can code, what are the other 9 people doing?
Yeah, I mean, what are the other 41 people doing overall?
Additionally, I think it's undeniable that over the course of the game's development, Voreg have tried to mislead people into thinking the game's being worked on by an established studio.
This is just a fact. Like, if you looked into this game originally, all of their public, like, profiles that they'd made for their company had, like, dozens, 30s, 50s, 100, 150 employees listed, which they have to set. Like, they click those buttons, and the game was written by one dude, which then means you've lied repeatedly. Like, this is provable, this is objective, demonstrable, true statement. You have lied over and over again in multiple places for multiple years. And there's only one reason to do that. And that's to hoodwink people, to make people think something that isn't real, to give you false credibility. There's no other reason to do this.
On Deal Room, they're listed as having between 2 and 10 employees in 2021. I found this screenshot from the studio's LinkedIn from my first video covering Quinfall when it was announced in 2023. Here they list between 51 and 200 employees, conveniently the size you'd expect for a team trying to make an ambitious MMO. If you look now, it says between 11 and 50 employees, with only 6 having their profiles linked.
Damn.
In previous interviews, they've said our employees...
They just downscaled, bro. They just downscaled 100 people. It's all good. It happens, you know. What you do is you have no money, have 151 to 200 people on the roster, and then when you start getting money, you just fire 110 of them, and then still just have one guy that's doing coding. All of this makes complete sense to me personally.
Have experience in well-known gaming companies.
56 people on the team. So this dude just picks a number on any given day. He wakes up. Oh, okay, how many people working here today? 56. Okay, right, off to bed. Wake up next morning. 151. Like, what the fuck is this?
Companies without elaborating further. In this interview back in March 2023, they said, the average age of our current development team is high, so you could say that they have experience with many different games from past to present. Going on to say they have 56 people on their team, and of course they plan to expand that. And on Cloudara.ai, the company is listed as having a revenue between $11 million and $100 million with 78 employees. So
yeah, it is what it is.
So over the past 3 years, the developers' claims about team size and experience has really been all over the place. This, in combination with them photoshopping their company logo on a game studio stock image, is another reason why people have been skeptical about the team, and rightly so. Currently in-game, there's no way to report other players. It doesn't work, and I've received multiple messages from people who have gotten banned from the Quinfall Discord for trying to report things such as bugs and exploiters to the developers. Why? Quinfall has a large community, and no one is banned for simply providing feedback or reporting a bug. This is completely false and seems to be part of a smear campaign.
Yeah. I trust you, bro. You've said loads of stuff recently that's really, really trustworthy. So there'd be no reason why I wouldn't trust you, of course. I will say that personally, whenever anyone messages me and says, I was banned for no reason, I roll my eyes a little bit and just think, I don't believe you. Unless you show me evidence and all your messages are still in the server, and even then you could have been private messaging people, you could have been doing something else, they could have had a legitimate reason. I always find this is like one of the most flimsiest things to ever criticize or look into, just because a lot of the times people lie, and a lot of the times people don't know how they are phrasing what they deem to be like normal criticism or opinions or feedback or whatever, and they're just a dick, and then they get banned or they get silenced or whatever, and then they're like, oh, this happened for no reason. That being said, if a provable liar says, oh no, these people are lying and it's a smear campaign, it makes me believe the other people a little bit more, just because it is what it is. And my own experience with people like this is that they do typically tend to be like trigger happy on banning people and silencing people, because, you know, if you're gonna lie about stuff, there's a real good chance you're also gonna stop people telling the truth. It's just how it goes.
If you spend some time in our community and check our Discord server, you'll see that players frequently communicate directly with the developers, share their suggestions, and express both positive and negative feedback freely. In fact, we often acknowledge player concerns and discuss ways to improve the game based on their input. However, as per our community guidelines, individuals who disrupt the environment, engage in trolling, or repeatedly display toxic behavior receive warnings from our moderation team. If such behavior continues, temporary or permanent bans are enforced. These measures are never applied unfairly. So I asked this question because I had multiple people reach out to me with screenshots of them getting banned from the Discord for trying to report bugs or report players. Quinfall is the only MMO I've ever played where there's no option to report bugs or players in-game. If you try to do this, you click a button and nothing happens. So,
I mean, why even fucking have it there in the first place then? Like, this is utterly useless.
Players take to the Discord to do it. Oddly, they didn't even respond to this point in their response, and the Discord does indeed appear to be a bit of an echo chamber with trigger-happy mods, so make of that what you will. Currently, the game has some store-bought Unity assets on the cash shop. I think people...
Oh, wow. I didn't know this. This is fucking... This is insane, bro. This is how the fuck are you going to buy Unity assets and sell them as cosmetics on the cash shop? That's fucking wild. Especially since you claim you... Bro, again, if you've got 42 members on your team, what are the other 41 people doing? What, you hired 41 people and you don't have any animators, any fucking people making assets for the game? What the fuck are they doing? I don't understand.
People can understand when developers use store-bought assets in-game for development, but this is the first MMO I've ever seen where they're on the cash shop. Can you see why people have a problem with this, and do you plan to change it? Quinfall began as a startup project initially developed with limited resources and a small team.
Apart from what you posted on all those websites that said you had hundreds of people working for you and tens of millions of dollars in revenue. But you know, I digress.
Even we were surprised by the overwhelming interest in our first trailer. Our goal was always to shape the game based on community support and feedback. From the beginning, we were transparent. To accelerate Quinfall's development, we are using pre-made 3D assets. We are not asking for Kickstarter-style donations or any extra financial support. Instead, we chose to use assets to speed up development.
None of this has anything to do with what he asked you. Literally nothing. I do not think... Well, I'll qualify this because I know better. When somebody's determining whether something's a scam or whether something's bad, what they'll do is they'll look at it in totality. And if you have like red flag, red flag, red flag, issue, obviously then... And it's all store-bought assets. People are going to be like, oh, it's an asset flip, it's a scam, it's shovelware, it's blah, 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 it's bad, bad, bad. But then obviously some people also incorrectly just assume something being comprised of store-bought assets is all the same and it's all a scam and it's all bad, which is just not true. These assets exist for a reason. There's nothing bad about it. indie developers are going to use them. They're going to continue using them. Some of the most fucking incredibly fun games do this. Like Phasmophobia was almost entirely assets, and that's just a fun as fuck game that nobody would have made if it wasn't for the fact that this is possible to do, because it allows for people that have a vision, have coding experience, but don't have the money to pay people to make a bunch of assets to go into their game that might not do well, to be able to do so and do so quicker and cheaper. Assets are fine. The issue is that when you combine all store-bought assets with then other issues, that's a problem. And I know you've got to have a cash shop, but I've never seen. I'm unaware of having seen a game before buying store-bought assets and selling them in the cash shop as cosmetics. Maybe it exists. I disagree with it then as well. This just seems dog shit, right? You're charging people for things that you bought. Oh, this is a $40 pack. Let's bang it in the cash shop for $10 each. Like, it's garbage. But this is not the question he asked in the first place. It's just yet again answering no question with a bunch of bullshit that makes no sense.
Said, replacing these assets in the future will be a relatively simple process. The entire Quinfall map consists of placeholders, and once we reach a sufficient level, rebuilding assets the world from scratch would take roughly a month.
What? Bro, the development pipeline you would need to replace an entire world of custom created assets would be bigger than some of the biggest game companies in the world. There is not a fucking chance you can replace an entire game world's assets that are all store-bought with custom created, modeled assets in a month. There is no way. Even if you could get all of them created, I don't think in a month one person, which you have as a developer, could get all these in the game and looking properly. There's no chance. But the bottleneck is always going to be getting all of those assets made. Like, you need hundreds of artists to be doing this.
Jesus.
This is fucking just delusional. It is what it is.
So you can consider this a temporary situation. So in my question, I didn't even mention the use of assets for development purposes as being an issue. I think most people are fine with that. The issue is that store-bought assets are being sold on the cash shop, which they didn't respond to. Additionally, I don't think you could rebuild an entire MMO world's assets from scratch in a month.
Nope.
That sounds like a ridiculous comment to make after following multiple other MMOs in development for years, but hey, I'm not a game dev. If you are a game dev and this is possible, let me know in the comments.
It ain't.
Maybe it's possible with AI, who knows? One of my biggest critiques with the Quinfall was the game's combat. It seems that the combat is fairly close to what's provided out of the box by Atavism 10. Do you plan on improving the combat drastically from what it is now? Is this something you could realistically do? First, let us clarify that we have no connection to Atavism. As we continue development and release game updates, players will see that a pre-made system like Atavism would not be sufficient for an MMORPG of this scale.
That's very interestingly worded. So this doesn't say that they don't use atavism. It says they have no connection to atavism, which again, if you're like, a lot of my job is just reading between the lines of what people say, and again, it's going to be an issue if they're using AI or auto-translate or whatever, but saying we have no connection to them doesn't say you don't use it. It's like, oh, we don't know them, we don't work with them, but you could still be using it. And then to follow it on saying, as we continue to develop and release updates, players will see that a pre-made system like Atavism would not be sufficient for an MMO. This literally doesn't answer the question whether you use it or not. This actually completely avoids answering whether you use Atavism or not. Like, this is a major red flag of how... I mean, every other question is answered in a shit way anyway that avoids answering a question, but this doesn't say whether they do or not.
If you examine Quinfall's technical infrastructure, you will find no trace of atavism in our resources. We acknowledge that the...
But then why even include this bit? You could just say, no, we don't use atavism. Job done. Like, there's no reason to include this. This is just weird. But yeah, they're saying that they don't, I guess.
Current combat system needs improvement, and we are actively working on it. We will be providing a detailed roadmap outlining our plans for combat mechanics, animations, and other key features. So the reason I asked this question is that I saw a few comments from people saying that the Quinfall is built using Atavism, which is essentially MMO Maker for Unity, and it makes sense because Atavism basically includes all of the Quinfall's features. In my mind, using Atavism is the only way that one developer could code such a large game in such a short period of time. If you compare the Atavism footage to Quinfall, they do look very similar, but I can't find any concrete evidence to prove that they used it, so maybe they did.
Oh yeah, this does look very, I mean, even running through the trees and everything with how they look, this does look very similar, but I don't know, so I'm not going to say whether it is or not, nor would I even particularly care. If the only reason I'd care is if they claim otherwise, but then they are. If somebody wants to make a game and every single system in the game is store-bought, I couldn't care less. It depends on if the game's fun. Like, I've played games where every single thing in the game was store-bought and then customized, and I'm like, this is a fun game. I don't care. I feel like that as a talking point is kind of bait for people that want to be outraged. But yeah, it's about whether or not you're open and honest about it. So it is what it is.
Maybe they didn't. Either way, even if they did use Atavism to make the game, it wouldn't even bother me. So long as the game's fun to play, that's all that really matters. Really, I'm just trying to make sense of how one guy has coded this entire game and all of its systems. For the testing of the Quinfall,
the game's fucked, so it makes sense why it's one guy.
Some users were asked for their phone number and address. I've tested a few MMOs and never been asked for this. Why did you ask for this information? And can you understand why people saw this as a red flag, considering user details were stored in a database's plain text in your previous MMO? To clarify, we never requested address information from players. During the testing phase, phone numbers were required solely to prevent fake accounts. This was purely a verification measure. However, based on player feedback, we've since replaced the system with Steam key authentication.
Why wouldn't you just do that in the first place?
We continuously adjust our processes to align with player expectations. Regarding data security, we take serious precautions. All information on our website is protected using encryption protocols and is securely stored to prevent unauthorized access. Any comment on the screenshots of text being copy-pasted from the BDO wiki?
I remember seeing this, so if they say that this doesn't exist, I'm gonna yet again say, LOL! It did. I've just had a delivery. What is it? What was I waiting for? It is probably a magic card. Which one is it? It's an anime smothering tithe. Yeah! That's what I was waiting for. Amazing. Okay, let's finish this video.
With modern browsers, anyone can use the Inspect Element tool to alter content of a web page to make it appear however they want. When Quinfall was announced, it naturally posed a threat to some groups in the industry.
Oh, fuck off, bro. Yeah. Oh, it was our competitors. Our Black Desert Line was threatened by the Quinfall. Oh, this is so fucking funny.
Unfortunately, smear campaigns and fake accusations are common in the gaming world. So the reason I asked this is that multiple people told me they saw the BDO links, including other content creators who don't have any reason to lie, but there isn't any solid evidence other than accusations, so I guess we have to discount it. The response of calling it part of...
I mean, it's literally here, you can see it, and people are refreshing the page and everything, so yeah.
Of a smear campaign from other groups in the industry who saw the Quinfall as a threat sounds a bit delusional though, and certainly isn't common practice in the gaming world. Finally, are there any claims circulating about the Quinfall from the MMORPG community that you consider to be false and would like to speak on? The most frustrating claim for us is that the game is a scam. Anyone can try the game on Steam for up to 2 hours and request a refund if they're not satisfied. Despite this, people still spread claims that the game is fake, which is truly disappointing.
This is true, and it's untrue at the same time. Like, yeah, but people don't use the word scam like as a legal definition of scam, because that would be like, oh, somebody's trying to defraud me by saying, oh, you know, give me $100 and I'll invest it for you, and then you'll get back $150 tomorrow. Like, and then they don't give you any money and they run away, that they've defrauded you. When people in gaming typically refer to something as a scam, what they're saying is this shit doesn't add up. Be very skeptical, be worried, because there's a history here. This is too good to be true. Like, it's a catch-all word to warn people, because they know what a scam is. They know this will probably, you know, not be what it claims to be, and people are always going to do that. It is what it is, and I don't disagree that they should. Like, this is just how things are. And yeah, you can, at this point, you can buy the game on Steam, and if you don't like it, refund it after 2 hours, which is not mega helpful with an MMO, by the way, because MMOs aren't really games you get a massive handle on in 2 hours. But yeah, I could understand being upset about this, and the game is obviously not fake. The game exists. It's just the trailers looked way better than what the game actually is, and also the game's fucked, so probably not really worth the money.
We are continuously improving the game based on player feedback and have major updates planned for combat, animations and life skills. You can review our roadmap below, which we are sharing as part of this interview. Then they link the roadmap for 2025, which you can pause and have a look at. Overall, despite this MMO and a lot of these responses sending my bullshit detector off the charts to places it's never been before, I am impressed that the game was basically made by one developer.
Yeah.
Even if the game was entirely made up of store-bought assets, AI-generated art, even if they used atavism and every shortcut imaginable, I do still find it impressive that they achieved this in such a short space of time. I can respect the hustle and grind. Personally, I would never invest more time into playing the Quinfall purely because it's client authoritative and very easy to hack, even with easy anti-cheat.
Yeah.
The devs have made many contradictory statements, so I wouldn't trust them, and the devs have said that there won't be any wipes despite cheaters running rampant, meaning the game's economy and integrity is forever cooked. That being said, the game costs $20, and a lot of people do feel like they've got $20 worth of fun out of it, so I wouldn't say it's a straight up scam either. For me to even consider trying this game again in the future, the devs would need to make the game server-side authoritative, get on top of the cheating situation, then do a server wipe. If they do all those things, maybe we'll see a Quinfall in 2026 video from me in the future. But that's it for this video. I don't usually make these kind of drama investigation vids, so I probably didn't do the best job with it. I'd actually encourage other content creators to also go down the rabbit hole and verify if what the developers have said in this interview is true or not.
It ain't. Yeah, you did a good job, Payon. My boy, you did a great job. I think we can leave it there. Obviously, most of the shit they said is just absolute nonsense, isn't it? It's absolutely terrible. As a game developer, 10 years, 1 month, those assets are not even a pipe dream. It's a load of BS. Just plain impossible to do, even with an incredibly well-built pipeline of professionals. Yeah, this is just the case. And anybody who knows anything, I'm not a game developer, but I followed it enough to know that this is just lying, and it's lying for the sake of lying. And if you're lying about something as simple as that, like, you can't be trusted on pretty much anything. Plus, a lot of this stuff is just provably false that's been said, or just not answering questions. So it's just more of the same. And my position will always be, if you're an indie dev and you've got big dreams, cool. Just don't be dishonest, just admit it, and people will give you the respect for doing that, because that's one of the things you gain from being a small developer, is the ability to just be like, yeah, there's no corporate BS here, there's no nonsense, we can just have a conversation with you, be frank about it, be open and honest, and people appreciate that human element of the thing that you gain by being a small development team. But this has always been bullshit. Is it a scam? No. Like, you're getting what you pay for. It's there, you can see the reviews. If you feel scammed after that point, you've simply not been paying attention, and that's your fault. But at the same time, it is dishonest, which dishonesty for money a lot of people call a scam, and if they want to do that, that's fine. So there we go. The link to Payon's video will be in the video description. Hopefully you enjoyed, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Go check out Gamer Subs. You can buy hoodies like this one that you can't even see. I don't know if this one's still available, but you can buy hoodies, you can buy Gamer Subs, waifu cups, you can buy drinks, you can buy loads of different stuff. They've even got a trading card game now, so go click the link in the video description, use my code, get a discount. I get money kicked back to me from whatever you spend, so you get money off, I earn money. Thanks, and I'll see you next time. Peace. Okay, what up, friendos? I figured I'd just record this to, you know, update people if they've not been following along with the fantastic saga, the return of the day before scammers, you know, after scammers, because they didn't take any money, not from the public anyway. There's, I guess, speculation that the real scam happened with investors and things like that, and companies like Nvidia. But that's not for us to say. Obviously, they released the day before. It was just built completely on lies. And now they've tried to come back, make a Kickstarter, and are doing this whole shit about like, oh, our number one focus now is on honesty and transparency and professionalism, which basically is just saying they weren't previously, which is a weird fucking cell phone, isn't it, to come out and basically say, oh, you can trust us now because now we're going to be honest, as opposed to before, which the implication even is in saying that we were just liars the whole time, which you provably were anyway. So it is what it is. If people are familiar, they're familiar. And obviously they've posted a Kickstarter saying that if people pledge, you know, $15,000, I think it is US, but I think they're using Singaporean dollars, so works out at like 20,000 Singaporean dollars, because obviously Russian company, they're not operating in Russia because, well, you know, there's problems with that. Then they're going to come back, and they're going to come back with this game called Escape Factory, which is basically like $200 worth of assets in a little game, which is fine, I guess. But, you know, why would anybody fund this? If this was just on Kickstarter, maybe people would fund it. But with the history of your company and everything, it just makes no sense. Nobody's going to do it. And obviously raises questions. Why are you doing this instead of just posting an early access game on Steam, selling what you already have, and then, you know, succeeding based off your own merit? But obviously it's because they're trying to take money from the public again. And they've been posting repeatedly on their social media, and there's just been some funny shit happening. So they've been trolled because obviously somebody pledged like $10,000 or whatever to basically have dinner with the team, which is one of their, if you've not seen, if you pledge $12,000, you get to have dinner with the team, which is amazing. Somebody pledged on this, limited quantity, 10 out of 10. Jesus. And then they took it back because they were just trolling. Because obviously how Kickstarter works is you pledge, the money is never taken out of your account until the actual Kickstarter finishes, because they run on all or nothing campaigns. So basically if it doesn't reach the goal, then no one's pledges get taken, they all just basically vanish. No money actually exchanges hands until the end of the pledge, until the end of the project reaches the funding goal, which has always been kind of like a weird thing anyway, because it essentially incentivizes people that are running Kickstarters to lower the price cap to what they don't need, like an amount that would be insufficient, just to make sure they secure some funding, which obviously then raises issues like, well, if you say you need 15k but you actually need 20, and then you get funded the 15, you can't finish the thing, and then you essentially have lied and stolen people's money. But that's an aside. That's just one of the big issues with Kickstarter in general. But basically, obviously, somebody trolled them here. He said, this game is going to be so great. It just dropped 12 bans for this gem. Can't wait for my dinner with the unpaid volunteers. Fantastic 2.0. Subscribe to @Lurt Group, by the way, giving himself a shout out. And then the fantastic people posted saying, some of you may notice a recent decrease in our Kickstarter total. In line with our commitment to honesty and transparency, we want to clarify the situation. It's all public info. You can fucking see it on Kick. You can literally see the funding's gone down, so it's not really something you need to be honest about. It's come to our attention that large donation was made as part of a troll attempt. For the safety of our project and its future, we made the decision to refund this donation. While this presents a challenge, it's just a small bump in the road. You made no decision at all, because that money would never have taken out anyway. That they would have never left that pledge up the entire time. And even if it did, if the program closed with like a success, they'd have cancelled it, and then you wouldn't have got the funding in the first place. So the idea that you've made the solid decision to refund this is just like, it doesn't matter, you wouldn't have got the money anyway. While this presents a challenge, it's just a small bump in the road. We remain undeterred and focus on our goal. This will not stop us from moving forward. We want to extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone who supported us thus far. Your contributions mean the world to us and remain hopeful for a successful return as soon as possible. The fantastic team. Now, obviously, they can't return, can they? Because, one sec, let me just move on RuneScape so I don't get logged out. Because the requirement for them to return is for this money. They need this money, or they've essentially said if we don't get this, we just don't come back. Which is... that's not a good selling point, because most people don't want you to come back. But funnily enough, they're just talking fucking shite on their Twitter page, because obviously Sid Alpha's here asking questions like, you know, have you obtained the licenses for everything? The music in your trailer is Lost in Agadir by Ava Lowe. This music's available via Epidemic Sound. However, usage of music in the manner in which you are using requires a commercial license. In the interest of transparency, you now state you espouse. Can you confirm? Basically saying, you've used this music in your trailer. Do you have a license to do so? And they respond saying, all the music in the game is made by our composer. Trailer is not a game, by the way. Which doesn't address anything he just said to you. It's just like, you can be charitable here and say there's like a communication barrier. Not our problem, by the way. Like, it is what it is. If there is a communication issue and a translation barrier and whatever else, like, that doesn't change the fact that what you're saying is incorrect. It just means there's an excuse for it. But basically, what Sid's saying here is, if you have music in a commercial product and you don't have a license for it, which a trailer still is, by the way, it's marketing for the game, then that's an issue, isn't it? Especially if you're saying like, oh yeah, we're being honest and everything, and then you're asked about it and your response is, all the music in the game is made by our composer. Wasn't asked that in the first place. Trailer is not a game, by the way, which, yeah, we're aware of that, but that wasn't what was asked of you. And then obviously people replying to this saying, obviously a trailer is still a commercial product, you still need a license for this music if you're going to use it. But this just goes back to what Fantastic were doing originally, which they never owned up to. They still never owned up to the fact that there was a bunch of things in the marketing and in the game for the day before that was just straight one-to-one lifted from other companies. Like the Division artwork, Call of Duty trailers, things like that, the Last of Us logo, like they basically just took other people's stuff, changed it either in very minor ways or almost not at all, and then just ignored the fact when people were like, that's somebody else's stuff. Whether you actually used the asset or just remade it exactly is beside the point. Even if it's not like legally actionable in any way, it obviously isn't a good look, is it? It looks like you're massively fucking incompetent or malicious, and it doesn't matter which one it is, because both are as bad as each other as a customer, as a consumer, somebody who's going to use the product. And then obviously people have been asking, you know, I love this comment, they pinned this, by the way. That's the pathetic level they're on. They've pinned either a complete troll or somebody who's just mentally very unwell. Because he says, I just bought 32 limited collection hoodies from Fantastic and a couple tees and hats. I believe in second chances at Fantastic HQ, which they've pinned on. This is their pinned tweet. How pathetic, how down do you have to be for this to be what you're pinning on your official company Twitter account? How the mighty have fallen. And then somebody says, why did you ban me for no reason? Is that your maturity? And they just say, you can explain the situation. Write us support at Fantastic, which is just fantastic in and of itself. And then obviously there's just this. Every single thing that this company says or does is just, it's just fuel for people like me to just pick apart and laugh at and just question, what the fuck are you actually doing? Because just read this. To everyone who tells us to bring back hashtag prop night and hashtag the day before, now is the time to support us. Join our Discord. If you read English at even a childlike level, which luckily I do, this reads saying, oh, you're telling us to bring back these two games, which we've categorically said we cannot do because we don't own them anymore, despite making them, which is a weird thing we've not even fucking explained at all. You've told us to bring these back, support us, and there's like an implication of this means they will come back, because if not, why the fuck are you bringing it up in the first place? And then somebody says, If I support you on Discord, will Prop Night be reinstated? Have the rights already been returned? Please explain. And they say, we no longer own the rights to Prop Night, but we would like to release a Prop Hunt game in the future. Which is nothing to do with what you've just said, and also has nothing to do with the day before also. Somebody here, Mikecore TV, brings this up and says, but you said you do not own Prop Night in the day before anymore. Why lie about this? And they say, hello. While we no longer own the rights to Prop Night in the day before, we were the original developers of these games. Great. Who asked? We know you were the developer of that game. Why are you saying this? We're simply asking for your support as the creators. So what's the implication? Why have you implied that there's like they can return then? Additionally, we have plans to make a prop hunt genre game after Escape Factory. You're never making the money, bro. You're never doing it. I don't play the lottery and I've got more chance of winning than you have of succeeding in a Kickstarter at this stage. And then they get community noted again. Play free now, and then they link the game. And they're just lying again. They're just lying. They just can't stop. Why are you always lying? We'd like to address recent misinformation circulating online regarding the use of assets in our games. We want to make it clear that all the assets used in the day before Prop Night and Escape Factory were either created by us or legally acquired. Nobody, as far as I'm aware, was ever saying that they wasn't. So it just seems like a really weird thing to bring up. Again, like they did previously, where they just blame everyone else for misinformation, disinformation, lying against them, and then later on go on to say, actually, we apologize for that, we admit wrongdoing, but then we're going to go on and strawman about something nobody said about us. Whenever store-bought assets were used, we ensured that the proper licenses were obtained. For Escape Factory, we used assets for some of the VFX and a small part of the code. However, the art and music are 100% handcrafted by our team. We encourage everyone to fact-check before spreading misinformation. And they just get community noted again, because of course they're going to. They're lying. They're just presenting themselves as the victim. As it reads, Fantastic implies that the misinformation being spread is regarding their assets being stolen. However, no media coverage states that their assets were acquired unscrupulously, leading to a strawman argument, and obviously links a bunch of articles to sustain that claim. Somebody asked a couple days ago when their announcement first came out, why did you delete your whole track record? Why have you deleted all your social media posts, your Medium posts, your YouTube videos? Are we supposed to forget about all of them? And Fnac's response is, we admit that we made some mistakes in the past, but now we want to follow the principles of transparency and honesty. We hope that we can prove it. Nothing says transparency and honesty like scrubbing your entire history. Nothing says transparency and honesty than that. Just come out squeaky clean. Yeah, we're just a little company. We made some mistakes. We're going to make sure you can't go and look at them unless you're doing it on a third party or a YouTube video or something. But we're very transparent, you see. Super transparent. I will say, just to give them the benefit of the doubt on that point, maybe there's something with the whole not owning the games anymore that means that they felt like legally obliged to scrub all that stuff. Especially when it pertains to videos on their YouTube channel, because if they don't own the rights to the games anymore, they don't own the copyright, which means that all the videos and stuff on their YouTube channel would probably need to be taken down. But like old tweets and everything, as long as it didn't contain the day before promo material, there would be no need to remove that unless they just did like a blank slate. You know, I don't know if there's a button on Twitter that's just delete all my shit. If there is, you know, we can adequately explain that, I guess. That being said, I have been told that the two brothers who ran the studio that ran Fantastic, that everyone who worked with them seemed to leak to journalists that they're really terrible to work for. Apparently they've just changed their Discord names now, and they're just in the server, just, you know, using new names, which isn't like the craziest thing ever, but at the same time, like, unless you're trying to hide something or you get away from your history or whatever, there'd be no real reason to do this. If everyone's going to find out who you are anyway, like, what difference does it make? Especially since you have literally admitted to being the same people involved, meaning no change in management or anything like that. So we know you're there. Changing your name at that point just looks kind of weird. This is a classic because this is true. You left the gaming industry like this and you're expecting anything from us. And they literally did. I can't state it plainly enough. It wasn't just like these people are like some people believe sincerely that these are unfairly maligned developers, where basically they try to, you know, good, honest, hard-working indie developers just try to make a game and try to bring joy to people's lives and you know, try to give everyone a little peck on the end of their penis, just like give it a little smooch. They were doing such good things for the world and everybody that they wanted everyone to get their dick sucked. But they weren't, were they? They literally lied from day one, repeatedly, over and over again. And then at the very end, basically said, yeah, fuck yourself then. They just said, shit happens. We're going to use the money. This is all things. I'm not going to pull it up, but you can go check. We are going to use the money raised for a game we are admittedly closing within like a week of it launching. Not even just closing the game, closing our whole studio. And all the money we raised, we're going to use to pay our debts. Which is like, that's some level of fucking nonsense that has almost never been seen in the games industry before. It's like with me covering like Kickstarter scams and, you know, crypto scams and things like that, there's almost never a single point, even during like blatant frauds and things like that, where there's such an obvious moment of just like, fuck you, we're out. Like, that even wows you when you're looking at it, because you kind of knew what was going on. You kind of knew that they were just going to release the game in the state that it was in. It was going to fail and they were just going to piss off, right? But at no point, even during like my 2-year coverage of the game or whatever, and reading into everything and speaking to people and covering it in like dozens of videos, at no stage during that did I ever think they were legit just going to basically turn around to everyone and say, thanks for money, peace, and just leave. Obviously, this didn't work out that way, because after doing that, the media coverage started, like even the big news outlets and things in gaming started talking about it. Steam must have got involved. Their parent company got involved because they were getting a bunch of flack as well. I assume companies that were working with them, like Nvidia and things, were like, our logo is on your fucking product right next to you doing this. Something needs to happen now. There would have been legal implications to this as well. And then they, you know, decided, they're saying that they decided to refund everyone. But if one day you're saying shit happens, thanks for the money, motherfuckers, we out this bitch. And then the next second you're saying, oh yeah, out of the goodness of our heart, guys, we're going to refund everybody's money. Something doesn't add up there, and something stinks, and it's fucking you. You smell like a Magic the Gathering player at your local card shop. I don't know why I'm going hard on Magic the Gathering. I play Magic the Gathering, that's why I know these motherfuckers smell. It is what it is. But either way, I think we've milked this one enough. I'm going to continue doing so because it's content, it's fun content, I love this shit. And I've been involved in this for so long that I am deeply invested in basically everything that happens with this project, as well as a couple of others that, again, we'll be checking in on pretty soon. Can anyone say Chronicles of Valeria? Let's see how that fog's doing. By the way, check the links in the video description. Suggest me content either here, on Discord, Twitter, whatever it's going to be, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
So over the past few years, survival games have been slowly climbing to the top of one of my most enjoyed genres. There have just been so many great titles that I've thoroughly enjoyed, gotten a ton of entertainment and fun memories out of. At this point, like, I am actively interested in trying pretty much any decent looking survival game that comes out going forward. I just like the genre that much. And as luck would have it, there's a handful of them coming this year. So let's go ahead and take a look. So first up on this list is Atomfall. Now, while most of the games that we'll be covering today have some form of co-op or multiplayer, this is one of the few that is single player only. However, I wanted to still mention it because A, I think this looks quite interesting, and B, it's actually the only game that has a confirmed actual release month and date as of this recording. Everything else in this list is planned for 2025, but no exact launch day, or that is to be determined as of now. Now that out of the way, single player or not, I think think Atomfall looks actually quite cool. It also gets bonus marks from me for being the latest title from Rebellion, a studio who time and time again has made games that I really enjoyed. They might not be the biggest blockbusters out there, the most polished, the most fine-tuned, or the most mass appeal, but have nevertheless brought me quite a lot of entertainment. So Atomfall is set in an alternate history 1960s, where the wind-scale nuclear disasters turned much of northern England into this radioactive quarantine zone. Now this is inspired by the real-world wind-scale events that actually happened, but in an alternate what-if scenario with a little supernatural twist added on top. So we're going to be traversing this lake district of northern England, uncovering mysteries about the quarantine zone along with the people who inhabit it. This locale is made up of a series of interconnected areas with rolling green hills, lush valleys, rural villages, and plenty of hidden secrets to discover. Each area is going to have its own distinct theming and points of interest. We got a small town that was taken over by the heavy-handed British military and their deadly robots, the surrounding wilderness that's dotted with camps that are full of bandits and cultists, and various underground bunkers and other areas patrolled by these autonomous machines and radiated feral creatures. Other noteworthy areas include this abandoned rail yard, a derelict stone quarry, verdant rolling hills, secret bandit hideouts, and bunkers that lead to the British Atomic Research Division of underground layers. As you explore through the areas, you're going to acquire leads, either by speaking to NPCs you come across or just discovering clues in the environment, which will direct you to new objectives, opportunities, and stories, all of which are fully open-ended as you are able to pursue them in whatever order you please. There is, of course, plenty of combat to be had should you desire. This can be approached in multiple ways. You've got guns and other ranged weapons, as well as melee brawls and stealth takedowns. And in fact, the stealth system is apparently fleshed out enough with plenty of hiding and distraction tools at your disposal that the game can evidently be completed without killing a single enemy, which is kind of interesting. You'll acquire weapons, supplies, and materials by scavenging through the environment as you explore, collecting anything useful as you move through the game's various areas. The scavenging is also going to play a big role into the various survival systems, so you're going to collect resources and scraps to craft weapons, consumables, and other tools. And while ranged is an option, as we mentioned, they have made
I'm gonna eat it dinner. It's full.
note that ammunition is going to be scarce in the game, requiring you to really pick your shots carefully. There's going to be power progression as you're able to upgrade your weapons, along with level up with a skill and perk tree, providing different playstyle enhancements. And they have another interesting survival mechanic with this heart rate system. So engaging in combat, sprinting, and kicking enemies all increase your heart rate, and if you overexert yourself, it's actually going to result in darkened vision and muffled hearing, kind of an additional twist on a basic stamina system, requiring you to pace your actions if you don't want to deal with that debuff. I mean, hey, look, I really like Rebellion. Like I said, they've made games that I've quite enjoyed, and this looks like it could potentially be another one to add to the list, so excited to give it a go. Atomfall is set to release on March 27th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Okay, so as mentioned, as of right now, that is actually the only survival game that has a firm release month and date. The next grouping that we're going to take a look at here are all officially slated to come out in 2025. We are just not certain of the date and or the month as of today's recording. Starting this with Dune Awakening, a game that I could probably already talk about for hours on end, as I've been actively following its development and any information released on the project. Many of you will be familiar with its developer Funcom for their previous survival game, Conan Exiles, although in my eyes, Funcom will always be the studio who brought us The Secret World, a relatively small but nevertheless unique MMO from back in 2012. So Dune Awakening is actually described as a survival sandbox MMO. The game was in my MMO list, but it's also here in my survival list. The MMO tag is mostly referring to the game's seamless open world, where you will supposedly be able to run into literally any and every single other person playing the game, as they are purporting to host the entire thing on one massive server. We don't have server shards, you're not separated from people. everyone playing the game is all playing in the same play space, apparently using some fancy new tech. We'll see if that does not end up in a lot of terrible lag and rubber banding. Whoa, who knows? Maybe they'll solve the issue. But beyond those MMO elements and like the fact that they've got RPG-inspired progression and leveling, it is a survival game through and through with all of the genre's expected systems and features. So here's a streamlined overview of what we know about the game so far. You're going to start off by picking out from one of 4 character classes, each come with a baseline combat role and skill that you have access to, although this is something that as you progress through the game, you'll be able to pick and choose whatever you want from any of the class skill trees. This is just your starting point. The intro tutorial, beyond taking you through the basics of combat, gathering, and crafting, also introduces you to the game's spice mechanic, which is essentially a form of magic in the Dune universe, at least how they're implementing it here in this game. In the opening hours, you're going to be spending your time clearing small enemy camps, constructing your very first base, visiting trading hubs with NPCs, and also other players will be around, and you'll be exploring the games at various points of interest, either by yourself or with a group, doing things like participating in world events and seeing the things that there are to see. Those things will include, you got larger enemy outposts that are tucked away in many of the rock islands all among the planet's surface. Go in, clear a whole bunch of enemies, collect any loot that they drop, open up some chests. You got crashed ships that will fall from the sky, rewarding valuables should you happen to scavenge them before anyone else does. Of course, it wouldn't be Dune without sandworms. They are there, a constant threat as you are out in the open, and the TLDR of this is, the more noise you make while walking on the sands or driving on the sands or doing anything on the sands, the more attention that you draw, eventually causing a worm to erupt from the sands and then chasing you down. These can and will kill you if they catch up to you. You got enemy police forces that scan the planet's surface at night. In these patrolling ships with their massive spotlights, if you happen to get spotted, they call in reinforcements to try to hunt you down. And then there are the Echo Labs. This is basically the game's take on dungeons, said to be more akin to something like the shelters in Fallout or the dungeons in Skyrim. They're elaborate underground facilities that bring with them a lot of enemies, elites, and bosses, and a bit more visual variety than what is found in the sands above. Progression through the game is done in a few different ways. You got character progression with your typical RPG systems, kill enemies, complete quests, gain XP, level up in the process. Leveling gives you points to spend into skill trees, unlocking various active and passive abilities. Then you've got area or zone progression that's actually tied to your level of vehicle advancement. So basically how this works is that the early game, you're in the southern portion of the starter zone called Haga Basin. Here, you're going to be doing everything that we mentioned above as you work towards unlocking the ability to craft your first sand bike. And this is actually required for you to leave that southern area, traversing this large expanse of sand that is only possible on a bike, because otherwise, if you try traversing it on foot, the worm is going to kill you. Once you get the sand bike, or if you can hop onto one of your friends, that lets you leave the southern zone into Haga Basin proper. And this is where a bulk of like the first 100 hours of the game will be taking place. It'll include everything that we've covered, as well as a whole lot more. There will be more enemy outposts, more dungeons, more world events, more sandworms, etc., etc. You'll spend a whole lot of time here up until you get to the point of constructing an ornithopter, the flying vehicle, and at that point you can finally leave Haga Basin and enter the endgame zone of the deep desert. This is where you're going to take part in the endgame spice harvesting mechanic, which also comes with large-scale open-world PvP, what they are referring to as combined arms. This is like Battlefield or Planet-side inspired and similar encounters, with a potentially massive number of players engaged in melee brawls, range combat, throwing out skills, tossing grenades, and vehicles, both land and air variety mixed in as well. This all sounds really cool, however, up until now, we've not really seen it in action beyond a few carefully curated, cinematically framed clips here and there. And all of that is just scratching the surface. Like I said, I could probably talk about this game for hours. I am very much looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to clearing the enemy camps and dungeons. I think I'll really enjoy it. I like their survival mechanics with you having to like avoid the sun and stay hydrated. I like the base building. It seems simple but well done. I like the twist that they have to the Dune universe, like your Fremkit backpack or replacing heavy attacks with the slow attacks to pierce shields. I like the environmental stuff, like these massive sandstorms that you're going to have to deal with and get in cover when they come by, or the patrolling security ships. I mean, all this stuff looks looks really great. Now, there's definitely some issues. Early on, it seems like performance isn't looking too great. I mean, you even saw this in their most recently released trailer that just came out earlier yesterday. Other lingering concerns include that there's still a lot of clunk here, like clunky animations, pretty slow looking combat. And yeah, I mean, I want to see more, and I hope they continue to fine tune and improve it. The game certainly clearly has some jank to it and some rough edges, but it is jank that I'm willing to suffer through if the rest of it delivers and is fun, which is what I'm hoping for. Dune Awakening is slated for an early 2025 release, although here we are now in February with no month even nailed down as of yet, so we'll see if they happen to hit that timeline. The highly acclaimed Subnautica is getting a sequel this year, this being the underwater survival adventure game set on an alien ocean world. If you have thalassophobia though, probably best to avoid this one, which frankly totally justifiable fear. Like, the ocean is in many ways very terrifying, and that's coming from one of the crazies who steps onto a board and rides waves, knowing that sharks are probably not too far away. But the ocean is scary, okay? Doesn't matter how much time I spend in it. Now, I only dabbled in the original game, but I was quite impressed with what I saw. As for the sequel, here are some details. The game will be set on an entirely new world with a whole new story. You play as a pioneer exploring a recently discovered distant planet, but something isn't quite right, and you find that out shortly after arriving. The ship's AI, however, insists that you carry on the mission despite the whole place being legitimately way too dangerous for any humans to survive, but maybe you become more than human, huh? So they're going to offer both solo and online multiplayer co-op with up to 3 friends. You're going to be exploring things like mysterious ruins, building custom bases, and adventuring into the deepest, darkest ravines, crafting various tools to help in your adventure. Beyond the basics, you've got things like a scanner and a flashlight. You also find recipes for more advanced tools, equipment, and even submersibles to travel in. Bases are going to be more customizable with an overhauled building system. They've got more diverse biomes, from towering underwater cliffs to lush coral fields. Many different places to visit, each teeming with its own diverse ecosystem and unique creatures. And there's the entire system of studying creatures, from the smallest fish to the biggest leviathans. You're going to use a scanner to learn basics and a biosampler to study them further, and then taking those discoveries to evolve your own genetics, i.e. powers and mutations. Subnautica 2 is planned to release in the Steam Early Access sometime later this year. Renown is a game that I've seen described as a medieval Rust with chivalry-like combat. Alright, consider my interest piqued. According to its developer, Renown takes the most enjoyable and popular aspects from contemporary open-world survival games, which include building, progression, and social politics. These are then combined with close-quarters, skill-based combat to create an immersive and engaging multiplayer experience. So players are going to start out with nothing, gather resources, and then go on to build a kingdom and fight to survive in hopes of becoming renowned across the lands. I get it. I get the connection. Good job, guys. At its core, Renown is a first-person medieval fighting game with a strong emphasis on competitive skill-based combat in addition to all of its survival mechanics. Its features include gathering and crafting, of course, along with hunting wildlife. You got base building at a variety of scales, starting with a small shack up into building an entire sprawling fortress. There will be raiding, as you are able to attack and level opponents' structures while engaging in fast-paced PvP conflict. They got group systems for making claims, taking titles, giving ranks, and more. You'll even be able to customize your own clan's colors and emblems. You'll take shelter in safe zones where you can trade with vendors, duel other players, form alliances, or maybe make some foes in general chat. That's always a fun time. There'll be server progression and wipe systems for long-term replayability, starting things over, and they're promising tools for community hosts to help tailor your own servers with future plans for extensive moddability. Now, the game has been in development for a few years now and has been running regular playtest, and from what I've seen online, looks like it's shaping up pretty nicely. They are planning an early access release at some point this year. Looking forward to checking it out. Terminator Survivors is a fairly unique sounding survival game. Whether it is solo or in co-op with up to 4 people, you're going to play as a group of survivors in this open world return to the iconic Terminator universe set in the aftermath of Judgment Day. A nice little glimpse into one of our potentially nightmarish future timelines. It's certainly on the table. So the game takes place 4 years after the day humanity nearly perished. Emerging from a shelter, you're attempting to re-establish some semblance of society, tasked with scouring the surrounding land for materials, information, other survivors, and key resources to build a base of operations for your group. You'll meet iconic characters of the franchise as well as some original ones while exploring what they call a meticulously crafted world set in a post-apocalyptic future. Explore the open world, collecting materials and survivors to advance your home base, all while having to avoid the pursuit of an indestructible threat. There is combat with weapons and tools for you to sneak up at close range. However, stealth is often best advised, what with Skynet's machines and scavengers lurking about. out. And there's going to be a main story quest line as you learn more about what happened on Judgment Day and thereafter. I mean, this could be cool. Video games based on popular IPs are always quite a gamble, but I won't knock it until we try it. Terminator Survivors was originally planned to launch actually in 2024, but then last July they pushed the date back, so 2025 is when it's going to be coming, so the last we heard. Okay, so the rest of the games here could possibly come out in 2025, but as of this moment, we've got no confirmation that that's going to happen. So while many of these likely won't release until 2026 or later, there is a possibility that a few of them could get a release date in the coming months and then launch later in the year. Either way, each of these games I'll definitely be keeping a close eye on. Light No Fire is the next big game from No Man's Sky developer Hello Games, and you can clearly see the lineage with that initial trailer basically looking like No Man's Sky Fantasy Edition. In fact, that starting clip of them swimming and then emerging out of the water, that looks exactly like No Man's Sky to my untrained eye. But hey, I mean, a fantasy spin on that formula, especially if they improve the combat, which they said they're going to, I will play that. We've got a few early details on the project. They've said that this game is more ambitious than their last one, despite it taking place on a single planet rather than an entire universe. Their goal here is to deliver much more depth and detail to their explorable space and feel less shallow than No Man's Sky's planet-side exploration. Nevertheless, it's going to be quite large. They've claimed to have built an Earth-sized game, an entire planet that's as varied as a universe, with mile-high mountains, from the top of which you will see rivers, canyons, oceans, and continents beyond, all of which can be traveled to and explored. Sean has referred to Light No Fire as, quote, the first real open world, something without boundaries, with us getting some glimpse of that in the trailer. It was also said that everyone is going to be able to play together, alluding to this being a shared world game where you will see other people running around. And finally, Hello Games says that they want to bring the depth of a role-playing game to the freedom of a survival sandbox with Light No Fire. While the focus of the reveal centered on the scope of the planet, the final game is going to have many traditional RPG features, from character creation, playing through a sprawling fantasy story, gear and progression systems, a variety of fantasy enemies and bosses to take on, and we're even going to be flying around on dragons and other creatures. Look, in spite of the floundering start that No Man's Sky had, we have seen such an impressive level of post-launch support from the studio. That leaves my confidence pretty high on their upcoming game. And again, if nothing else, a fantasy No Man's Sky on a huge planet with dragons and RPG character progression and exploring and dungeon diving, if the combat is actually improved, I will play that without question, right? Outward, this is a rather unique fantasy RPG from 2019 that I played and thoroughly enjoyed. The game just had a ton of charm and interesting systems that really set it apart from others in the genre. In their upcoming sequel, they will be building upon that while incorporating even more survival systems and mechanics. Now, one of the coolest features that I recall from the first game was the simple fact that your backpack was an actual physical item, which you would load and then pick up and put down at your discretion. And you would want to do this for a variety of reasons given various circumstances. It might sound silly, but it really stood out to me at the time and was an interesting consideration while playing through the game. This is also one of those games that firmly plant you in the role of an adventurer traversing a dangerous world. You are not this protagonist ordained and protected by the gods. In fact, the top line description of Outward 2 says, "You are only human and the life of an adventurer is perilous. It's not just creatures and brigands that threaten you. Hunger, illness, and the elements are all part of your journey into the vast regions of Arai. But with sufficient preparation, even ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things. Your victories will be earned, not handed to you." Dude, I just love it. All right, key features of Outward 2 include a harsh difficulty that rewards preparation and ingenuity, high replay value with multiple branching storylines, constant auto-saving, which means you can't go back on your choices or failures. There's dynamic defeat scenarios that will keep you on your toes, a simple but rich crafting system, loads of content to explore across areas, equipment, combat skills, and spells, a responsive and flexible combat system, multi-step ritualistic magic with plenty of hidden effects, and you can play either solo or cooperatively online and or with split screen. Yeah, this is going to be great, hands down, without a question. I really like the first game, and this is looking just even better. Cannot wait. Under a Rock is a survival title that I just recently learned about, and I'm so glad I did because I love the way this thing looks. So the basic rundown is this is a procedural open world survival crafting game for 1 to 10 players. You're going to explore a mysterious, colorful island populated by exotic creatures, oversized wildlife, and curious natives, unveiling its secrets, building a base, surviving hostile environments, and and even more dangerous nights. The whole thing is set in the early 19th century, with you playing as an explorer stranded in a strange world, navigating dark caves, underwater environments, and a vast, diverse overland, all filled with unique challenges, enemies, and resources. There's the typical assortment of crafting, building, harvesting, farming, fishing, exploring, and fighting. There will be base building with a large variety of assets to make your dream cottage, home, village, or even a city. In fact, they say that there's no limit to the base size, which is pretty interesting. And you will fight, tame, breed, and even ride a variety of the game's creatures. Any of those tamed, in fact, actually have useful mechanics, benefiting you in exploration and combat, and even in base management and cooking. Beyond that, I mean, hey, I think this game looks cool. Like, I like the visuals, pretty appealing to me. So there you go, Under a Rock. Next up here is a game that totally wasn't inspired by Horizon. Nope, not at all. This is a super original, brand new idea with a world setting and character designs pulled directly out of the imaginations of its developers. No, it's a Horizon spinoff, right? Like, but no matter the inspiration, Light of Mataram actually looks decent enough for me to want to give it a go. Also, to be honest, with how Sony has been canceling its live service games left and right recently, the Horizon MMO has already been axed. There's a decent chance that the Horizon survival game that they're making, that Guerrilla's making, that might get canceled as well, in which case this is going to be our next best option. So Light of Mataram is an open world survival crafting game with action combat set in a world reclaimed by nature and ruled by giant mechanical beasts. Players will explore a variety of landscapes, uncover ancient secrets, and forge bonds with powerful mech animals, totally original dino-like robots. Some key features include a seamless open world where you traverse grasslands, deserts, forests, and mountains. There's a variety of weapons you'll use in action combat versus a range of mechanical foes. This looks very Monster Hunter-ish in that capacity. You'll also be fighting alongside mech animals, little companions, over 100 to collect, with unique designs and roles that will aid you in battle. Survival crafting mechanics, you got base building and management, unpredictable weather systems, invasions, and there will be co-op play as you can group up with other players at any time. For as much as it is clearly a Horizon knockoff, I will check this thing out. Black Frost is another one absolutely worth keeping an eye on. This is the sequel to The Long Dark, an indie darling and much acclaimed game. While the original was single player and narrative focused, Black Frost takes that foundation and adds on to it with a full-on survival co-op experience. The developers describe this game by saying it is the evolution of the survival sandbox, refining every aspect of the original and introducing co-op to the formula. The game is set in the northern industrial city of Harmont, surrounded by a majestic, rugged wilderness. You can choose to either survive as a lone wanderer in a frozen wasteland city, town, forest, and farm, or work together as a group of survivors in whatever shelter you make for yourselves. They are calling this the next generation of survival RPG, evolving every aspect of the formula to its 2.0 iteration, setting the table for the next generation. Beyond traditional considerations of managing things like your health, stamina, and consumables, they've also got this will to live system that adds elements of psychological survival into the mix. There are new hazards, from urban risks to the deep freeze to extreme weather events, aurora storms, and the radioactive Black Frost. This sequel adds a perma-life system set to turn every death into a new adventure. You're going to accumulate new risks and fears for your survivor as you move through the world and succumb to its hazards. They do have the original permadeath as an option as well, should you choose it. I mean, hey man, they are certainly selling this thing very hard, calling it the next generation of survival games. But given the success and the praise for the original, I'm keeping an open mind, and this does look quite good, so I hope they deliver. Okay, so beyond that bulk of the list, I got some honorable mentions here. First up is Rooted, the post-apocalyptic survival game that I've been hearing about for a few years now. Every bit of gameplay that I've seen does seem interesting. I think this looks neat, but I've got no clue how close or not this is to actually launching. Last time I saw it, it was still in alpha testing, and it seems very likely that it could still be a long ways away from release, but maybe we will hear otherwise this year. They have been running tests periodically though, from what I can tell, so it is something that you could get your hands on and play in the early stages if you manage to get an invite. Stormforge is this rather unique looking survival title. The art style and visuals certainly set it apart from some others. I mean, they are going really hard on this, kind of this like hand-drawn comic book direction. And while I suspect this might be a turnoff to some people, I appreciate the decision and the dedication to it. At least it's something different, right? They actually are evidently planning to release this year, so if you like how this looks, definitely keep an eye out. And then there is Ark 2, which I mean, I don't know, maybe this is happening. Ark is such a strange phenomenon. This game is simultaneously something that is never spoken about in any of the online and or gaming circles that I inhabit, but I understand at the same time it is pretty darn popular. I mean, lots of people play this game. But with the development studio's ever-growing list of shady moves and decisions, I just really don't know what to think about the sequel. Like, apparently they were already supposed to have launched Arc 2, but couldn't get the funding to continue its development, so instead they decided to shut down the official servers of the first game, repackage it, and sell it again, but with a fraction of the content, then later asking players to have to re-buy that content that they already had access to in the first game but couldn't play on the official servers. Now, they could play on private servers and whatnot, but nevertheless, like, it's just all crazy. I might be butchering like the explanation and order of events here, but it was something along those lines from what I recall. I mean, so at this point, yeah, I don't know, maybe Arc 2 happens. I'm not counting on it, but hey, I mean, I guess at least Vin Diesel is happy, right? He got his paycheck for that trailer that they released. Now, one last additional shout out that I want to give here is to some of the currently active early access games that are probably getting major updates and or a full 1.0 release sometime this year. Now, the list of those titles is very long, but just some that are at the top for me personally. So Enshrouded, this was probably one of my favorite games full stop last year. It's been getting fairly regular updates and is expected to be receiving even more in 2025. I've already done a few playthroughs, really enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to going again at their next major update. Valheim is also an all-time favorite, even though the pace of updates for this one has been rather slow. I cannot deny the amount of charm, wonder, and immersion that the game delivered on, and definitely when 1.0 happens, I will be diving back in. And then there's Project Zomboid. This is just such a unique and interesting survival game. I've seen so many cool stories and moments here on YouTube. It's kind of strange though, because the game's been in early access for well over 10 years. Not that it really matters, like 1.0 or not, this game is much beloved as it in whatever official version state it is in. Yeah, so all of these games, great already, and they're likely only going to be getting better throughout the course of 2025. Good stuff. All right, so there you go. That about does it for our look at some of the new survival titles planned and potentially coming in 2025. A lot to look forward to here. Hope you enjoyed the list. Let me know if there's anything that I missed in the comments below. Anything else for me to keep an eye on. Always happy to hear about and learn about new games, but that does it for today. Thank you as always for watching. See y'all next time. Take it easy.
Good video.
Okay, what up friendos, welcome back. This is a really hard video to record. I've tried to do like an intro to this 3 or 4 times now, and I get about 5 minutes into talking about the situation, and I'm not really any closer to really diving into what's going on, because there's so much context here. It's such a dense sort of informational video that there's no real way to do this other than to just ramble and hope you understand as we go through. And I'm talking about the Dark and Darker lawsuit, Nexon versus Iron Mace, the Dark and Darker lawsuit in Korea, which has gone to other courts as well. And there's a million things to discuss here, especially because this is like a deceptive title, not in the way that it's supposed to be, but in the way that it just is. Dark and Darker fans are going to do what Dark and Darker fans have done the whole time that this entire situation has been ongoing, and that is to probably not do their own research and to think that they've won, and that Nexon is stupid and bad, and anyone saying otherwise is a shill or been paid or just a Nexon fanboy or blah blah blah. And I'm here to tell you yet again the unpopular thing. And the unpopular thing often is the one that you probably need to hear, because people are not going to tell it you otherwise. And the unpopular thing is that Iron Mace actually lost here, almost overwhelmingly so, and this story is not over by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, this is considerably worse than meets the eye. It's like the Autobots, except instead of transforming into cars and things, this company might be transforming into fucking bankruptcy. I don't think that's gonna be the case, maybe, but it's certainly on the cards, and we'll go over. I'm going to try to hit on every point here. The first being, I'll try to give you context on the whole situation so that you understand how we got here in the first place and why this is so complicated, as well as the community's initial reception, the contradiction of what was actually going on, content creators' reactions to all of this, as well as what's probably going to happen going forward and why we got here in the first place, what this means for the games industry and things like that. So that's why it's so dense. I'll begin with saying, if you followed along this story and you just want a soundbite clickbait of what's just happened, Court clears Dark and Darker of copyright infringement, orders Ironmace to pay Nexon 8.5 billion won, which is over $6 million, I believe. It's a large sum of money. Again, this is not really indicative of what's actually happened, and you might read this and think, oh, Ironmace has won then, because the court said you're not guilty of copyright infringement. But that's unfortunately not the case. So I'll go over real quick what the context here of the whole story is and why there's a lawsuit in the first place, and kind of what happened from beginning to now as a short form. I'm going to miss out on a bunch of stuff, but basically, out of almost nowhere, Dark and Darker appeared on Steam. It was like an early playtest, and it was from a company called Ironmace, and nobody really knew who Ironmace were because they'd not made any games previously. They sort of just appeared, and then this game was there, and people liked it, and it was fresh, and it was fun, and it was new, and that's always good for the games industry, right? And then Nexon said, you stole that game from us, and we are going to sue you, and we're going to do everything in our power to block that game from releasing, and we're going to essentially take you to court everywhere we can, because you stole from us. And the initial reaction to this was, and always will be, overwhelmingly in favor of David. Who is David? David and Goliath. Well, Nexon here is, of course, Goliath, and the stone that David had was the community. It was basically a whole bunch of people who were completely unread, completely unqualified, and completely unaware of the actual details that were being alleged by Nexon in this case. And instead, they basically did what fan bases typically tend to do in almost all circumstances, which is, we like this thing or person, therefore, we don't care to engage in the actual aspects of any of the case or the situation, and instead, we're just going to cherry pick. We're going to pick creators to watch who basically confirm our bias, and then anyone who says otherwise is a liar, they're a shill, they're bought and paid for, or they're stupid. And I will just say, I'm not always right about things, but I also try to be as much as I can, and if I'm not going to be right, I at least try to be consistent. And I believe I'm vindicated now in saying that my coverage on this entire situation was the most factual that you can find on the internet. I think it was the most read, I think it was the most well-researched, and I think I had the best read on this based on the videos I've seen from other people, especially some larger content creators who I do respect and enjoy their videos, like Most Critical, things like that. They just did a very reactionary take on the entire thing, and then ran with this narrative that Nexon's actually really stupid and the stuff that they were saying was stupid, which from his perspective, I think it was because he didn't understand what they were saying, which is fine because this is very complicated. But obviously me being attacked for something that I believe to be well researched and well thought out for the entire time, and being kind of shunned by the community and completely just abused by random people for what I believe to again now be objectively held to the truth, is a little bit frustrating, which is why I'm going to now do a victory lap on showing you why I said what I said and how, you know, I believe I was correct in doing so. And the thing is, right, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't, you know, just wake up and pick my opinions out of thin air. It doesn't matter to me who's involved. You could be my brother, you could be my dad, you could be a company that I've worked closely with, you could be a company I don't like. I'm always going to look at what happened and then determine, you know, based on the facts that are available to me, what the situation is, removing my bias. My like of something or dislike of something isn't even secondary. It's just not relevant. I don't factor it in. I try not to. That's just my particular flavor of autism, is that I try to be consistent, logically consistent with things, and that's how I approach this situation. And again, why I say I don't have a crystal ball is that I don't just wake up and some days know things and be right about things. All the information that I consumed on this was out there for anyone else to. And I believe if you consumed all the things I did, which, to be honest, if you have a job, you're not going to, unless your job is this. And even then, most people don't care to do it because they don't care about factual reporting. They care about essentially playing to an audience like a fucking entertainer so that they can get good boy points and you know, be well received and loved within a community, because that's important, I find to be fickle, and they'll turn on you as quickly as they like you, typically, if you ever have a dissenting opinion, which is why I don't do it, as well as I just don't agree with the process of not intaking information and making opinions based on said information. But that's an aside. I believe if you read everything I did, you would come to the exact same conclusion that I did, and Judge now has done. And we're now 7 minutes into the video, and we've not even really got into anything. So basically, game comes out, Nexon says, you infringe your copyright. Nexon starts doing the things that you would do to defend your copyright, which is DMCA the game in territories and regions and platforms that you can. The way DMCAs work, if you're unaware, is, let's say I think that I own Thing, but you're using Thing, and you're using Thing on YouTube, you're using it on Steam, you're using it on whatever else. I would send a DMCA, a copyright takedown, to these platforms, and these platforms, as not arbiters of the law and not a court, they will say, this looks like a validly filed DMCA. I will then take down the Thing, because it's not for me as the platform to decide what is or is not correct. That's for a court. They then tell the other person, we've received this copyright notice, we've taken the Thing down, you now have 7 days to file a counter notice. That person then decides, do I want to just accept the Thing's taken down and just, you know, just not have the Thing up anymore? Or do I want to say, no, this is incorrect, I will fight this and file a counterclaim? When the counterclaim is filed, there then starts a process of time where the initial claimant, me in this circumstance, that filed the DMCA, has 7 to 14 days to sue you. And if I don't sue you, if I don't take you to court, if I don't file legal paperwork pursuant to that DMCA, then the Thing, it just goes away and the Thing comes back on the platform, and I can still sue you later, but that DMCA is gone. So basically, this is what happened. And what I need you to understand is that a legal battle, a legal war, is kind of like a game of chess. Not every move on the chessboard is designed to win the game with that move. It's designed to put yourself on the chessboard in a more favorable position so that you can use the winning moves later on. And when you have like a complex legal situation that spans multiple territories, a DMCA is a pawn, maybe, you know, whatever piece we're going to use in this analogy, and a copyright infringement lawsuit can also be a piece. And I think the copyright infringement, very specifically as a term and as a claim, was always the flimsiest of the argument from Nexon, because I think if you engage again with all the details of this case, you would see Nexon was 100% correct, and Ironmace almost completely admitted to the trade secret infringement. This was just like a thing where if you read everything, you knew that they did this shit. Like 100%. I stake my entire reputation every time on saying they did that. And obviously, as we'll get into, that is now objectively true based on a court's decision. And basically, the copyright infringement lawsuit in the West was dismissed. Why was it dismissed? Because this was a big W, right, for the Iron Mace people and for the fans of Dark and Darker. It was dismissed as it was always going to be, because the court looked at this and said, why the fuck is a South Korean company suing a South Korean company in a North American court, in a North American jurisdiction? Why are you doing that? There's already ongoing legal action in Korea. Go there. And that was always going to be the case. Again, this was the DMCA and the subsequent lawsuit was essentially just to try and block the game being released, which you can say, oh, Nexon bad for doing that, but that's kind of just what you do if you think somebody stole a game from you, is you try and stop the game from being serviced because you think it's doing you and your thing damage, which the court agreed with based on the amount of money that's been paid out. They do agree that this damage was caused to a massive monetary number. So obviously that lawsuit went away, and then Nexon tried the next chess piece, which was, while these other things are ongoing, we want to block the game from basically being serviced as a court order from Korea, which would have basically killed the game dead until the lawsuit was settled. And this was done with an injunction, and the judge said, no, we're not going to do an injunction because that would damage the ability for Iron Mace to defend themselves in court on these other charges you're bringing, because if they can't operate the game, they can't earn money. And I said at the time, you can go find this on tape, the best resolution to this whole situation was always going to be for both companies to have enough money and to not settle behind the scenes and go to court so that we can see who was right and who was wrong. Because if we just get Nexon has more money and bullied them out, that's not good, because then nobody can be vindicated in opinions and everyone's just going to think Nexon overwhelmingly bad, which they are in many circumstances, just not in this one. And obviously if IMACE doesn't have money, that's not going to happen, so an injunction in that case would have been bad, but obviously I can see why Nexon would do it. It failed, and this was overwhelmingly reported by content creators in the Dark and Darker space, which were literally, I don't even want to call them content creators. I've had beef with some of these people in the first place because they are part of the reason why I was getting so much hate, because they'd literally just say I was a liar or I was paid or I was stupid or blah, blah, blah. And then their audience would come and send me DMs telling me I'm a fucking idiot and just being generally unpleasant. And one such content creator was literally he was basically like a mouthpiece for propaganda from the company. The company would send him statements and he would just make videos repeating said statements without looking into anything that was said. And what was being said was just incorrect. It was just clickbait. It was lies. And obviously I take issue with that. Because who the fuck are you working for that company? Like, why are you a mouthpiece for them? But obviously this played well into the community because people weren't really looking into things at the time and haven't done the whole time. But basically that's where we get to. We've been waiting for over a year now for what the Korean courts were going to say, and a lot of people in the IMACE Dark and Darker community thought this was overwhelmingly just going to be IMACE wins, Nexon's wrong, and Nexon's liars. But the issue is that there was always this element of, even if we lose, we win. And this is where I guess we can have the discussion, but there's going to be no resolution to this, because if you feel this way, I guess nothing that would have happened or could be said will ever dissuade you otherwise. People will simply say, Nexon bribed everyone, the courts are favourable to Nexon, the courts are corrupt, and no matter what happened, Nexon was always going to win, which is a little bit cognitive dissonance when you then say, IMACE won here, but, you know, that's whatever, let's move on. I'm not going to get into that one. But obviously if you feel that the Korean courts were biased or the Korean courts were always going to let Nexon win and blah blah blah, then there's nothing I can say to you that will do anything. And you could have fucking written confessions from every person in Iron Mace and you would still probably feel that, you know, the court somehow just decided Nexon was going to win, and then there's no point going over that. But basically, let's go over what has actually happened as opposed to the headline, because this again is considerably worse than what it seems like. Basically, when Nexon sued Iron Mace in South Korea, they didn't just sue them on copyright infringement. They sued them on I think 3 counts. 3 different things, but it might be 2. I can't remember. It's been fucking like over a year since I read this stuff, and obviously with all the translation issues and everything, it is what it is. But the copyright infringement element of it was the least worrying and the least likely to succeed, and the court cleared Iron Mace on the copyright infringement, but they found them guilty of the trade secret, and I think there was like a unlawful competition thing. I can't remember what it was called or whether that was built into the trade secret one, so forgive me on that. If I ever make like a big long video about this that's written and everything, then obviously that'll be in there, but you know, I can't be expected to remember everything about such a fucking dense legal thing when I'm not even a lawyer in the first place. But basically, they've been cleared on the copyright infringement aspect, but found guilty on the other, depending. And due to that, they have ordered them to pay 8.5 billion won in damages. And this is basically, they need to pay 8.5 billion total, 1 billion to be paid starting in March 2024, which I think this is a mistranslation. and it should be March 2025 unless it's backdated, in which case you have to pay this immediately. Okay, so just for clarity here, just want to clear up, it doesn't seem to be a mistranslation. It appears as if the amount of compensation that the judge is claiming that they need to pay is backdated, which means that this started accruing interest as soon as this date started. So it's actually more money at the 12% annual increase on the amount than it would appear on face value. So that's why because it will be based on what the company was earning with the game. So it's 1 billion backdated from March 6th with 12% annual repaid interest, and then 7.5 billion from June 21st, 2024. So then obviously however much interest that works out, if you're a mathematician, will be how much they'll need to repay, and they owe all that money now, as well as, of course, the 80% litigation cost. And then the rest of which will be occurring in 12% delay damages, which is essentially interest, fully paid starting in June 2024, which again, translation is going to be an issue. Does this mean they need to pay it all by June, or it starts being payable in June and then that's when it starts occurring interest? Don't know, can't say. This, however, is not the biggest issue. It's a lot of money, don't get me wrong, a lot of money, and we'll go over in a minute why this large sum of money is as big of a deal as it is in terms of an actual legal proceeding. But not only that, he then said of the 8.5 billion, 1 billion should be paid starting March, and 7.5 billion should be paid starting June 2021, an annual rate of 12%. He also said Iron Mace should cover 80% of the legal fees, and Nexon should cover 20%. Now, this is again evidence that if you're an Iron Mace Dark and Darker fan and you say, oh, Iron Mace won, in zero circumstance do you ever win in court and you get ordered to pay 80% of what is going to be a fucking astronomical amount of legal fees. An insane amount of legal fees. Nexon will have had dozens of incredibly expensive lawyers working on this, and the case went for 4 years. Then your own legal fees that you've already been paying, you're basically getting a 20% fucking cut off the top for Nexon paying 20% of those. You are going to be paying an insane sum of money for this, as well as then the compensation you've been ordered to pay, having been found guilty. Now, the details of this case,
I'm dying.
We'll go over this in a second, because again, this is not over. This is just the beginning for Iron Mace, and why this could be even worse going forward. This might not even be the nail in the coffin. This might be them lowering the coffin into the ground. This might be curtain call. And I'm not a doomer most of the time, but on this, this could be really bad. It could amount to nothing, but it could be really bad. I'll go over it in a second. Why I say that this was always going to be the case, in terms of, I was 100% certain, maybe 99.9, that Nexon was in the right here and Iron Mace did this shit. The reason was because when it all came out and we had all the information, the way that this goes is that when Choi and the other guy, Terrence or whatever, the two guys, right, that were working, how this goes is these two people were leads very high up in a Nexon studio making a game. They were being paid for multiple months, maybe multiple years, to develop the idea of a game. Nexon were paying the whole team. They were saying, come up with a game, come up with a game. They came up with a game. The game was then pushed through developmental processes and gotten to the stage where they'd probably invested millions of dollars into doing it. And then COVID happened, right? And Choi said, I will, the process by which we are conducting our game development is being hampered or hurt by the version control, basically, that we have running, that allows me to work from home and have the data and things that I need from the company servers. I want to make my own server under my control so that then I can work more efficiently from home. And Nexon said, okay, you can do that. That's fine. And he did. And then For the following months, he continued to use this. And then Nexon had a fully new implemented system of version control where everyone could use this, and you had all your credentials and it was all logged on their server, so they knew exactly what was happening and nobody could misappropriate the data or whatever else. And they said, okay, stop doing that now. And he said, okay, I will stop doing that now. And then he didn't. And for months, while the entire other company of thousands of game development employees were using this other system and they were all fine with it and other games were being made and nobody had an issue, this guy was still using something he had explicitly been told not to do, which was taking data off premises from the company servers to his own. And then it was discovered that not only was he doing this and constantly doing so, he was also allegedly trying to poach staff to go and start his own company to make the same game. He was basically saying, guys, why don't we just go make this ourselves? And, you know, we'll not be under Nexon anymore and this will be great. Employees heard this, took this to Nexon higher ups. Nexon brought him in for some form of disciplinary. He was fired. He was also told he needed to hand over the server so that they could determine what had been done with the data and things like that. He, maybe mistranslation, but from what I remember, he allegedly said, yes, I will do that, and then deleted the server so they couldn't do it. And then when the game came out that basically had a large percentage of the people who worked on that game for Nexon working for them under a person who was the lead of that game, Nexon obviously said this game could not have been made that quickly without you having fucked with the stuff, right? This game could, if you look at the process by which you make a video game, there is no world, and many gaming development insiders have said this exact same thing. There is no world in which you start a company and then within 6 months you just have a playable game product without, like, where's all the R&D? Where's all the testing? Where's all the back and forth? Where's all the design? You literally just had an out-of-the-box game because you had a game already. You'd made this game previously over years at another company, and then you'd left and you just remade the game. And the issue is that people are always going to argue, oh, but how could you not do that when you worked at another company? Are you supposed to Men in Black yourself and not remember your expertise or what you worked on before? And there's a fine line here, and I think an understandable line for most people, that the difference between like using your expertise of working on something to make something else not being the same as making the exact same thing. They're not, that's not compatible.
Wait, what?
What happened here? Holy sh!
I am God! Listen to this! It's like a chorus of alarms.
That took you 5 years to come up with that piece of. You need to just go do something else. Go work at McDonald's. I guess now the hot time.
In January 2021, the world was introduced to a thrilling zombie survival game that promised to define the genre and change the gaming landscape forever. Very quickly, it gained popularity, with fans commenting their excitement, before long rising to the #1 wishlisted game on Steam. No small feat for something coming completely out of nowhere. But the good times were not meant to last, and over the coming months, people began learning more about the developer of this promising zombie MMO. The end result is one of the most insane stories to ever exist in the games industry. So come with me on this feature-length journey chronicling the entire life and death of Steam's most fake game, The Day Before.
This was a very, very good looking trailer. I mean, it looks amazing.
This looks good, chat. This game is going to be pretty cool, I heard. All right, let's see it.
The Day Before's initial trailer was full of promise, a pitch that was equally ambitious as it was unlikely. For this reason, even at the early stages of existence, people were incredibly skeptical about what was being shown. And after all, why wouldn't they be? The Day Before announcement had arrived at possibly the worst time for a promising, albeit far-fetched trailer. Just a month prior, on December 10th, 2020, another game had launched after a decade of promises and trailers, painting a compelling picture, but delivering something that did not meet expectations. Cyberpunk 2077. With this game came a renewed criticism of the games industry's ability to present deceptive game footage years prior to the release of a product that seemed a million miles away from that expectation. This was not a new concept. Cyberpunk was just the latest and perhaps largest renewal of the conversation, becoming the most recent example of how deceptive a trailer could really be. Cyberpunk reminded people of the very real downgrade of graphics and gameplay that they'd seen for years, how a trailer was nothing more than a marketing tool, usually being polished for months to display a concept of a video game that may not currently exist in any meaningful way. Designed to be presented on massive stages such as the now dead but previously annual trade event called E3, shouting to the world, this is what our game is, what we hope it will be, or sometimes just an outright lie. So, given that people were already just burned with one of the largest game launches in history, the day before came at an unfortunate time for selling hype and promises. But what exactly was it about the day before that was causing raised eyebrows and suspicious glances upon immediate arrival? Well, to start with, the trailer was so heavily scripted and lacking in how any real human would play a video game that it almost comes off as a parody. The game screamed fake right from the jump.
Running out of fuel.
Great, man. Awesome.
We'll look around here, I guess.
Shall we split up?
Yep.
I'll find out what's in the skyscraper.
Okay, and I'll look around here. Let's see what we have here. Alright. I have found a great cowboy hat. Tell her everything's alright. And there aren't any more guns in the valley.
Easy, cowboy.
This is of course not the first time that a company had used a poorly scripted and badly acted segment during a trailer purely to convey how they expect their game to be played. In fact, the game that the day before was very clearly visually based upon had also done this, just 3 years prior at E3.
Hey, wait for me.
Crap, they have a tank.
Yep, I see him. Don't aggro him yet.
Let me adjust my build.
Got my crossbow and chem launcher.
Now keep that talk of similarities between the Division 2 and the day before clear in your mind, as we will come back to this later. The rest of the trailer displays very little in the way of actual gameplay, and absolutely zero if you consider that this isn't how people play games. If you treated the trailer like a proof of concept, concept for how they expected people to play, as a trailer that existed to give you a feeling of the game world but admittedly not actual gameplay footage, it would make slightly more sense as a concept. But what people were seeing was scripted interactions, absurd scenarios, and something more intangible. Something about the trailer just didn't feel right. The protagonist takes on 3 heavily armed players alone, without taking damage, using just a sidearm, just scooting along within seconds, as if nothing had happened, and at just the right moment, a horde of zombies appears as if from nowhere, flooding the lobby of a building despite the streets outside being absurdly quiet. The whole thing just looked and felt like one of those uncanny mobile game ads, where the gameplay on display is utterly incomparable to what the real game looks like. The movements, the decisions, everything just screamed fake. This was not a developer controlling a character within the world, interacting with systems that already existed. This was something else entirely. Now in hindsight, the trailer seems incredibly stupid and lacking in substance, which would make you question, why? Why were people so hyped about this? Why did people care? But the trailer did what it set out to do, and that is to convey an idea of what the game could be. Essentially to advertise what the players will be doing, finding things, fighting players, and surviving zombies. For this reason, it was a successful trailer. Though in truth, people should have been treating it like a concept artist drawing, and nothing more substantial. That being said, it's not how people treat trailers usually. They have expectations, rightfully so. That unless otherwise stated, a trailer represents something that does exist. This is not always the case, as many games have shown us over the years. If you thought movie trailers could massage a bad movie into a fantastic short trailer, maybe even conveying a story that doesn't exist, well, the games industry laughs about such restrictions. Instead of massaging footage and adding nothing extra, they can instead spend weeks or months creating a pixel-perfect fabrication without a single element existing in the real world. There is no constraints to this other than how much time, money and experience you have to put the trailer together. So aside from the trailer feeling and looking fake in terms of how it was portrayed, simple concepts still exist when judging games from a surface level perspective, and the day before was failing here. So what I'm talking about is that if a game is from an indie, small or unknown studio, you expect less in terms of graphical fidelity. This is due to high quality art and animations being a massive bottleneck for development, one that is only overcome with many talented artists working tirelessly for long periods of time, which of course means lots and lots of money. As a result, the day before trailer presented an immediate red flag with just how fantastic it looked. If you didn't know any better, this would look clearly like a very well-funded team with a large number of employees and experience. Either that, or it was a lie. Those are the most common explanations when you come face to face with this situation. So going back a little bit to talk about the Division comparison, people noticed that the forced cringe audio of the trailer was not the only thing similar between the day before and that game. The graphical style and world also looked strikingly familiar. So much so that the very first controversy surrounding the day before sprouted up from this similarity. Before any substantial information about the game existed, people took one look at the trailer, another look at where the developers were from, and decided that there was only one conclusion: theft. This almost entirely came from the fact that Fantastic, the developer of the day before, was based in Russia. This was of course a stretch with no evidence. After all, how could an unknown Russian developer get their hands on Ubisoft game assets and then brazenly parade them in front of the world during a game announcement? Still, the accusation quickly gained traction and even merit. And if there's one thing that is for sure, when people are suspicious about a video game, they will begin to analyse everything until they find what they're looking for. And so they did. Within the first few days of knowing the game existed, people noticed that the visual similarities between the games was simply smoke, but they had also found the fire. The day before logo, front and centre on all promotional material, was almost an exact replica of the Last of Us logo. In fact, when making videos about the day before, to make my thumbnails look as similar to the game's font as possible, I literally used a tutorial on how to recreate the Last of Us logo, and it looked almost identical. So at the bare minimum, the day before was being liberal with their usage of other people's work in their game. While they hadn't stolen anything per se, they were copying homework word for word, just in their own handwriting. So while there was no real theft of game assets, people had this feeling And that feeling had led them to very real evidence of something being off with the game, which just goes to show how easy it was from the initial trailer to tell something was going on here. And while this, of course, isn't proof that the game was some kind of elaborate scam, it was all the proof people needed to feel vindicated in their declaration that something was off about the game developer. So at this point, Fantastic could never win, and the slate would never be wiped clean. Everything they said or did would be almost forensically scrutinized. A terrible position for a small game studio, but one that they had put themselves. They gained all the positives of winning the popularity contest, including the potential life-changing opportunity of such a massive audience patiently waiting to buy their game, but so too had they gained all the negatives. The only way they could truly win against the public's opinion here was to deliver the game that they'd shown. If it was good, all the negatives would quickly vanish, leaving them with a monumental indie success story, one that we've seen often. Instead, the coming weeks were full of additional discoveries, and the narrative was growing much quicker and much larger than even the game's hype. The start of this came from Fantastic's developer history, which they made no attempt to hide. Well, at least for now. The Day Before was not their first game. Simply googling the name or clicking the developer tag on Steam would take you to a list of products they'd already worked on previously, games that they had abandoned very quickly after taking people's money. Now, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, three times is a pattern. Fantastic's first game released into Steam Early Access in 2017, The Wild 8, a multiplayer survival game with a top-down view that was surprisingly well received. Unfortunately, within a few months of Early Access, Fantastic apparently sold the game to their publisher, Hype Train Digital. This was done while the game was still unfinished, essentially abandoning the game to somebody else's custody. The next one to be released was titled Dead Dozen, which released again in Early Access just 1 year after The Wild 8. This time, there was no positivity about the launch, instead a complete lack of attention, before an even quicker kick out the nest to the awaiting pavement below. After that, they made a phone game by the name of Radiant 1, which was a 40-minute long single-player narrative game that launched at a few dollars, and is the single bright spot in Fantastic's career of video game development. So at this stage, people had all the evidence they needed to light their torches and grab their pitchforks. The Day Before had nothing substantial present and a highly suspicious history. But of course, failure isn't a crime, and if Fantastic ignored the mob, they could have probably just moved on. Instead, they decided, for the first time, though definitely not the last, to make things much, much worse. When Fantastic realised people were digging into their history, they simply wiped their YouTube channel clean. Where previously there existed videos of their long since abandoned games, now there was only one, the Day Before announcement trailer. Years of the YouTube channel remaining unchanged, but suddenly now is when they decide to delete the things that people had just discovered. Coincidence as an explanation for any of this had long since lost credibility. Instead, every additional small action added to the growing pyre, ready for someone to strike a match and watch it all burn.
This isn't the YouTube channel for this new game. This is just the developer's YouTube channel. So them removing their prior games that they worked on means they kind of don't want to highlight those things, you assume. And also interesting is if you go to the developer's website and you click on what games have you worked on, they don't list the Dead Dozen. So the Dead Dozen was by far the worst of the games that they've released so far, and they just are pretending on their website that they didn't even make it.
At this stage, just about everything that could publicly be discussed about The Day Before had been stripped naked and paraded through the streets, and so the internet moved on with their lives. Until March of 2021, where Mytona, the publishing company above Fantastic, who is the game developer, reached out to press outlets and content creators, stating that there was a live stream coming soon that would show something exciting. There was little to no details, only that on March 31st at 9 PST, it was showtime. The day before this live stream was due to begin, Mytona, who were working closely with IGN to broadcast this announcement, declared that the event would be moved back 1 week until April 6th. On that day, fans appeared in the thousands to discover what this exciting announcement could possibly possibly be? Perhaps a beta test, something to address the criticism and answer to any of the many questions people had regarding the shady nature of the developer. What they found instead was simply a logo on the screen and some music in the background. This continued for 2 hours before the Fantastic Twitter account posted a message addressing what they described as technical issues. These so-called technical issues continued for 7 more hours, making their exciting announcement stream 9 hours of music and a logo. It was at hour 9, the Fantastic took down the stream and posted again on Twitter, stating that the event was now postponed until further notice. On April 9th, just a few days later, they were back live on the IGN channel. This time, they presented a 13-minute gameplay trailer that showed an incredible number of features that were absent from the initial reveal. It starts out with off-roading a vehicle through a muddy area, moves on to a closer display of the looting and shooting mechanics at a gas station, before heading to a farmhouse showing destructible terrain, teasing a PvP event with heavily armed players, and the trailer ends with the players running into a bunker, closing the door behind them, and fading to black. During this trailer, a keen eye could see a large number of small features that could otherwise be ignored, but will become vitally important to the story a little later when we compare the trailer now to what happened in the end. Things such as mud and water splashing up the vehicle, the suspension bouncing as the 4x4 moves over rough, uneven terrain, the breaking of the farmer's fence before exiting the vehicle, running through weeds that moves with the character, the opening and closing of doors, things that add ambience and depth to a game world that do require many dev hours to perfect, though seeming small on surface level. All in all, the trailer did a much better job of showing the minute-to-minute gameplay of the day before in a slightly less scripted manner. Still, everything people had discovered about the developer thus far didn't suddenly go away. As a result, the top comments on the new trailer were all either jokes or criticisms of what was shown, mostly relating to the presentation style, which was becoming a running theme with the developer. They'd put someone in charge of controlling the main protagonist, who had terrible aim, moved incredibly slowly, and with a stiff, almost robotic action, but most importantly, the trailer still just felt off. All in all, it did nothing to convince those who were now of the opinion the game was a scam, but it did drive a massive number of eyeballs and a growing interest in the day before, whether for the actual game or just for the drama. The biggest and likely most overlooked issue of the trailer's release is the way that it was delivered. Now that people knew it was a simple 13-minute video to be shown during the initial date of March 31st, it was worrying to say the least. The delay to the release date could be forgiven, as sometimes a few finishing touches or last-minute issues could cause a brief delay. But when the new date arrived on April 6th and fans were left watching a logo for 9 hours, that was simply a head-scratcher. After all, showing a video on a live stream is something that an actual child could operate, and this was being presented by IGN, one of the largest video game outlets on the planet, with a simple task that they had extensive experience doing. The only real explanation here was that Fantastic had somehow messed up the most basic of tasks. Now this simple mishap seems tiny, but it showed that even the very basic handling of the day towards public perception was simply a bridge too far for Fantastic. They were taking the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of having access to a small studio's dream, a massive audience with interest in their game, and fumbling it every step of the way. While this is, in the grand scheme of small details, it signaled to everyone paying attention that the road to release was going to be bumpier than the trailer's off-roading experience. So before we continue, it's important to take a temperature check of where the community was at with the day before, as I've so far only presented the overwhelmingly negative and critical side. There was, in truth, two sides to this story the whole time. One group was that of the skeptics, combing through every frame of every trailer, breaking down every detail imaginable, and labelling the game as fake, the developers as scammers, and the whole situation as ridiculous. On the other hand, there was a group of people that ranged from the wait-and-see gamers who refused to join in the witch hunt, as well as people on the other end of the spectrum who took it upon themselves to defend against the overwhelming criticism and what they labelled as hate from a mainstream bandwagon of angry gamers. Basically, this could be summarised as the old haters versus fanboys argument, though really, most people fell closer to the middle of this spectrum. One very interesting question was being asked by the people defending the day before, which needs to be discussed in this video in order to progress the story. This question was twofold. Firstly, how could the game be fake if there were multiple trailers showing gameplay? Secondly, and most importantly, Fantastic and the day before hadn't taken a single cent from the public. So what was in it for them? Effectively, why and how could this be a scam as so many people adamantly believe? If nothing was gained, what would be the point of it all? Now, in response to the first point regarding gameplay on display, this could be answered very easily. It is commonly known that it's possible to build what is referred to as a vertical slice of a game and show features that work only in a very specific way, in a very specific area, without handling any of the difficult parts of development, giving off an incredibly polished and substantial view of a game that doesn't really exist beyond that small example. Add in things like post-processing, interface elements after the fact, and the nature of pre-recorded footage being easy to orchestrate, and that gives you the answer. This is why hype trailers can be considered a waste of real development resources and serve only as marketing material to drive potential future sales, because much of what is built in a trailer is work that might never be usable in the real game environment. Of course, this is not a rule of thumb. Gameplay trailers do exist, and teaser trailers are usually labelled as such, but it is possible. And in terms of the money question, well, they were right. They were absolutely correct on that one. No one had lost money from the day before, not a penny had changed hands. There were no pre-orders, no crowdfunding, nothing. So what could Fantastic possibly be gaining by lying about or misrepresenting its existence or substance? At the time, people speculated that the answer to this could be the scam happening to investors and partners like Nvidia and not the public, which is plausible. It was never ruled out. But the real answer came with Fantastic's next move. Just a few months later, in October 2021, all became increasingly clear.
Prepare to stream something amazing after the event. What does that mean? Is something coming today, guys?
You've just seen some new videos from the day before, and you know the release date. We're looking forward to delivering the day before for you. And now we have something more. Our second inner team at Fantastic has been working on something super fun over the year. We're happy to show you our new game, Prop Night. Join Prop Night open beta right after the event.
This was Fantastic's first move to cash in on the hype that the day before generated. They had millions of eyeballs on their every move, mostly for negative reasons, and they were now going to leverage that attention for financial gain. They had baited their audience, haters, fanboys, and everyone in between, to watch an announcement expecting a playable version of the game that they were excited for. This was orchestrated carefully and done in a way that does not happen by accident. Admittedly, it was a smart move, but one that again, in retrospect, showed that Fantastic were behaving incredibly suspect. After all, everything they'd shown was difficult to believe, lacking new substance, and delayed. Not only that, but communication was insufficient, they'd already failed to address any of the questions or concerns of the public, and they'd now baited their whole community, as well as journalists, content creators, and all to push out a product no one had asked for and wasn't even related to what people were interested in seeing. They were essentially trading any chance to gain the public's trust in the long term, something they'd already lost, for a possible short-term financial gain, and for a brief moment, it looked like it might just pay off. Prop Night, their announced game, saw a surge of players that, had it not been for the eyeballs generated with this tactic, would have been unlikely to otherwise exist. Unfortunately for Fantastic, the success was as short-lived as the game was mediocre. Again, Fantastic had, by luck or maneuvering, put themselves into a winning position and then tripped over their own feet just before the finish line. Had Prop Night been a compelling, innovative, or at least different enough flavoured drink to the Pepsi and Cola of games like Dead by Daylight, then this could have been a masterful gambit. Instead, it was lacking in any meaningful improvement or difference from its peers, and destined for a sharp decline before a slow march to the halls of dead multiplayer games. Now, in retrospect, people were focused more on the gameplay trailer and the issues they had found with it than on Fantastic's inability to handle a single public interaction without either pure incompetence or failed sleight of hand. This event was advertised deceptively for the day before, but contained barely 3 minutes of footage and existed purely to push Prop Night instead. The real issue wasn't with the substance of what they'd shown or done, it was with the intention. But there was one redeeming quality of the event. They finally announced when the game would launch, just 8 months away on June 21st, 2022. Unfortunately, we soon come to find out this was never a real date to anticipate. But first, we come to the first lengthy time skip in the Day Before saga. Unlike previous short lulls in the story that were full of discovery about the studio's history, analysis of recent released trailers or comparisons and similarities between assets and logos of other products, there was nothing really left to discuss. The only new footage that became available was part of an Nvidia partnership, which showed very little more than what we'd already seen. Almost nobody paid attention to this, nor was it meaningful in any way. The next big news came in early May 2022, just 1 month prior to the game's announced release date, and as you would have guessed if you paid attention to the runtime of this video, or if you're familiar with the story, this was a hefty delay to the game's release. The first in what would go on to become a habit of game delays. While before they had delayed trailers and other announcements, this was the first sign that the actual game development was not going to plan, certainly not as well as the trailers attempted to portray. But, as with most of the story to date, Fantastic had put themselves in a good position even with this bad news. You see, Unreal Engine 5 had just been released a month prior in April 2022. This was making a massive buzz in the gaming industry. Their showcase was now one of the most widely discussed developments of a game engine in recent history. Fantastic's video game had little to no footage shown for a while, had a massive question mark hanging over its head, and was clearly not ready to launch, but luckily for them, they've just been saved from an optic nightmare by the fortunate release of this game engine update. Unreal Engine 5 had arrived just in time to give them the perfect excuse to push back their game. Not only would it give them time to work on things that clearly wasn't ready, but most people were immediately on their side. Where they would usually have heavily criticised such a lengthy delay, people were apparently happy to wait, so long as the result was exactly what they wanted, a next-generation, revolutionary open-world zombie survival MMO. And people were so excited about Unreal Engine 5, how could you not want this game to have that? So the wait began, as the delay took the game into 2023, March 1st specifically, just over 2 years after the game was first announced. For the next few months, the Day Before saga should have been quiet. There was no footage to speak of, no news, nothing related to the game at all. But in true Fantastic fashion, there was a discovery that sparked a new inferno of criticism that had previously died down to embers. Fantastic had released a video, as well as a section of their website which described what they referred to as volunteers. Specifically, how they used volunteers and how you too could become a volunteer. The description was a real head-scratcher. Fantastic's culture is based on volunteering. Every single member of the company is in fact a volunteer. Which makes no sense, since a volunteer is, by the very definition of the word, someone who freely gives their time or labour, and therefore paid employees of the company could not be a volunteer. This led to common sense interpretation that Fantastic were using the idea of even full-time employees being volunteers as a way to obfuscate the fact they had a substantial reliance on unpaid labour within their business, perhaps even as a way to shield from criticism and muddy the waters of just who is a volunteer and what are they doing in regards to the game development. When people discovered this, it became another avenue of attack for critics, who were rightfully discussing the issues with using unpaid labour for things that clearly should be paid. Just another arrow in the quiver of doubt, which was now packed tighter than Fantastic's staff budget. In response, Fantastic tried to style it out, stating volunteers only worked on things such as localization, a job that would be expected to be compensated financially, as if this would change the public backlash that was clearly not based on this single topic, but the culmination of events thus far. Not just that, but community moderation was also left up to these so-called volunteers, a decision which very soon would come back to bite them, but not before Fantastic gave another answer as to an earlier question. What were they gaining from lying about a game that didn't really exist? Where was the scam? Well, fast forward to January 2023, YouTuber Big Fry posted a video discussing yet another incredibly suspicious aspect of Fantastic. On January 3rd, 2023, a video titled Life at Fantastic appeared on their YouTube channel. It has since been deleted, like much of Fantastic's history, but they did initially advertise it on their Twitter as a, quote, huge premiere. The significance here is that they were, again, leveraging fans of the Day Before to tune in for what was advertised as a look behind the curtain at the game's development. Perhaps they were going to answer the question of whether or not the game was real, which was now considered naive to even ask, as almost all public discourse was that the game was a scam, no further elaboration required. This is not what people got. Instead, the video was yet another barely concealed product placement. Another deliberate bait and switch, this time for an app that Fantastic had created. An almost identical situation to the previous event. Cashing in any of their remaining credibility for eyes on another product, trying in any way they could to profit from a popularity that they seemed constantly surprised by and clearly not ready to have. The app, which was called Continent, was discovered to be owned by Fantastic. The video even included a link that said, "Download Continent," as well as a pinned comment with the same, making it very clear as to why this video existed in the first place. Purely as a vehicle to sell an app, not to lift the veil on the day before. And again, almost as if history was repeating itself, as soon as the public called them out on this fact, instead of addressing what had happened or clarifying on their intentions, they simply deleted the links, pretending like nothing had happened, just like they did when they deleted their YouTube videos. People then pointed out the suspicious activity, asking why the links were deleted, and Fantastic's next move was to simply turn off the ability to comment on the video, as if this would make everyone forget what they'd just seen with their own eyes. Now, if you thought this story was a wild ride so far, buckle up, because the rest of 2023 is the most ridiculous thrill ride of gaming incompetence, lies, and stupidity that you will likely ever see. When the day before promised that the game would be unique, they didn't lie. No game in the history of Steam has ever achieved what they did. But first, there was the small case of a legal matter that almost killed the game before it even started. Just 21 days after the veiled attempt at showing their app, and on January 24th, 2023, the Steam page for the day before vanished completely. It was there 1 minute, and simply gone the next, totally devoid of explanation. Immediately, people rushed to social media to speculate. Some feeling vindicated that the fake game they called a scam for 2 years had finally vanished, that Steam had got wise and pulled it off the platform, or maybe that the developers had given up. While of course fans of the game believed it was a simple mistake that would soon be put right. Both of them were wrong. The situation got increasingly muddy when one of the previously discussed volunteers for Fantastic, a community moderator by the name of Wolf, took it upon himself to publish a statement on the official Day Before Discord, stating in essence that this was a simple mistake on Valve's end, that the Steam page had minor technical difficulties, and all would be resolved once the Steam maintenance concluded. This was not true, not a single word of it. Yet another massive communication blunder. This one due to the reliance on unpaid and therefore uninformed community volunteers, as opposed to the trained professional who would have had access to a real press release during any time of crisis. Fantastic later went on to clarify that the disappearance of the Steam page was in fact a complex legal matter relating to their use of the trademark the day before. This trademark was already in use for multiple years by a South Korean citizen who used it on a calendar app. This individual had since filed copyright takedown requests with Steam to have the game blocked, believing that they were misusing his trademark in their product and seeking a legal resolution to the matter. Fantastic declared in their communication that they were only made aware of the situation on January 19th, days prior to Valve's compliance with the takedown requests. But upon inspection of publicly available legal records and documents, this was at best an oversight, perhaps a misrepresentation, or at worst an outright lie. This information was brought to light by Force Gaming, who discovered the trademark records show that at the time of publishing the Day Before trailer in January 2021, Fantastic had not even applied for the trademark. In fact, they never filed official paperwork until January 2022, a whole year later. According to those same records, Fantastic was made aware of the conflict in November of 2022, meaning they knew their game name was likely to be a point of legal contention 3 months prior to the Steam page vanishing. Not just that, but anyone who has dealt with legal matters will no doubt know there is almost always a letter of intent or notice before any legal process is declared, making it unrealistic to assume Fantastic had only found out about the takedown notices being a threat merely days before they were actually sent to Valve and the Steam page removed. Even if that were the case, they would have known over 2 months earlier that their trademark was rejected due to their failure to dispute the South Koreans' own claim. Raising yet another question, how could they be so incompetent as to neglect a trademark for 2 years at every step of the way? Regardless of this, What became clear is that Fantastic's game was in a legal battle for their very name. The result was multiple of their YouTube videos being removed, the day before Steam page being removed, and months, potentially years of legal fees ahead of them before the name could be used again, if it ever could. The legal battle then began in Korea, where Mytona, the parent company, disputed the application of the calendar app's name in regard to an unrelated product such as a video game. Along with this came yet more bad news for the day before fans, another delay, this time moving the date from March 1st, 2023 to an even less certain date of November 2023. After all, no one can put a time frame on a civil legal matter, especially when it spans multiple continents, and 8 months seemed overly optimistic. All in all, the day before seemed to now be going to the stages of parody, stranger than fiction, and impossible to make up. Every step of the way, if it could go wrong, it would. Not due to unfortunate circumstance, but of their own making, essentially snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, managing to always place themselves in the right place at the right time, but being completely incapable of capitalizing on their chances. At this time, people were so jaded by the day before, expecting that everything they said or did was a lie, that this legal matter was even considered as a conspiracy. Some believed the copyright issue was simply a fabrication. When pointed out that there was real legal action being taken that would cost tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars, the narrative shifted. A simple agreement between parties to expend money for a real legal battle, with both parties being on it from the start. Which raises the question, why did people think this was the case? And some truly believed it was to give Fantastic another perfect excuse to delay the game, one that no one could argue with as it was simply out of their hands as a matter of law. Possibly to even cancel the game and avoid launching and potentially being sued for real by the customers. Of course, conspiracies are usually sexy, reality is often boring. This situation could simply be explained by Hanlon's razor, never attribute to malice, that which is adequately explained by stupidity, and Fantastic was to date defined by exactly that, stupidity. This situation alone would have been crippling news for any company and their fans. But for Fantastic, it was just another day, and also the beginning of much bigger issues. They released a new gameplay trailer on February 3rd, and this was seen as yet more vindication for those who accused the day before and Fantastic of theft. This time, it had real merit. Unlike the previous accusations with the Division's art assets, and more like the Last of Us logo, they had shot for shot copied the trailer from Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War Zombies. You can look at them side by side here, and you will see that this is an identical recreation. They wasn't simply using the trailer of somebody else, they were just recreating it with their own assets. Which again is why people started to immediately take everything they'd done before and started to compare that to other games too, which showed that yes, this was really happening with a frequency that was impossible to ignore. And again, to be clear, it wasn't that they were literally taking assets from other companies, they were simply creating an exact replica, for seemingly no reason at all, besides being devoid of their own creativity. A situation that was inexplicable. After all, how could you know the internet is calling you a thief for stealing a logo for 2 years at this stage, and yet brazenly shot-for-shot copy another incredibly popular game's trailer? They had to know, so to this day it remains beyond comprehension as to why they would do this. Were they purposefully creating controversy just to remain relevant? Maybe that's the answer, but what we do know is that they did it and never addressed why. Instead, they fought back against the critics, releasing a statement that still exists on their Twitter feed. We all live in a time of disinformation and lack of fact-checking. Anyone can say anything for views, and everyone will believe it. Disinformation needs to be dealt with, as it can harm not only us, but also other indie and small/medium studios. It also has a mental impact on the members of such teams. After the release of the day before, we'll think about how to help novice developers deal with fakes and allocate resources for this. Destroying is easy, creating is difficult. A very powerful statement to be sure, one that clearly addresses YouTubers such as myself, who to this point had only really given opinions on what had happened and speculating as to why it had happened. This statement could have aged very well if everyone had been wrong about the day before. The game could have released, and then they could have revisited their words here, pointing out how quickly the so-called hate mob jumped on their small studio, trying to destroy their beloved game. but you should return to this statement later to read it with the retrospect of what really happened instead. Until then, things continued to get worse. As Fantastic addressed disinformation from people they said would do anything for views, the next part of the story came from a place they would struggle to argue against: their own employees. On February 13th, a Russian publication posted an interview with insider sources at Fantastic. This interview discussed in detail the internal struggle of the studio, as well as the state of their flagship game the day before. And if you thought things were bad from the public perspective, well, things inside Fantastic were much, much worse. The source describes an incredibly toxic working environment, including mandatory crunch, referring to long work hours to try and meet deadlines, which led to a high turnover rate of staff, with people opting to simply leave the studio rather than continue in such a toxic environment. The article goes on to state the conspiracy theory about the trademark issue was incorrect. There was no agreement. It was a real legal dispute. They also clarified it was just another sign of what they called incompetence of the top of Fantastic in all aspects. Which makes total sense. People were assuming that the higher-ups of Fantastic were some kind of evil masterminds, coming up with grand strategies, when the truth was, they were just really bad at managing their business, which is, admittedly, much less sexy of a storyline. The article goes on to say that the brothers who oversaw the studio and often displayed in the videos of the day before were everything that is wrong with the development, that they are terrible to work with, shouting, screaming, cursing at employees, changing development decisions direction on a whim almost daily. The studio was rotten at the very core, and these men were the ones responsible. They also go on to describe what many had speculated regarding early trailers of the day before, that they were simply vertical slices, and that most, if not all of the features on display simply did not function in any real game. Just a hype trailer created in a small area designed to market the product. The interview ended, echoing the same sentiment that many of us have been sharing now for 2 years. I strongly do not recommend buying this. Now this is where my previous video on the day before ended. It was a deep dive on the whole saga, with months still left to launch, and with many questions that needed answers. Many of you will be aware of much of this story to this stage, but there has so much happened since then, and the story is so compelling, that I believe it needed to be available all in one place, with as much detail as possible. I truly believe this is one of the strangest video game development stories ever, and wanted to do it justice as such. And if you thought the ride until now was bumpy, well, buckle up, and I hope you didn't pick a window seat, because this is where it really goes off the rails. So some of the questions that were still being asked, even though everyone should have known better: will the game ever release? Was any of it real? Did they really do all of this for a kickstart on another game in a silly app? Are the investors really being scammed? And what's going to happen next? Well, very little, actually, at least for a few months. There were a few teaser images posted, nothing of substance. There was one video, which was their attempt to prove to the world everything was legit, that all the criticism and haters were wrong, though all this video did was illustrate that at one time they had a much more original, charming and real looking video game, before they decided to change it up and go for a hyper-realistic, almost Division 2 clone. Many considered the original models and art direction to be an upgrade on what it became, especially considering people had already put together comparison videos of the graphical downgrade of the day before from that initial trailer release in January 2021 until now. By this point in mid-2023, the game was almost unrecognizable, which, spoiler alert, is going to get much worse a little later in the story. On top of that, there was a very weird obsession from Fantastic with pictures of hot tubs and cars within the game. They posted multiple teasers of these, including a sports car driving through an alleged zombie-filled city. But in true the day before fashion, mysteriously it was totally devoid of zombies, or players for that matter, yet again displaying footage that they spent time and money to create, without any real purpose or result, except for confusing onlookers. Next came a quote from Fantastic Twitter, which appeared deceptively written or conveniently placed to appear as if it was a games journalist talking about the day before. The truth is that it was quoting themselves, saying, "The day before will be at the top of Steam wish lists again soon." So to take the temperature again, the day before was at this time considered by almost everyone to be a scam for one reason or another. There was nowhere you could go and see a mention of this game without that being the prevailing sentiment. You've heard and seen why people were feeling this way throughout, but as a reminder, one of the biggest criticisms was that no one had ever played the game or seen anyone really playing it. There was only incredibly curated trailers that felt totally off. This situation could very easily have been remedied by the developers if they cared. And to be clear, Fantastic owed the public nothing. No explanation, no apology, no gameplay, no access, and no game at the end of it all. After all, nobody had paid a cent. This would of course be against their interest as a business, since proving themselves real and the game good would have renewed a massive wave of hype for a game that clearly people were interested in, but they did owe them nothing. If they felt that they were wrongly accused, but happy to let the finished product speak for itself upon launch, they didn't even need to produce proof or let people see behind the curtain until it was ready. That would answer all the questions. But clearly Fantastic did want to prove themselves prior to that day, or at least they wanted to appear to do so. So they took to Discord to make a surprise announcement. This one could shut down the haters for good. A notification went out to the whole server, tens of thousands of users. The day before is coming to beta, and you can finally play it. The wait is almost over. You will see what we've made and know that you were wrong for doubting. They also said that the test would give an opportunity for players to provide valuable feedback, which could improve the final product. This was a huge win for the people who still believed in the day before. A dwindling number of people, for sure, but one that could easily swell once again, especially if the developers were finally confident enough to put their game in the hands of a single living human. This announcement was not alone. They also parroted these talking points in a few interviews over the coming weeks with numerous press outlets. And to be clear, this was totally unprompted. Fantastic had gone out of their own way to announce and advertise this beta, raising the question, would they really be doing this if the game was fake or they wasn't ready? Not just that, but they also discussed plans for launch, which was getting dangerously close. Specifically plans for console launch and whether the game would go into Steam's early access. Now to this point, across multiple years of communication and trailers, early access was never discussed, leading the public to believe the game would be a full release on day one, which is why it wasn't surprising when Fantastic employee being interviewed also confirmed that they, quote, are not considering early access release. We are planning to conduct a closed beta phase prior to the game's launch. Why am I mentioning this? Well, remember those 2 points for a little later. They become incredibly relevant very soon. After this, things were mostly quiet as people waited for whatever disaster would come next. But for once in the history of the day before, this time it was good news. In late August, I published a video detailing my Tonya, Fantastic and the day before's victory in their Korean legal dispute. To cut a long and rather complicated story short, 2 legal cases existed. One in the United States that needs to happen to fight the DMCA that was issued to their Steam page, and one in Korea to address the trademark's origin. The United States case was on hold pending resolution of the Korean case, which had now concluded in favour of Fantastic. The Korean authorities stripped the original owner of their trademark as it relates to video games, effectively ending the dispute entirely. This would now allow for the United States case to dissolve in short order, as many countries have an agreement when it comes to upholding trademarks or copyright. So winning Korea essentially means a win in every other jurisdiction in said agreement. Despite this victory, My Tonya and Fantastic had now filed a new trademark called Dayworld, which was clearly a placeholder name in case the United States situation didn't resolve in time for their impending launch in just over a month's time. Luckily, it was never needed. Unluckily, this victory was short-lived as things went right back to regularly scheduled programming just 1 month later. On October 30th, Fantastic began their marketing campaign for the day before's launch, which started with what they called the final trailer going live on November 1st. The timing made sense, since this was just 9 days prior to when they'd scheduled the launch date. There was just one problem, however. 9 days into launch, where was the beta that they promised? Regardless, people tuned in as the trailer launched and were unsurprised to see nothing really of substance that they hadn't seen for the last 2 years of coverage. Other than the fact that the game looked worse than each time before, there were still many questions, but at least it would all be answered soon. Not as soon as scheduled, as the trailer also delayed the game for another month until December 7th instead. The only other surprise was that suddenly the game was now being advertised as launching not as a full product, instead as an early access title, something that came from nowhere. After all, if you follow the timeline, they believed this game was ready to launch 8 months ago, and the trademark dispute was the only reason they delayed. But somehow, with 9 months more development, it wasn't ready to launch without what is essentially an alpha tag and discounted price. Just another question that would go unanswered, except for the obvious: the game was never ready, and early access could shield them from some criticism if things were not perfect. So this left another question to be asked. With the game now being a month away and having a perfect opportunity for a beta test, were they going to have one? But there was simply no mention of this. IGN fortunately was paying attention, and with a direct line to Fantastic, they asked the question, where was the beta? Fantastic's response would have been much better had they simply ignored the question entirely. Instead, they said that the beta was still happening, but that it was only for Fantastic volunteers. If you remember back, volunteers are what they called not only their full-time employees, but also the people who do their unpaid work such as moderation. So this was clearly a ridiculous thing to do and say, especially after they'd gone out of their way, without prompt, to quiet public criticism by promising this beta. They made no further attempt to clarify the situation, not with IGN, and not publicly to their audience, who they told directly to expect the ability to play the beta, but also that they wanted them to play it to give them feedback and improve the game prior to launch. What this essentially means, reading between the lines, is that they valued secrecy of their game's state more than they did any chance to make improvements to the product. That they were scared to show what they had, and that they were happy to pretend they never mentioned a beta to their fans, instead saying the only people who could play in this beta were people who already had access to the game, or were, according to my own experience, under non-disclosure agreements preventing them from sharing their experience. To be clear here, if nothing else had happened, if this video was 1 minute long, there was no additional context, this one decision from Fantastic would have given you everything you needed to suspect that this game launch was going to be a disaster, to declare that the development studio was rotten and that they were not to be trusted under any circumstance, that this launch was going to be fireworks for all the wrong reasons. And that was true. Fast forward to December 4th, just 3 days before the big finale, and Fantastic again took to Twitter to reveal their truth. This letter was well received, much more than anything they had posted previously, and essentially just says they love their game, their community, and that they were here to update the game for the long future. In this letter, there are contradictions, such as them addressing people who criticize them, saying that they accept it, which goes against what they said in a previous release earlier in the video that describes said criticism as disinformation and that people were not fact-checking. The message goes on to say some things that were interesting about the public perception, things that again become important later in the story. First, they asked people to not accuse them of scamming as they'd not taken a penny, which, as I said earlier, was absolutely true. How could this game be a scam if they hadn't taken money? Except for the leverage used to promote their other products, of course. But that isn't taking money for the day before from customers, so many would say that they were right. Second, they asked people to not call them an asset flip, which, to my knowledge, no one was really doing. At least yet. There had been accusations of stealing art from games like The Division and stealing style from other games as well as their logo and trailer shots, but not of being an asset flip, which refers to buying pre-made assets off a store, making nothing yourself, and essentially just shoveling out a garbage product. This was a very weird inclusion for the game's pre-launch message, which overall read in a very strange way, almost as if they were doing preemptive damage control, preparing for a storm that was on the horizon, closing the windows and heading down into the basement to wait it out. The message ended and left people with mixed feelings. Many people's minds remained unchanged, expecting the game to be a complete disaster, with a small hope to be a surprise. But since the game was about to launch, they were going to get a surprise and discover just how wrong they were. The day before was not a disaster. No, it was something much, much worse.
Its map is lifeless, its enemies are idiotic.
I can't emphasize enough how bad the shooting feels in this game.
And if you're going to charge $40 for a game that plays this bad and has these kind of bugs and these kind of issues and this kind of server instability.
Its PvP is an exploitable mess, its story is pointless, and its progression is downright infuriating.
Fuck the day before.
It's bad. It's just outright bad.
Oh yeah, that is the scam before.
Close to 3 years of waiting, watching, and speculating had brought us all to this moment. Every single detail about this company was heavily documented. Every single aspect of the day before's development was heavily scrutinized. And yet, nothing could have prepared people for this launch. It almost defies belief that 10,000 words of this video script led up to the launch, and somehow, some way, the game was still worse than anyone expected. It wasn't just that the game was bad either. That would have been too easy. It was that Fantastic had clearly lied about what the game was, heavily misrepresenting what to expect from day one until the very moment you paid $30 and opened the game. Originally, and for every trailer, article, interview, description or mention, the day before was an open-world zombie survival MMO, but what was delivered was an extraction-based shooter game, just like Escape from Tarkov. A single, small map with a hub-based city, with small server sizes of a few dozen players. On top of this, almost every visually presented asset in the game was discovered to be assets purchased from the Unreal Engine marketplace, which on its own is not an indicator of anything, but in conjunction with the game's performance, design, and gameplay, is often referred to as an asset flip. A game that exists purely to try and make money from bashing together pre-purchased assets with little to no effort going in otherwise. And if we remember, just before release, they asked people not to accuse them of asset flipping, which nobody ever did. But now this is when the accusations began. And we'll not dwell on this too much, as this video is not a place to do a review of the game. I'll just say this: even if the developers had not misrepresented what it was supposed to be, even if we all went in with full knowledge that this was an extraction shooter and not an open world MMO, it would have changed very little about the public reaction. It would have still received massive backlash for just how broken, unfun, and lacking in activities it was. There was next to no redeeming qualities at all, and the reviews reflected that, making it one of the worst rated games in Steam history. Not just because they lied or misrepresented, but because it was a bad game, full stop, no matter what the game was supposed to be. After all, if it released as an extraction game and it was good, it would have received criticism for what they did, but it would have still been played and lauded as a good game. But that wasn't the case. The game was just bad. Now, I do want to give some speculation as to why the game was so different to what they advertised it as originally. The games industry is not immune to the idea of writing checks that you can't cash. It is incredibly prevalent for game developers to overpromise right up until they come face to face with the reality that they cannot deliver what they originally said. There are people and studios famous for this very concept, such as Peter Molyneux and the Fable series. There needs to be no malevolence in this as a concept, because trying to do something and failing is not inherently a bad or evil thing to do. So I say that to say this: perhaps Fantastic aimed to be what they advertised, but at some point they realised they could not deliver. So instead, they stripped down on features and focused on a smaller version of an easier to create game, taking the open world MMO concept and turning it instead to a simple map extraction shooter with smaller player capacity lobbies. This in and of itself would not have been a problem, nor would it have been reasonably considered bad if it had been communicated prior to release. After all, nobody had paid anything, nobody was owed anything. All they had to do was tell people what was going on. However, where this transforms from a perfectly reasonable, albeit disappointing circumstance and reality of game development is when they decided to never mention this fact. Where it becomes what people refer to as a bait and switch, or would colloquially call a scam, is when they wait until they have your money before you find out that the game is not what they said it was. not even the same game genre. But if you thought that was the end, or that things could not get any more ridiculous, you'd be very, very wrong. What happened next was Fantastic saw the criticism and they responded the exact same way they had previously. If you remember back to when they were called out for promoting an app that they created during a video they presented as an insight to the day before's creation, they simply scrubbed the evidence away and pretended it never happened. When they removed the YouTube videos, when people started to look up their shady history of abandoning games, they simply removed them. Remember, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. This was the 3rd time that they tried to simply erase the fact that they'd been caught doing something and called out publicly. Luckily, SteamDB.com shows updates to the Steam page, and they were caught red-handed removing tags that they lied about existing, such as massively multiplayer. And this wasn't the end of the 3s, as another pattern was about to emerge just around the corner. So let's recap as things move very quickly from here. December 7th and 8th, the game launches. Within hours, reviews were some of the worst Steam had ever seen, with only review-bombed games like Overwatch 2 beating them out. And just to be clear, was this the worst game ever made? No, of course not. There's plenty of bad games, but most bad games usually never get to the front page of Steam, they never go all over YouTube, and they're never discussed by mainstream game publications. Usually bad games release, almost nobody plays them, and then they fade into obscurity, so it's rare to see such a large number of negative reviews on a game that is front and center, just like the day before. And also, to address the idea of review bombing, because some people, fans of the game, did believe that this was the case, that the day before was still good, and it was just a victim of yet more hate for no reason, you only have to look at the player numbers to prove that this wasn't the case. Player population was dropping like a rock, showing that people were trying it out and deciding that it was not worth sticking around. If the game was good, people would basically swallow almost anything to continue playing it, but not the day before. This game was basically speedrunning incredible popularity to death, like almost nothing seen before. This is where things really should have ended, but instead, just like every other time people said that it could not get worse from here, it did. December 11th, just 4 days after launch, Steam removed the ability to purchase the day before, simply stripping the store page of the Buy Now button, something that is incredibly rare. The Steam page remained, much like a zombie itself, devoid of life. Clearly, things were not going well, but considering the next piece of news, that's actually an understatement. So December 12th rolled around just 5 days after launch, and screenshots started to circulate that showed one of the Fantastic company founders discussing the game's finances in detail. This showed an absurd, most likely an unprecedented refund rate for a game launched on the Steam platform, perhaps a game launched on any platform. The day before had sold an impressive day one 201,000 copies, with almost all of those units being on that launch evening within the first few hours. Proof that their strategy had worked until now, at least temporarily. Restricting access to any form of beta test had shrouded the project in enough mystery to sell $6 million in copies of the game within a few hours. Something that would never have happened if a single YouTube video showing real gameplay footage had existed on the internet in the days prior to launch. On top of that, refunds as of December 10th, when the screenshot was created, were up to 91,694, roughly 45% refund rate, which also misses data from the 11th and 12th, which undoubtedly would have included more refunds and little to no additional sales. This leaked screenshot also discusses the terrible review score, which was only propped up with 19% positive, as some people were using those positive reviews to post memes and stand out from the sea of red. It also discusses how much of a financial failure the game had become, while also declaring Prop Night, the game that they previously used the day before popularity to promote, was also a financial failure. These leaks made it very clear that the day before was one of the worst games ever released on Steam, period. At least one that people noticed. And more people than ever were hopping on social media to declare that this game was an outright scam. After all, the original defense was that they had not taken any money, and therefore couldn't be a scam. But now, after launch, after the misrepresentation for multiple years, after now having taken people's money, what other defense could there be? Of course, there was one small detail that people were overlooking at this time, and that was that Fantastic, as of this moment, did not have a single penny of customer funds. Not a cent, not a ruble. Steam do not pay out developers immediately, so it was Valve that had the customer funds, and this was about to become a key factor in the Day Before saga. You see, Steam's refund policy is rather strict, stating you cannot refund a game beyond 2 hours of playtime, meaning there were potentially tens of thousands of users who were stuck with a broken game which was not even as advertised. After all, the game's server issues at launch were making it almost impossible to log on and play. The performance was so bad that some people were waiting to see if it got better with a few fixes, like many online games do in the days after launch. This would lead to many people being out of their 2-hour refund window, perhaps without even getting into the game to play in the first place. It would be like buying a new television advertised as 65 inches, only to take it out of the box and realise it was 16 inches, then being told you cannot get a refund because you unboxed it, where, without doing so, you wouldn't have personally been able to attest to the fact it wasn't as advertised, just like the players who didn't get to try the game wouldn't know either. This led to people, rightfully so, asking Valve to step in, especially when the next news hit Fantastic's Twitter. Now, it's important to note here, personally, I was one of the biggest critics of Fantastic in the Day Before, but not even I could have expected this. Never in my years of covering or following the games industry had I ever seen anything like this. Just hours after the financial leaks began to circulate, it was all over, much faster than it started. Today we announced the closure of Fantastic Studio. Unfortunately, the Day Before has failed financially and we lack the funds to continue. All income received is being used to pay off debts to our partners. The message continued by declaring that Fantastic had taken no money during development of the Day Before, which was entirely irrelevant since they now had over 100,000 copies sold on a game that they had immediately, within 5 days, abandoned. If you thought this bonfire was already burning, with people calling them a scam all over the internet, now this was like pouring gasoline on that fire. Everybody was adamant that they'd stolen the money, that they planned this from the very beginning, that they'd just turn around and ran away as soon as that money had cleared. After all, how else could you explain what had happened? Who closes a video game studio 5 days after launching a game? After all, taking people's money, closing your studio immediately, and then saying you're going to use their money to pay debts, what other options are there? And realistically, everybody knows you don't wake up one day and realise you have no money. Clearly, the only reason the Day Before launched after over a year of delays was that this was the Hail Mary, that they were now out of money and they needed this launch. They were just out of opportunity to continue the charade. No more time to try and get the game into a better state. It was now or never. They knew this, and yet days before the release they were saying, we're here for the long term, we're going to keep updating. A way to try and placate, to try and convince people to stick around, even if it was rough at the beginning. What other reason does this exist other than to try and make money? Clearly, if they didn't launch now, they would have gone bankrupt without ever launching. So instead of calling it quits, admitting the product was not fit for purpose, an actual disgrace to try and sell this to their fans, they just launched it for $30 per copy. And the charitable interpretation is to speculate that they were hoping they were wrong, that their own game was fun enough for some people to play and enjoy. But having done so myself, subjecting myself to playing the Day Before, can't imagine who delusionally the companies thought they would have anything beyond a tiny initial bump out of curiosity, followed by an immediate nosedive with refunds and accusations. After all, they had 3 years to prepare them for what the public was already saying, things that they knew the public thought about them in the game. Add in that they knew behind the scenes the final jigsaw piece was this, that left no doubt that this game was going to be a spectacular failure. So when faced with the decision, abandon and get nothing or release and ride off into the sunset with something, they decided that they were going to cash in. A decision that almost certainly would have resulted in legal action had this ended here. But this story isn't quite over. 12 minutes after the studio closure announcement, quote, "This was our first big experience. Shit happens." So let's remember real quick what they mean when they say shit happens. The game was misrepresented for over 3 years, repeatedly moved the goalposts of launch, multiple times said they'd let people play the game and then never did, launched into early access for a high box price for a product that was not only utterly broken, but devoid of content or fun, and we're now hand-waving it away as if this is just something that happens to you, and not a long list of very intentional decisions that were made, leading us to this very moment. They were then even community noted during this Twitter thread when they claimed that the game was entirely their work. This note pointed to a Reddit thread that dissected just how much of the day before was pre-made, store-bought assets, which now brought this whole situation to a close. The only thing remaining was for the day before to make good on their promise to be a revolutionary game, to do things that no other game had done before. This came on December 12th, when Steam decided to remove the restrictions for refunds from the day before, essentially opening the ability to get a full refund no matter the circumstance. But it didn't even end there, as people continued to make very valid points that some users would not see these announcements, would not post even more refund requests if they were denied before, instead leaving Fantastic to escape with some of the customer funds, pointing out that even a single penny would be more than they deserved for what they had done with the day before. Luckily, Steam saw this and agreed. They then took a measure that could be the first in their history, proactively refunding every single purchase of the game, even if it was not requested. Basically wiping the stain of the day before from their platform once and for all, even giving up their own cut of money owed for the sales of the product. Making good on Fantastic's promise that the day before would make history, just in an unexpected way. With that, it seems that the story of the day before is over. Many people maintain their position that the day before is the biggest scam game ever created. A trailer that went viral, making it much bigger than it ever had any right to be. A developer that mismanaged every aspect of public relations, misleading them for years for a product that never truly existed. Showing trailers of a game that never materialized. Baiting and switching with products to try and cash in on their reputation before delivering anything of substance. And then being caught provably lying on several occasions. Without a shadow of a doubt, the day before irreparably harmed the games industry, especially the trust that people place in indie game developers and early access as a vehicle for the delivery of games that are not quite ready but need that support. A model that has produced many fantastic games, but has also been misused by people just like Fantastic. For what happened in the end, nobody got anything, except for this story, one of the most ridiculous in gaming, until someone comes along and does something worse, if that's even possible. There are still questions that remain unanswered, ones that likely will remain that way. After all, every decision made in this epic saga could have been avoided, and I always go back and forth on whether things like this are actual scams, and which definition people are using when they say that word. In a legal sense that you could prove in court, I cannot say, but in the sense that we all understand as consumers, there is no doubt what the day before became. But the more interesting question is, what was it when it began? Because there is no argument to be made that Fantastic didn't intentionally mislead customers as a matter of habit, that they made decisions to sweep issues under the rug, that they also cut their losses immediately at the end. If you were unfamiliar with the finer details, it might be easy to describe this as a studio getting more hype than they were ever ready or capable of handling, that their little game outgrew their abilities, that they just got in over their heads, which led to a hole being dug deeper and deeper as time went on, with no way to climb out before they reached 6 feet. But that narrative conveniently ignores that at every step of the way, this studio leveraged the attention that they received to try and profit, usually from misrepresentations, obfuscations, or outright lies. In the end, the comparison between what was shown and what was sold, despite years of additional work, makes the entire situation impossible to give the benefit of the doubt or a charitable interpretation. The release of the day before was missing almost every small feature that they painstakingly displayed during earlier trailers, leaving behind what many will go on to call the biggest scam in Steam's history. And that is the end of this story. Or at least, it should have been. But with these brothers in charge, it's possible that this story will one day be in need of another lengthy update, as despite the day before shutting down officially on the 22nd of January, a date that is no doubt passed by the time you see this video, and the studio officially shut down weeks prior to that, it seems that the brothers are not done. And if sources from seedaction.pl are to be trusted, they were never planning to be done in the first place. You see, according to multiple publications, even months prior to the official release and disaster of the day before, the brothers had already begun another video game development project. They were quietly gathering the most veteran in their studio to begin work on this other project, even some of the employees who were fired or quit due to the horrible working conditions under what many refer to as the most incompetent, clueless bosses in the games industry. Which means, for months, they were already planning their escape from underneath the weight of the day before and Fantastic the studio. That they likely knew the game was going to be such an incredible flop and were planning for that inevitability. With a financial well-running ride and the game in such a terrible state, they made plans to move on before it had even run its course. Which, as a callback to the letter we read earlier, claimed that those who spoke out were spreading disinformation, how they were planning to help other game developers, and of course the later letter that promises future updates to the game for the long term, are yet more lies, designed as it seems to try and prop up as many sales as possible for a product they knew was insufficient and were planning to abandon, just like every other project they'd released previously. Proving that what they called disinformation was in fact accurate. Looking at the history of the studio and the brothers did lead to an accurate prediction of the future of this studio. On top of that, in a story that seemingly never ends, even when there should be nothing left to mismanage, the brothers refused to let it go, refused to take even the minimum responsibility for what became of their flagship and studio-destroying game. January 24th, 2 days after the official closure of the day before and Prop Night servers, Fantastic took to Twitter in order to set the record straight once and for all. They claimed again that they didn't scam anyone, because they returned all money raised from selling the game, even going so far as to point out how few companies would ever do the same. Neglecting, of course, how few companies would ever be in this position in the first place. The obvious issue with this is that, as we pointed out in the video previously, Fantastic never had a penny of players' money to return. Instead, it was all held by Valve the entire time. Meaning, it's not them who chose to return the funds, but Valve through the Steam platform. Now, whether or not Fantastic made this decision independently of Valve is something we can never know, but judging from their closure letter that came out on December 12th, stating they were going to use all the money raised to pay back debts, it does seem like their initial choice was to take the money, making whatever they say now contradictory and also impossible to look at with good faith. While everyone getting a refund is good, they are not to be applauded for eventually being forced into coming to the right decision, only when the consequences of their actions became clear. When you have no real choice but to do the right thing, you don't get brownie points for doing it, and that's even if we assume you made the choice and not Valve on your behalf. The next part of the statement, they say they delivered on all aspects of the trailer in the final game, but go on to immediately contradict themselves with things that they'd left out, as well as ignoring the very clear video evidence on display that illustrates this point is completely false even on the face of it. But all of that pales in comparison to the end, where they essentially blame people such as myself, YouTubers and streamers, for making their game fail, claiming that we made so many people hate the game by just telling them what was happening and what the company had done, that it was never going to succeed. Ignoring that games which are good will always strip users of their preconceived ideas, and they'll choose to consume the product regardless of what came before, so long as the product is good enough to do so. Meaning if people chose not to play the day before, it was purely because the game wasn't good. And that ignores the objective data, with hundreds of thousands of users buying the game on release, of which over half of them refunded the game within a day, and the play numbers dropped to almost nothing within days of the game standing on its own 2 feet for the very first time. No amount of giving your opinion on whether or not a game will be good, or whether a game is good, or telling people what happened with the company prior to release, will stop people playing a good game. That's simply not how things work. Essentially, Fantastic refuse, even now, in the face of all the data, in the face of all the reviews, to acknowledge that they released a game that had zero redeeming qualities. Instead, choosing to blame anyone and everything except for themselves. The funny part here is that in true fantastic fashion, this Twitter nonsense didn't just begin and end with silly, easy to disprove rhetoric. That would have been too straightforward. A few hours after this post was made, it had been community noted. This note called the game a scam and disproved the statements made regarding the features being complete from trailer to release with a video. This video comprehensively shows what was missing from the game that was shown previously in the trailers, proving beyond a doubt that even the basics of Fantastic's new claims were incorrect. Fantastic decided the best course of action to resolve the situation was to simply delete the Twitter post, removing that community note, and then wait a few hours and repost. Essentially hiding the evidence once more and trying to continue their PR spin without people calling them out. I'm not sure why they thought this would work, because the Twitter post was community noted again within a few hours, this time calling them out for deleting the post trying to avoid the note in the first place. Essentially making it much worse, showing that they were trying to hide this, because the note was exactly the same, identical. Now clearly this wasn't going the way Fantastic wanted, and they didn't like the idea of public consensus and evidence being present with their public statements, so they deleted the post again, then changed their Twitter bio to a bunch of red arrows pointing to a link, which sent you to their repurposed website. This website now hosts their statements in its entirety, only now devoid of the ability to be challenged by facts or public opinion. But just when I thought that this story was over, in what has become the fourth edit during production of the video, we finally got some answers as to what exactly happened for the day before to become known as the biggest scam in Steam's history. On February 1st, 2024, German game site and YouTube channels GameTube and GameStar posted a documentary featuring an extensive investigation into Fantastic, including interviews with dozens of former staff and volunteers from both Fantastic the developer and Mytona the publisher. The findings align with much of what was reported during the initial Russian language leaks discussed earlier in this video, but also answers some of the questions raised throughout the journey. PC Gamer also did a write-up in English based on this video. Both will be linked in the video description. To begin with, all of the blame for what the day before became is firmly at the feet of the brothers. Game2 sources point out that they were taken by whatever idea or trend they discovered on any given day or week, changing the direction of, design or implementation of almost every aspect of the day before on a whim. This wasn't even limited to just small areas or decisions, but entire art styles and systems. The examples given were the character creator, which was overhauled every time the brothers played a new game. First with it needing to keep up with the GTA Online character creator, then Hogwarts Legacy, then Baldur's Gate 3. Whatever was trending, the brothers wanted their small game, their small team, to make it like that, or better. Next came the city that the players would be exploring. First it was supposed to fit the genre, a gritty, dark, realistic to the setting place, and then later to a brighter, almost cheery vibe like that of Spider-Man 2. And you can see this shift from earlier trailers to the final release. Of course, we all know the entire game changed because internally when they began developing the day before, it was supposed to be a small co-op game. Which is important context when you hear this next piece of information. The most insane and ridiculous part of this entire investigation was that it revealed the day before audience was not the only people shocked by the scope and scale of the game from an unknown developer. In fact, the developers themselves were more shocked than we were. According to this report, the day before developers, as in the people working for the brothers and making the video game, only learned that the game was supposed to be an MMO at the same time we did, as in they were making the game, working with the brothers on a daily basis toward that goal. Then the trailer released saying the game was an MMO, and the developers looked at each other like, wait, it's supposed to be an MMO? Which does answer the question, is it any wonder the game couldn't deliver on its promises when those promises weren't even discussed with the people making it? Next, the report moves on to another area the Russian article discussed prior to the game's release, and that is the treatment of employees. The details here are shockingly even worse. First, the brothers, who were based originally in Russia, hired almost exclusively young and inexperienced developers from former USSR countries. This might not seem like a big deal, since that's where they were located, but hold that thought. They then worked these people to the bone, forced crunch, unpaid, calling it voluntary work, which, as we know, they like to use the term volunteer repeatedly, and this is potentially why. They were working people 16 hours a day, working weekends, no time off, no holidays, no free time. Then, at the drop of a hat, immediate and spontaneous terminations of employees for any reason, and maybe worst of all, they also had, allegedly, a policy of fining employees for their mistakes, meaning not only were they gobbling up young people at the start of their professional career, hooked in by their dream of a job in the industry, getting their foot in the door with what looked like a great opportunity, but they were exploiting these people in every possible way, most of which are illegal almost everywhere on the planet. So they knew they had the only carrot in town, that these young and aspiring employees had nowhere else to turn if they wanted to make their way into the industry, and so they had an infinite source of employees to exploit, and exploit they allegedly did. The example given in the investigation from Game 2 was employees forcibly fined $1,930 for poor quality voice recordings. So these people were inexperienced, underpaid, overworked, and fined by bosses who sabotaged their own product with their delusions and flights of fancy, with the employees being the ones to pay the price. Literally. Not only this, but Game 2 in their interviews with dozens of former employees discuss what other publications have alleged during their own investigations. The brothers are not finished. Just before the game went live, they vanished, likely because they knew what was going to happen to the game. They only actually resurfaced on Microsoft Teams to close the studio and of course write nonsense on social media weeks or months after. The closure of the studio was so abrupt, and of course them appearing out of nowhere after being missing for days, led many former employees to believe that the closure was probably planned. And of course many rumours that Game 2 have also heard that behind the scenes these brothers are allegedly working at a new studio on new games. They are going to return, most likely pulling the same tricks and stunts as documented in this video. Which brings us to hopefully the end. But here's the conclusion. What did we learn? Was the day before a scam? That's going to depend on who you ask and what definition you use. Was it a financial fraud from the beginning designed to make money from nothing? No. Clearly the intent at the beginning was to develop a game and make millions of dollars. After all, the brothers had been making games now for close to a decade, trying to scale up from each project into something bigger and better each time. From day one to the final day, the intent was clearly to distribute a product that would make money. The more, the better. So this wasn't a malicious or malevolent way to try and steal money for something that was never going to exist. And if that was the only factor that mattered, it would be clear-cut to say the day before was just a failed product with no allegations of impropriety or malevolence having any merit. But that isn't the only factor, is it? The decisions made and the steps taken from the minute the public learned of the day before until the closure of the studio and now beyond indicate that there is a much more complex answer to the question of if it was a scam or not. So facts on the table, the brothers made the decision to show footage of things that didn't exist, that may never exist. They made the decision to bait the press with media releases, to scale up the game while being unable to likely deliver, to lie about the beta testing, to never mention early access, to launch the game with years of deceptive marketing as a totally different and grander project, to launch the completely broken game, and to say they were going to keep the money after merely 5 days of launch for an unfinished product, as well as many other decisions along the way. Whether they knew at every step of the way that they were contributing to a massive train wreck isn't something I can answer, but it's one that I don't need to. We only have to look at the major decisions at the very end. The game releasing in that state, the closure of the studio, the blaming of content creators to shift the blame, lies about what the game state was really like. This type of stuff turns a failed project from a developer that had good intentions to a developer that was deceptive for profit, which many people colloquially will refer to as a scam, And the question of whether or not it's actually legally actionable fraud is irrelevant to that public definition and consensus. For me, the reality here is you had two guys who, according to all reports, have exploited and abused young professionals who are likely to have missed opportunities as a result, and soured their experience in an industry they likely wanted to work in for much of their life. They ruined their own opportunity with delusional management, and they expected the public to pay for this. They fought against reality every single day and allegedly are happy to start it all over again, standing on the shoulders of others, adding weight as they go, but deflecting all blame to those whose backs they break when they fall. Whether this was a scam or they scammers is irrelevant to me, because the end result is worse. No money was lost by the public, but there are still victims of the day before, the employees. The employees are fantastic and not responsible, and almost certainly were just people trying to make the best product they could. Unfortunately, with the brothers at the head of the ship, it was always going to sink, taking everyone down with it. So that's the day before, the game that everyone is calling the biggest scam in Steam's history due to how popular and far it reached. But with a much more complicated story than that simple title. Unfortunately, this does not appear to be the end of the brothers' career in the games industry, so perhaps this is not the only time I'll be talking about them. Finally, I would like to end on a good note, which is usually rare in these videos. One thing that the day before did was prove that there is an appetite in the industry for a game of this nature, that despite games like DayZ existing and being better than ever, people want more zombie survival games. They would even trust the shadiest developer ever to give one a chance to exist. So perhaps the industry is listening. Maybe the fans of the day before will be playing together in another world one day in the coming years, enjoying a game that actually exists. Hopefully we don't hear from the brothers again, and hopefully people don't join their company and continue to be exploited. But with that, this puts the final bullet in the head of the day before. Thanks for watching.
Okay, that was it. Damn. Didn't get any shit. I got this one. Oh, rips me that. I got two. I got that. I got that. Alright, so. Meow meow. No, bump, bump. Okay, I need new video. Hold up.
What happened to video games and why aren't they fun anymore? I feel like that's a question that's plagued the modern gamer a lot lately, and in this video, I want to take a look at why we've been feeling this way lately when technology has only gotten better and games have only become more and more ambitious. From an objective standpoint, we should be happy with the current state of gaming. So then why are we constantly disappointed with every new release? Why does picking up the controller almost feel like a chore at this point? Firstly, let's start with the obvious. AAA games. When you think AAA games, you think Red Dead Redemption 2. Masterpiece. You think The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt. You think Gotham Knights. You think Madden 20,002.
Bro, look at this shit. I can't do anything. Just scored a touchdown to win the game, and I can't do anything. Wow.
You think, oh dear God.
Best. We just really wanted to make sure that those people that live in a night city, they're real.
AAA gaming is one of those things where you see the trailers and you're like, oh my God, wow. Then launch day comes.
This is your time.
The common trend with AAA gaming these days is that so many of these games are just completely broken on launch day.
Can they actually just not get around obstacles? That's wild.
Well, back 20 years ago, there was no such thing as a first day patch, so why did the need for a first day patch arise now all of a sudden? This is one of those things where you see a change in focus over time. To figure out what went wrong, let's go all the way back to the first console game to ever receive a downloadable patch to address performance issues. Unreal Championship on the Xbox. Damn, when did the Xbox initially release again? Okay, November 15th, 2001. When did Unreal Championship release? September 24th, 2002. Wow. It took developers a whole entire year to figure out how to apply updates to a game for performance issues on the fly. So if we consider that Unreal Championship was the first game ever to receive a console update, that means almost all games before that date, and especially before the Xbox's creation, had to basically be perfect, because once your game was released, that was it. There was no on-the-fly patch you could create to fix major game-breaking bugs or performance issues. No, if anything, only very minor things were ever addressed. Hence, when you go back to play a game on an emulator, you'll maybe see that the ROM has one or two different versions. Can you imagine the amount of playtesting games must have went through before finally releasing to the public back then? I sure can't. With that being said, games were being made on a much smaller scale back then, so testing games was probably much more manageable as a result. And with there being much more of a focus on testing since developers couldn't patch their games, well, 1 + 1 = 2, if you know what I mean. But with this newfound ability to just patch games on the fly, combined with their massive scale and the need to create the next open-world masterpiece, which is also compounded with the need to rush out games as soon as possible to capitalize on the hype, and that little equation gives you this freaking circus.
Is this game worth it? Does that answer your question?
But it's not just that AAA games are broken on release day, and for many days after that, potentially that's the only problem. It's the fact that even when they actually work, most of them turn out to be mediocre at best and a soulless cash grab at its worst. And I'm thinking that Gollum game that absolutely flopped is what I would consider the mediocre category, okay? At least it doesn't have microtransactions on top of an already what is now a $70 game. Well, they did have these emotes priced at like $3. I don't know why the you would want to buy these. Anyway, the game did so poorly that it caused the studio behind it to completely shut down, and then they also axed their next Lord of the Rings game that they had in development. And to that, I say,
we must make it move again.
good riddance. Another reason I feel AAA games are getting a bad rap is this trend in the industry where I feel developers go by the saying, bigger is always better. And at this point, it's just like, please, dear God, make it smaller. Some AAA games that release these days are simply too big. When games were made way back when on the Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube era, just from a technological perspective, the GameCube had a measly 43 megabytes of total RAM. Want to know how much VRAM of that total RAM the GameCube had? 3 megabytes. The trend in the modern game industry seems to be moving towards a minimum of 16 gigabytes of VRAM, which is the memory found in your graphics cards. And that's not even counting your system RAM, which has also moved from a measly 8 gigabytes just a couple years ago to a whopping 16 as well. So that means the need for memory has pretty much gone from 43 megabytes to a whopping 32 gigabytes of RAM to play a AAA release in just 20 years. That, to me, is insane.
The definition of insanity is
how big these AAA games have become to download. Sometimes it feels like a 1 terabyte hard drive, which would have been gargantuan back in the day, is not enough to hold all the games I'd like to play on a daily basis. And a lot of these games nowadays are requiring SSDs to be used, simply because they're necessary to make loading times plausible. Think about that. Where SSDs used to be a luxury, even for PC gamers, they're now a necessity for console gaming. Starfield is the most recent example, I feel, of this absolutely massive looking game that's going to turn out to be the next No Man's Sky. Remember how hyped people were for that game before the launch dumpstered on everybody? I don't know, call me crazy, and I hope I'm wrong, but Starfield looks like it's heading in that same direction. Just from looking at how many planets will be in Starfield, and Google answering me that there will be in excess of 1,000 planets to investigate, makes me want to throw up on the floor. Especially when I see those nasty, forbidden words, procedurally generated technology.
You should know what's going to be in his game.
Not all.
Well,
it's
no,
not.
it's
There are
procedurally generated.
Yeah, there
it's
are
totally
millions,
random.
millions of planets.
Let's talk about procedurally generated and how bullshit that is.
No!
Somebody in the comments name a game that's actually good that uses procedural generation, please. And Minecraft doesn't count, by the way. And so with this focus on always making your games look better, make them more massive, overwhelm the player with content, because content equals value. Hell, some of the funnest experiences I've had in recent memory are games that are 2 hours long, because those 2 hours are brimming with creativity and details that you might miss your first time through. So that 2-hour journey might even turn into a 10-hour journey. Katana Zero comes to mind when I describe this, so if you guys haven't played that game already, absolutely try it out. I also want to talk about how, with the focus on making these games so massive, development times continue to get longer and longer, and in some cases, can even result in the game's cancellation. Anybody remember Final Fantasy 15? If a game was ever stuck in development hell, that one takes the cake. The game took 10 years to finally release. That is an insane amount of time to have to wait for any video game, and with that wait came an insane amount of hype. And looking back, with Hajime Tabata having to salvage and rally together a lot of broken developers to finish the damn thing, it's a wonder the game wasn't a masterpiece. And this trend just continues on with the industry. Metroid Prime 4 being another example that comes to mind. Anybody remember that announcement? Yeah, we haven't heard a peep since because they scrapped the whole thing and had to start all over again because Nintendo wasn't impressed with what Bandai Namco had put together and hired Retro Studios to develop the game in their place. See, if it's one thing Nintendo knows how to do, it's to respect their franchises. Most studios would have been like, we need to make this money back, just go ahead and release this garbage, and us, the franchise's fans, would have suffered for it. See, Nintendo knows what's important within a game, and they aren't the graphics, nor is it about how massive the world is or what new technology the game implements. Listen, in the words of Reggie Fils-Aimé,
if it's not fun, why bother?
This is why Nintendo is still killing it with every single release, while everybody else is sitting by on the sidelines going, what the hell are we doing wrong? That new Mario game looks like it's made for 5-year-olds. Yeah, well, hey, that new Mario game is fun, okay? Relax. Then again, though, the new Zelda kind of has this bigger is better problem too, so don't worry, Nintendo, I'm coming for you next. That's not to say all AAA games outside of Nintendo are bad, though. There are some definite good apples in the bunch, like Red Dead Redemption 2, like The Witcher 3, like potentially Spider-Man 2. I'm hoping that's gonna be a freaking banger. There's definitely competency out there, but the reason I like these games I mentioned specifically so much is because they so clearly are innovating with each new release. Red Dead Redemption 2 added new things from Red Dead Redemption and just made it bigger, better, and one of the most immersive experiences in video gaming that I dare say has ever existed. Witcher 3 makes The Witcher 2 look like a cheap indie game in comparison with all that it added to its world, its characters, and its engaging quest lines. And by the looks of Spider-Man 2, it seems to also be following in that same great trend. And I know that I'm leaving out the elephant in the room here, Elden Ring, which was a big part of my channel's success back when it released, and probably also why a lot of you are subscribed. And if you haven't subscribed already, what are you doing? Do it now, or this guy's gonna haunt your dreams. Elden Ring took the gaming world by storm back in 2022, and the shockwaves it sent across the gaming community are still very much being felt in the numerous copies and knockoffs of the Souls formula in an attempt to recreate that success. Funnily enough, Elden Ring's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, doesn't really understand why Elden Ring was so successful. I quote, "I try not to think about it too much," Miyazaki said, "because I think it would be a bad idea to analyze it deeply and to consciously try to replicate it in another game." Even the director of Elden Ring recognizes the importance of not trying to replicate things that have already proven to be successful because it's a bad idea. Trying to replicate the magic that Elden Ring created is something that Miyazaki realizes would be detrimental to the creativity that made something like Elden Ring possible in the first place. And I think that's a truly beautiful thing, and something I totally respect this director for, even if I wasn't a total fan of Elden Ring versus From Software's previous installments. Part of the reason I think Elden Ring was so successful, even if the director himself doesn't want to take a stab at the reason, is that Elden Ring was so incredibly new and fresh, and something gamers hadn't really experienced before in a very long time. You guys remember how difficult games were back on the Super Nintendo? Man, those things were a bitch to complete. Nowadays, games tend to hold your hand and have all these different prompts and tutorials to teach you how the game works, and it's like, oh my god, let me just play the game already.
Just skip. Just wait. I should read this.
Elden Ring brings back that difficulty. And doesn't hold your hand by insulting your intelligence with all these tutorials and prompts on how to play out the wazoo. No, you complete a little tutorial-like section that teaches you the very basics through actual gameplay, and then the game sends you out to explore its world all at your own pace. In fact, all of From Software's games had always been like this from the beginning, but Elden Ring was the first to introduce its classic formula on such a massive scale. And that desire to innovate on its formula to bring gamers something entirely different is something that the majority of AAA gaming simply doesn't do. The Madden that releases every year is literally the exact same Madden before it. The Assassin's Creed that releases every year is also the exact same Assassin's Creed before it. And so on and so on. While innovation can be a scary thing and you do risk losing your established fan base in doing so, I think it's also required for a franchise to grow and evolve and become truly beloved by its fans. Just look at God of War and how successful it became as a result of its transformation. Even if I'm not the biggest fan of it personally, I can still respect that it decided to grow and evolve from its roots.
Right now, Fortnite is the talk of the town. That's what everyone's into right now. Why is that game such a giant game? You know, it's free. That's why, yeah. That's it. I like it. That's it, dude. Tyler Ninja Blevins, everybody.
Along with multiplayer gaming came the rise of the Battle Royale. My god, these things are just so incredibly successful. Battle Royale started as mods to popular multiplayer games like Minecraft or DayZ, before the first standalone Battle Royale was made, that being H1Z1. I swear these things became popular because everybody was hooked on the Hunger Games and everybody just sat there and thought, wow, what would it be like to have a video game like that? And make no mistake, Battle Royales are a technological marvel. Having so many players together on a map at the same time was something people only dreamed of. Hell, one of the biggest selling points of that MAG game on the PS3 was that it could host up to 256 players, and I remember hype being through the roof for it before the game flopped quicker than a catch on a Sunday morning fishing trip. Point being, people loved striving to be the last people alive in the lobby. And with that love came the rise of the Battle Royale giants we know today, like Fortnite and Apex Legends. Problem is though, there hasn't been a new Battle Royale to top either of these two giants since their release. There have been a few here and there that tried to break through the mold by doing something different, like Spellbreak and Rumbleverse, but nothing ever really took a solid hold on the massive market that is the Battle Royale player base. What Fortnite and Apex Legends did for the Battle Royale genre was so incredibly unique in that these games, while in the same genre, feel totally different to play. With Fortnite, you have that build mechanic that I will unfortunately never ever get used to that makes the gameplay dynamic and fun. Well, if you're any good at it anyway.
Can we take that? Let's take his description.
What?
Then with Apex, you get more of a battle royale that's traditional, with an added twist, that being the legends that you choose before the start of a match, all with different abilities and differing designs to make each and every squad you'll meet out on the battlefield unique. But Fortnite released way back in 2017, and Apex back in 2019. So in all these years, out of all the different variants of battle royale games that have tried to trump these giants, every single one of them has failed. And with so many companies focused and failing on trying to get a piece of the Battle Royale pie, I think single-player gaming and couch co-op gaming have suffered quite a bit as a result. Even still though, that's not to say that Fortnite and Apex Legends are perfect games. Fortnite had an issue where the average player on that game could build the goddamn Eiffel Tower in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to build the second story of my crappy studio apartment building and I'm dead. With Fortnite's popularity came a skill gap between absolute noobs to the game who came to Fortnite late trying to learn how to build, versus the people who had already been playing the game who could write you a 5-page essay on how to do 90s. Yeah, I don't know what the hell those are either, so don't ask me. I just searched up Fortnite building terms on Google, okay? That's why Zero Build breathed new life into Fortnite. Or maybe this is what's bringing people back to Fortnite. Holy shit, the amount of crossovers they put in this game is just getting freaking ridiculous. This is like the Smash Ultimate trailer. Everybody's here, except at least Smash has some integrity and refuses to put anime characters in its roster. Listen, nothing against anime, but when you got Geralt from The Witcher next to Deku from My Hero Academia, that's where I'm gonna draw the line. Even Apex Legends, with their recent struggles in figuring out how to have a decent ranked system, flip-flopping back and forth on new ranking algos with the release of each new season, even they don't have the Battle Royale genre completely figured out yet. And like I said, we're talking about two of the top dogs. I could bring Warzone into this discussion, but I'm not a big COD guy, and honestly, this section of the video is getting way longer than I originally intended. Point being, just like with the AAA gaming industry, I think battle royales are in dire need of something different. A lot of them just feel too similar to play and become boring quickly. And while I understand that all battle royales need to have a similar formula at their roots, like a zone getting smaller and smaller, or a dropship to disperse players across the map, I'd love to see more takes on the genre like Rumbleverse and Spellbreak that feel unique to play, just like Fortnite and Apex Legends were back when they released, that also actually have some staying power within the Battle Royale community.
And the game award goes to, oh man, I have to pay a microtransaction to unlock. That's so stupid.
Look, microtransactions are said to be the devil's spawn. They are the reason modern gaming is the way it is. These corporate money-grubbing bastards just can't help but double dip, am I right, boys? Everybody hates them, nobody loves them. Wait, what? Well, damn, maybe some of you out there do love them. There's no denying that microtransactions are here to stay within the modern gaming space. There's no getting rid of them, because they've shown to be a successful way for developers to continue to monetize their game years after they've already released it. Gone are the days where you could unlock that mystery character in your favorite fighting game by doing some arbitrary objective a bunch of times. Instead, you want that sweet mystery character? Cough up $10, Johnny boy. And in some cases, microtransactions can be even more egregious than a simple character unlock. They can be as ridiculous as charging you for experience points, new items you wouldn't have access to otherwise, extra lives, honestly, the list goes on. Hence why I think microtransactions are so successful. There's so much to monetize and use your player base's love for your product to squeeze more money out of them. And I'm here to say, that's okay. Yes, you can sit here all day and complain that games didn't used to be like this back in my day, while you shake your cane at the companies responsible for this madness, but I'm here to give some of you a reality check. I've already established how much longer it takes to release games nowadays and how much manpower is required to release a game in the modern age.
A lot goes into making a game, and there's lots of experimentation, and right up until the point where it's burned on a disc, every decision is critiqued. It's a much more harrowing process than I think most of the fans understand.
Whether you like it or not, games are a business and they're here to make money, not lose it. You guys remember Donkey Kong Country? Rare spent 18 months developing that game, with 20 people working on the thing, and it cost them around
$1 million.
with a total of 22 years in man-hours invested to create this utter masterpiece. Want to know how long it takes and costs to make video games now? The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, again another masterpiece, took 3.5 years, double the time it took to make DKC, with a budget of $81 million, along with 1,500 people involved with the production globally. And if you thought 22 years of man-hours in DKC was a lot, I can't even get a number on how many man-hours it took to make The Witcher 3. Do you realize what an insane investment it was to make The Witcher 3? Considering the cost and time spent, if the game flopped, that studio is completely ruined. And while The Witcher 3 was an absolute commercial success without the need for microtransactions, the next game from the same talented studio absolutely wasn't. Your game isn't going to be a hit every single time, and microtransactions can help lighten the load on how well a game needs to perform in order to be considered commercially successful. While I'm totally against egregious microtransactions like stuff that's pay to win or things of that nature, if you're just paying for cosmetics within a game, whether it be single player or multiplayer, then that is your prerogative to purchase. With games that cost more money and time to produce comes a need to make more of a return on that money and time spent. And I think way too many gamers nowadays want to have their cake and eat it too. Microtransactions aren't the reason why gaming has turned foul for you. And while like all things, they can be taken too far, I don't think there's any reason to want to get rid of them completely. Because otherwise, a lot of the games you're playing right now probably wouldn't exist without them.
I don't believe it.
Look at
Remakes are one of those things that are beloved by fans, and I'm right there with a lot of you. Having one of your favorite games remade with the beauty of a modern graphics engine can truly be an incredible thing, when it's done right anyway. But lately, it's getting to the point where I find the idea of a remake a bit repulsive, not only because they're usually done in a way that shrugs off the identity of the original, we'll get to that in a little bit, but also because there are just so many of them nowadays. Since, number one, it's a surefire way to make some easy money off of an already established IP, and number two, they're just not as difficult to create compared to a completely new IP that has no established audience, and that also have to be made from the ground up with a chance that the game could flop upon release. Just take it straight from the developers of The Last of Us.
It's a very challenging process to create a new IP, and you're gonna fail over and over again, but that's what it does.
New IPs are really hard. They're hard because you don't know what's fun yet. You're building new tech, new AI, establishing new characters, new art, all this.
It's hard, right? Like, it's game development on expert.
And so you see all these titles getting remade that don't even really need to get remade because screw it, let's make some more easy money.
Sounds fair enough.
Dead Space remake, Resident Evil 4 remake, The Last of Us remake. Oh shit, they're remaking Metal Gear Solid 3? Damn, I'm just part of the problem at this point. Ubisoft is even rumored to be remaking Assassin's Creed 4, a game that released 2 console cycles ago. Now, if that's not a case for remakes getting out of hand, then I don't know what is. Remake success in the gaming industry could be stifling creativity in a way, since companies have no reason to be innovative and make new IPs that could become successful and instead go the tried and true method of remaking their old beloved titles, just with a fresher coat of paint. Now, here's my reasoning for why remakes don't really work. One of my favorite examples of a remake done right was the Crash Bandicoot N. Sane Trilogy. Brought back those memories from my childhood, man. The graphics were presented with a shiny, new-feeling aesthetic, while also keeping in line with how the old game felt. The platforming felt good and responsive to me, and really overall I had absolutely no complaints with my experience playing versus from the original game. With that being said, I wasn't a big raving fan of the original game that knew all the ins and outs of it by hand. So one thing that I hadn't noticed was a point of contention with this remake was that the jumping mechanics had been changed from the original. Crash actually falls while jumping and slides a bit upon landing, making the platforming a bit difficult for people familiar with the original to get used to, with someone in the comments going as far as to say the jumping mechanic is broken and makes the game unplayable to anyone that lived on the originals. All this to say, this was a remake that I feel was done flawlessly, which, if you've seen my channel and my opinion on remakes, is a hard bar to pass. And yet, there were still points of contention with fans of the original on something the developers had decided to change. So if something as good as the Crash N. Sane Trilogy is subject to scrutiny from its fans, then when something like Final Fantasy VII Remake rears its ugly head... Ooh, makes me shudder just thinking about it. The whole point of remakes to begin with, at least originally, was to recreate classic games that were outdated, so that both fans of the classic, new and old, could appreciate the game in a modern setting. But somewhere along the way, remakes stopped being odes to their predecessors and started to become completely unrecognizable from the originals. With technological advancements comes a change in expectations, and with that new technology comes more manpower and man-hours to create a new game. So not only do developers need to somehow recapture the magic of what made the original so special, they have to somehow do it better. Because we've come to expect so much more out of video games than the blocky polygonal character models Final Fantasy VII was so revolutionary for back in the day. And in my opinion, it really is an impossible task. Now, you absolutely can't forget about the indie scene. Part of the reason I think indie games are so successful is because it doesn't fall into any of the categories I've already mentioned, that being AAA gaming, battle royales, and remakes. They are the new IPs that I've been searching so vehemently for. And because these are smaller studios, they usually aren't hyper-focused on things like graphics and making the next technological masterpiece because they simply don't have the manpower to do so. So then how are they going to compete with the monster that is AAA gaming? Simple. Make the games fun. Make the games unique. Have passion for your game and come up with something entirely new and different and interesting. A lot of people are in the camp that the art of gaming has just been utterly killed by big corporations with their shiny microtransactions, and how successful each lackluster release of these Control-C, Control-V games are. And personally, while it does suck that some people choose to support games and franchises that do that kind of thing, you don't have to. I'm telling you guys, hop on the Xbox Game Pass and start playing some of these bangers like Hi-Fi Rush. It's like Devil May Cry and Rhythm Games Had a Baby, where you gotta do combat to the beat and all the soundtracks are freaking bangers, mixed with an aesthetic that makes me feel like I'm watching a Studio Ghibli movie.
Let's rock, big boy.
Planet of Lana, which I haven't played myself yet, but it's on the list, because it looks like this mix of Inside and Limbo with its unique puzzle solving and 2D platforming sections. Not to mention, again, the art style is just so strikingly good. If RPGs are more your speed, you got Chained Echoes, an RPG modeled after the ones in the 90s like Chrono Trigger, just modernized with a whole new take on turn-based combat. Part of the reason I think the indie scene is so successful is the fact that it does tend to pull on those familiar memories that you had playing The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, or Final Fantasy VII, GoldenEye, where you're locked up in your childhood bedroom late at night with the covers wrapped around you with nothing but the light on your television screen reflecting the game back at you, lighting up the room. The thing is, there's no denying that time waits for no one. Maybe that kid in that bedroom whose only worry was how he or she was going to beat that boss that night before bedtime now has to worry about other kinds of bosses.
Why did you leave today at 2:45?
Maybe instead of that quest line you need to complete, there are bills that need to be paid, a wife and kids to take care of, or any other multitude of things that an adult needs to take responsibility for, and gaming is no longer a luxury you have time to afford. And maybe, instead of the microtransactions being the problem, or corporate greed, or rehashed gameplay, maybe it's just that you're getting older and with time, your priorities change. Hell, I know that's a reality I've needed to face. That doesn't mean that gaming has to be this forbidden fruit that only children have the luxury to enjoy. I still enjoy gaming today, and even if it's a bit less fun for me than when I was in my childhood bedroom without a care in the world, it's still a place that I can escape to whenever I want to experience these vast, different worlds I'd never have the opportunity to otherwise, just like it was for me in my childhood. And so I hope this video can help many of you disgruntled gamers realize that too, and to never take gaming for granted. Sure, there will always be that inevitable cash grab out there that will leave us soured and bitter, but as long as there are developers out there that continue to push the gaming industry further and further, I don't think gaming will stop being fun anytime soon. And on that note, I think that's going to be it for this video. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget to like the video if you liked it, dislike it if you disliked it, and let me know what you think in the comments down below. Make sure to hit that subscribe button because I got way more videos planned like this in the future, so trust me, you don't want to miss out. Also, if you guys made it to the end, consider checking out my Patreon. I got some things planned for supporters like unreleased videos, access to my scripts, my thumbnails, my writing process. If you guys are interested in any of that, check the link down below. With that, I'll catch you guys in the next one.
hasn't been a good year for the gaming industry. A lot of games have failed, a lot of developers have been laid off, and discontent amongst consumers seems to be at record highs. If you spend much time online, you've probably seen some variation of the phrase, gaming is dying. I know I have, but here's the thing. I've seen variations of this phrase being thrown around for many years, during which I also saw gaming grow faster and more consistently than any other major media industry. For years, as people were declaring gaming dead, gaming was actually booming. But it's not booming anymore. In fact, across multiple metrics, the gaming industry has seen its first genuine period of sustained decline in over 40 years, and I now think it might be easy to underestimate the severity of the problem. It's a bit like the story of the boy who cried wolf. People spent so many years complaining about modern gaming and predicting imminent gaming crashes that it became easy to overlook the actual warning signs when they did appear. For example, when 2021 and 2022 produced disappointing numbers, most were quick to jump to COVID as the explanation, referring to interrupted development schedules and post-lockdown pullbacks to explain the industry's stumble. But as one bad year eventually turned into 4 in a row, this explanation stopped seeming sufficient. Meanwhile, when record numbers of developers started being laid off, everyone was quick to blame greedy corporations and CEOs, claiming that job cuts were unnecessary or making comparisons to big tech giants sacrificing workers in their never-ending quest for rising stock prices. There was one important difference between those big tech companies and gaming ones, however, which is that for big tech, stock prices did indeed rise. Whereas for the gaming industry, they mostly just went down. Still, layoffs and stock prices are only scratching the surface. The industry is in trouble, and by this point, the writing is on the wall. So, what exactly is going on? That is the question this video is looking at. This subject has been covered a lot already, but I found it disappointing and sometimes even misleading how shallow a lot of that coverage can be. So instead, I decided to investigate the situation for myself to try and go a little deeper. So, is gaming dying? Well, not exactly, but the situation doesn't look good. Video games were an economic miracle. The gaming industry came out of nowhere and rode the wave of technological advances year after year, blowing away economic forecasts and becoming the biggest entertainment industry in the world, by a wide margin. Today, the gaming industry isn't just larger than the movie and music industries combined, its market value is almost triple their combined size. For years, the numbers all just went up, until something unexpected happened. The rate of growth increased. The 2010s saw consumer spending on video games grow at twice its historical average and 3.4 times the rate of world GDP. In a time when people might have expected the industry to finally mature, with growth slowing down, the industry instead grew faster than ever, making everyone optimistic for the future. Video games were an economic miracle. Or maybe miracles aren't real. The video game industry did show incredible growth, but this wasn't the result of business as usual, and it could never continue forever. The 2010s were a boom created by a number of specific circumstances, like mobile gaming. Mobile games grew rapidly alongside smartphone growth and allowed penetration into new markets of casual and global audiences. But then smartphone adoption slowed, because everyone already had smartphones, and mobile gaming growth slowed alongside it, before taking a further beating from increased competition from new social video platforms like TikTok. A similar story can be seen with other growth factors. Microtransactions, free-to-play models, online gaming, and live service games all brought about new revenue sources and greater player engagement and retention, until live service growth slowed because so many people were already playing them, and further monetization methods were taking as far as consumer pushback would allow, and so couldn't be taken any further. Gaming demographics also expanded as the game-playing children of the 80s and 90s grew up and often kept playing games, all while new generations continued to pick up controllers, expanding the gaming player base until video games had shed their reputation of being just for kids entirely and demographic expansion slowed down. Meanwhile, the rise of social media brought a rise of social media gaming content, while aiding things like game discoverability, and digital distribution platforms like Steam lowered production and distribution costs while lowering the barrier to buy games. So basically, in the 2010s, gaming cashed in on the rise of smartphones, the internet, demographic expansion, globalization, and good old corporate greed, allowing the gaming market to expand until it had few places left to expand into. Growth has limits. In order to go beyond those limits, new growth factors would need to be found, and perhaps knowing this, the industry has tried to find them. VR, cloud gaming, subscription services, Web3, AI, new ideas were found and seeds were planted. But this time, they didn't bear much fruit. VR has shown plenty of technical improvements, but its install base has remained small, with growth far below forecasts. Cloud gaming still has no hype, with Google Stadia's complete failure leaving a dark cloud over its future. Subscription models like Xbox Game Pass have pulled in an impressive amount of users, but this has come at high costs, alongside slowing adoption rates, and the long-term sustainability of such models remains unclear. Web3 gaming seems like a complete clusterfuck, but to be fair, it's an area I've largely stayed away from, and people are still out there proselytizing it, so maybe it will pick up any day now. Just like maybe NFT prices will bounce back, and grandma will finally look down from up high and thank you for spending all your inheritance on some worthless JPEGs. And as for the AI gaming revolution, if there is one right around the corner, it's sneaking up on us quietly, alongside a lot of consumer and developer pessimism. In reality, the future is hard to predict, and the current situation could change rapidly. So it's impossible to say what's really in store for video games, but there is one problem most of these new potential growth factors have. In the 2010s, gaming saw record growth because it expanded into new markets. Meanwhile, most emerging technologies today aren't focused on unlocking new markets. Instead, they're based around cannibalizing existing ones. Cloud gaming could lower the barrier for entry into high-end gaming while allowing developers to further push modern technology to its limits. But widespread adoption of cloud gaming would mean consumers no longer regularly buying expensive gaming consoles or graphics cards, lowering hardware spending. Meanwhile, subscription services can provide great value for money, but they also replace the need to buy individual games, lowering software spending. And so, after 40 years, the era of easy growth seemed to finally come to an end. So, what happened next, and how are things going in the 2020s? I think I should probably take a moment to thank entrepreneur, advisor, and inter/national best-selling author Matthew Ball, because a lot of the data I'm using in this video is coming from him. In particular, his presentation on the state of video gaming in 2025, which is available online for free. This presentation collects data from a wide range of sources and features a lot of illustrative graphs, which are quite helpful. Still, even with helpful graphs, it's worth being aware that numbers can be confusing. One important concept to keep in mind is that just because numbers go up doesn't mean a company or industry is doing well. For example, if a stock performs worse than the market average, this can be a bad sign, even though the stock price might seem to be increasing. So when you look at something like this graph, which shows the performance of many major gaming stocks over the last 4 years, you might look at it and think, well, at least Capcom is doing well by being up 36%. However, this is a period where stocks, and particularly tech stocks, have performed well. And so even Capcom is still performing far below the S&P 500 for this period, with most other gaming stocks performing considerably worse. Likewise, small increases in things like revenue or consumer spending might still be less than inflation. For example, looking at worldwide consumer spending on games shows a rather flat line that is well behind most forecasts. And that might seem okay because the line is flat, so at least the industry isn't shrinking. Except this doesn't account for inflation, which recent years brought plenty of. So this flat line means the industry has technically shrunk 13% in this period. And this is the same period where world GDP is up 11%, making the actual decline even greater. A comparison to other media industries paints an even worse picture, because every other industry has grown. Well, almost every other industry. Newspapers also shrunk, but being alongside newspapers probably isn't where gaming wants to be. Still, at least newspapers were expected to decline and would have budgeted accordingly. Gaming, on the other hand, saw its best decade in history, with growth accelerating towards the end of the decade and venture capital investments pouring in at a higher rate than ever before. And even if you weren't making much money in this period, record low interest rates ensured borrowing money had never been cheaper. So, what do businesses do with record profit, record investments, and easy access to cheap debt? They spend. They reinvest. They expand. They grow. They greenlight new games. And they hire more staff. There is logic behind this beyond greed. Business is a never-ending competition, so companies who aren't reinvesting profits are always at risk of falling behind. And perhaps even more importantly, reinvesting money is the best way to pay less tax on that money. The tax system basically incentivizes continuous reinvestment of profits to incentivize a continuous quest for growth. And so, when gaming was booming, no one questioned the hiring spree this led to. But as the new decade got underway and the boom turned to bust, record hiring was replaced with something else. The gaming industry is no stranger to layoffs, but in 2022, it would hit a new all-time record of 7,949 job cuts for the year. This doesn't include unannounced layoffs, or layoffs that don't disclose actual numbers, which were around 1/3 of all announcements, so the real number is likely much higher. Anyway, this all-time record didn't last long because it was beaten in 2023 with 8,706 confirmed job losses, before being beaten again in 2024 with 16,766. For comparison, the number from 2021 was 567, making 2024 an increase of 2,857%. The gaming industry is no stranger to layoffs, but it's never seen layoffs like this before. A recent survey from GDC revealed 11% of developers reported being laid off in recent years, with 41% reporting being impacted by layoffs. Many hope these layoffs will slow down in 2025 and that the worst is already over. It remains to be seen whether this is actually true. Still, there's more to the layoff situation than meets the eye. In case you didn't know, video games are expensive, and they've only become more expensive over time. In 2009, Naughty Dog's gaming blockbuster Uncharted 2 cost $20 million. 10 years later, The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million.
This is over.
Meanwhile, 2015's Call of Duty Black Ops 3 cost over $450 million, and by 2020, Black Ops Cold War would rise to $700 million. A number that is, by the way, higher than the most expensive movie ever made by some margin. Games are costly, and most of their cost is labor. In a recent Bloomberg article, Jason Schreier estimated an average game developer in LA costs between $15,000 and $20,000 a month, meaning the cost of 100 developers is 18 to 24 million per year.
Jesus.
Now, games usually take much longer than 1 year, and AAA games take much more than 100 developers. So, you can do the math if you want. And so, when gaming companies want to save money, they cut jobs, because that is where most of the money's spent. Still, there is another way to lower labor costs. LA has some of the highest average salaries in the world, but what if you could use game developers from low-wage areas? Have you ever watched the credits for any recent AAA game? I don't blame you if you haven't, because these days they just drag on and on and on. And that's because modern gaming has massive amounts of outsourcing. Outsourcing has grown significantly over the last 20 years, and today it's difficult to find any major release that doesn't have a double-digit number for external studios listed in its credits. And this includes highly acclaimed games like Elden Ring, as well as independently published games like Baldur's Gate 3. Everyone is doing this. Outsourcing can allow specialized studios to be brought in for specialized work, like audio and visual effects or 3D modeling, and can allow more scalability and flexibility to meet the changing demands of development. For example, by bringing in lots of QA staff towards the very end of development. Mostly though, outsourcing is a way to lower labor costs, as much of the outsourcing industry exists in lower wage areas like India, Southeast Asia, or South America. So, as gaming revenue slows and development costs keep going up, outsourcing becomes more and more attractive, further incentivizing cutting staff numbers in higher wage areas. And yet, for Western developers, the problems don't end here. If we look at where the gaming industry did actually manage to grow in recent years, you'll notice that PC gaming has outperformed everything else. Now, you might assume that's because PC gaming is the best gaming, PC Master Race, all hail Lord Gaben, and so on. Still, a more likely explanation is that PC gaming is one of the few areas that still has room to grow thanks to certain key emerging markets, like China. China has a large population, and in just the last couple years, Chinese has grown rapidly to overtake English as the most popular language on Steam. Unlike in the West, the Chinese market is still growing, and in theory, that should be a good thing. More video game players means more sales and more profits. Except, there's a problem. Chinese gamers play Chinese games. And so, as the Chinese market grows, all of the new profit is coming from games developed in China. In general, foreign markets seem to show a strong preference for products made in their own country. This can be observed in other markets, like Japan and Korea, and in other industries like movies. So this seems like the norm, except in the West. Western consumers seem to have much less of a preference for domestic products. And so, while Western games are failing to grow even in the few growing markets, non-Western games are still managing to grow in Western markets. For consumers, this isn't really a problem, But for Western developers, it means competition is still increasing, even though market size is stagnating, all while foreign developers are able to operate at much lower development costs due to their much lower wages. The gaming industry is not dying. Personally, I wouldn't even say it's in crisis. A lot of what's happening is understandable. Record growth over the 2010s led to an overly optimistic outlook and the start of a bubble. And now, instead of continuing to grow and grow until the bubble bursts and the industry genuinely crashes as it did in the 80s, the bubble is instead deflating a bit, which some might even argue is healthy. But that isn't the full picture. The global gaming industry might not be in crisis, but nearly all of the problems, the layoffs, the cancelled games, the falling stock prices, the high-profile failures, and the angry consumers are concentrated in the West. So, global gaming may not be in crisis, but the Western games industry might be. And if it isn't, it sure looks like it's heading in that direction. So, hopefully, this has provided a decent overview of the current situation. There is a lot more that can be said about this, and quite a bit more that I intend to say. But you could stop watching here if you want to. I've tried to make this section function as a satisfactory standalone, that's about as in-depth as the average game player probably wants. If you do want to know more though, you can stick around as we go deeper. Just be warned that some parts might get a little political from here on. Now, the explanation I've just provided explains a lot about what's happening in gaming recently. Yet, when most people talk about this subject, almost nothing I've just covered is even acknowledged. Instead, most explanations for gaming's decline focus on 3 different narratives that each claim to explain who or what is really to blame. So, I think it's worth looking at each of these narratives to see if there's more to this situation than industry trends and macroeconomics. Starting with everyone's favorite. No one likes corporations, and there are good reasons for that, but this also means no one wants to defend corporations, and so people blame them for anything and everything. Often, corporations deserve blame, but this still creates a risk of oversimplifying complex problems, which I think is what usually happens in gaming as soon as the word corporation is invoked. Apparently, corporations are all incompetent, or at least the people running them are, or it's that they allow business people to take charge instead of people who know gaming, or everything they do is out of a desire to make stock prices go up and this causes every other problem, or they're just really greedy. And there's some truth to all of these, which is why people say them, but none of these are new. The gaming industry grew for many years, and then suddenly stopped growing. So something changed recently, and it's not the sudden arrival of corporations. Corporations have always been here, and they've always been running the show. Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft were all big successful businesses before they had anything to do with video games. Meanwhile, Atari co-founder and father of games, Nolan Bushnell, was a businessman, not a gamer. He wasn't directly involved in making any of Atari's successful games, and the other thing he's famous for is founding Chuck E. Cheese. The suits have been here from the start, and while there are a few areas and eras that were less corporate, like PC gaming in the 80s, these are the exception, not the norm. At the very least, we can say that from the mid-90s onwards, gaming has been completely dominated by corporations. And yet, there were still good games and growth. The same is true for greed and the desire to see rising stock prices. Greed was not only just discovered in the year 2021, and businesses have always wanted to make a profit. And this is understandable, because profit isn't just a way to make the rich richer, it's also what provides job security. and creative freedom and many other benefits. So businesses want as much profit as possible, and that can make them greedy. But they have to be careful. Too much greed can cause profits to go down, as has been helpfully illustrated recently by Ubisoft. With the success of Assassin's Creed and Far Cry and their winning open world formula, Ubisoft were onto a good thing. And so, they milked their golden cows as much as they could, turning Assassin's Creed into an almost yearly franchise, creating as many other similar open world games as possible, jumping on whatever the latest industry trend was with unsuccessful looter shooters and battle royales, and worst of all, heavily pushing microtransactions, including in single-player games, something even other publishers rarely dared to. And guess what? This worked. Until it didn't. Greed brings in money at the cost of sustainability. Ubisoft maximized short-term profit and tanked their chances of long-term success in the process. But they didn't mean for this to happen. They simply did what they thought they could get away with. They made a calculated gamble, and they got it wrong. So the moral of the story is greed never pays. Sorry, that was a joke. Obviously, greed pays. That's the only reason people are greedy. You just can't take it too far. Never go full Ubisoft. But what happens if you do the opposite? Well, how many game studios have closed down because they didn't make enough money? How many games have been cancelled because the funds ran out, with years of hard work thrown away, never to be seen? When a publisher is involved in these situations, we just blame the publisher. But a publisher isn't always involved. Independent studios close. Independent games fail. Someone is out there right now making the indie game of their dreams and ignoring the business realities of the market. And when that game is finished, and it doesn't sell anywhere near as much as they hoped, they won't have the funds to continue, and their dream will come to an end. If that happens to you, by the way, don't feel too bad. It's because you're an artist, and at least you're in good company. But just as there is a price to being too greedy, there is a price to being not greedy enough. I wish there wasn't, but this is how the world works. Profit matters. Yet nobody seems to want to admit this. It's easier to just blame corporations and pretend that without them, all other problems fade away. The thing is, this theory has been tested. We've tried removing corporations, and we've seen what happens without them. After all, the two main things people mean when they say corporations in the context of gaming is publishers and private investors. And in the 2010s, crowdfunding emerged specifically as a way to bypass these corporate entities to allow players to fund games directly and empower developers to make the games they most wanted to make. And this did result in some great games, and some bad games, and some scams, but overall it wasn't a disaster. And yet, it didn't revolutionize the industry, and most of the biggest original successes, like Double Fine, Obsidian Entertainment, and In Exile, saw their success dwindle, with worse performing follow-ups before each ultimately accepted an offer to be consumed by the biggest gaming corporation of them all. Still, while we're talking about Kickstarter, it seems only fair to bring up a counterexample. Larian Studios also found success in the Kickstarter era, and unlike most, Larian followed this up with an even better performing sequel. Then, a few years later, Larian released Baldur's Gate 3, and everyone who cares about games has been filleting them for this ever since, including me. Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't just held up as a great game, It was held up as the gaming ideal, something the entire industry should learn from. A self-published title with no microtransactions from an independent studio with a likable and caring CEO. Hooray for Baldur's Gate 3. Everything a game should be. And that's not sarcasm. I love this game and I love what it represents. But I do have a question. Would Baldur's Gate 3 have happened without corporate involvement? Because Divinity Original Sin 2 was a hugely successful game, and yet Larian still made the decision afterwards to sell a 30% share of their company to Tencent, one of the biggest corporations in the world.
Jesus.
It's my understanding that funding via loans had caused Larian to go almost bankrupt in the past, and so for their next title, they instead did a pro-gamer, or pro-capitalist move of selling a minority stake in the company. Which worked. Baldur's Gate 3 is proof. The corporation bad narrative also usually stresses how corporations are never satisfied with small successes and instead always push to turn these into big successes, which is widely seen as bad and being just about greed. But this is also what Larian did. After the success of Divinity Original Sin 1, they aggressively hired and expanded to triple their size. Their next game, Original Sin 2, was even more successful, and then they aggressively expanded again. And even though Baldur's Gate 3 was about as successful as a game can be, meaning you might expect them to just keep everything the same now, they're not. They're still expanding, opening new studios and still growing. And maybe that is the best thing to do. It's not like I know. No one can predict the future. Reality is complicated and things are rarely black and white. But it's not enough to just say avoid corporations or ignore growth or just don't be greedy. Because there are countless examples of developers doing all these things who still fail. And many of the most successful games do none of these. By all means, blame corporations when they are to blame. There are many examples where that is the case. But we shouldn't pretend that explains everything, or that the solution is self-evident. It's not. People just like to repeat narratives that tell them what they want to hear. Speaking of which... This is a sensitive subject, and I understand that most people don't really like it when non-political YouTubers talk about overtly political topics. But if you play games, it's getting harder and harder to ignore this particular subject. Now, given how often wokeness is discussed online, I do think it's reasonable for people to question what role it's played in Western gaming's downfall. People obviously have different tastes and beliefs, so the things people see as woke, like certain female leads, diversity, and LGBT representation, are going to be more appealing to some players than others. Ultimately, developers should be free to make whatever game they want to make, and supply and demand can take care of the rest. That said, today it does seem like there is a greater supply of woke games than there is demand. And this, combined with the fact that people who do dislike these features often strongly dislike them, is probably creating lower sales for certain woke games. If we go back 10 years ago, however, I don't think this was true, and it's easy to find games that might have benefited from their woke qualities. For example, many people consider Overwatch's very diverse cast of characters to be one of the things that made it such a success. Meanwhile, Undertale's several gay characters and gender-neutral protagonist who has they-them pronouns is surely part of what made that game so insanely popular with the Tumblr crowd, which clearly helped push it further into the mainstream. And I don't think Gone Home would have generated anywhere near as much attention if its story wasn't gay. When supply is low, woke or progressive elements might boost sales. But supply is not low anymore. Still, to blame wokeness for every problem in modern gaming is a vast simplification that seems obviously politically motivated. Games are attacked for being woke long before they come out, as Assassin's Creed Shadows, Avowed, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 have all recently shown. So clearly, this is not about execution or quality, because the controversies always start before anyone has actually played the games. A woke game failing also doesn't prove that much, because right now, so many games are failing that this is virtually the norm. There are also woke games that are very successful, like Baldur's Gate 3, a game with trans characters, drag queens, gay main story scenes, and detailed gender-neutral character creation options. I'm sure progressive elements are a deal-breaker for some players, but I imagine most people just want to play good games and don't care that deeply about anything else. So, while I do think wokeness is a factor, it's just one of many and has likely played less of a role than many of the broader economic trends I outlined earlier. For YouTubers who base their entire channel around the culture war, however, they can't admit this because their objective is to generate outrage. That is how they make money, meaning they have a financial incentive to exaggerate the role of wokeness and make game discussions as political and divisive as possible. And I think this is probably having a negative impact, making everyone understand what's actually happening less, while making people more hateful and divided in the process. But just as game developers are free to make woke games, YouTubers are free to make outrage-based content. It's still a question of supply and demand, and there's always demand for outrage on the internet. Still, in time, corporations will probably try to distance themselves from elements perceived as woke, because the industry is desperate to appeal to as many people as possible, and alienating parts of the audience for big-budget games goes against this. This might also explain why diversity was so quick to be embraced to begin with. Appealing to a diverse, and therefore larger player base probably sounded quite good once upon a time for an industry that needed to find new audiences to stay growing. There are also lots of progressive developers in the industry, so it makes sense that this would lead to lots of progressive games. None of this is due to conspiracy. But I do think there will be an industry pullback from wokeness, and that the main reason we haven't seen one already is just because game development takes time, and so any response is delayed. For example, Concord began development in 2016, which is the same year Overwatch released to great success, and might explain why people thought another diverse hero shooter was a good idea. So even though anti-woke pushback now seems obvious, the industry hasn't actually had much time to adapt to this yet, when you consider when the games currently releasing might have begun development. And there you go, we discussed wokeness without me saying anything controversial, so no one should be angry, and we can all just move on. If blaming corporations is appealing to some people on the left, and wokeness serves that role for those on the right, what is the explanation for everyone else? Or for corporations? If blaming corporations is appealing to some people on the left, and wokeness serves that role for those on the right, what is the explanation for everyone else? I mean, won't someone please think of the poor YouTubers who want to pretend to be apolitical to avoid alienating their audience, but still want to join in farming outrage and act like everything is simple and obvious? Well, don't worry, there's something for them too. Just blame everything on games being bad. Did a game fail? It's because it's bad. Are modern games failing? It's because modern games are bad. Did stock prices go down? That's what happens when games aren't good. And are developers getting laid off? Well, maybe they should try making good games. You know, like they used to. Back in the good games days. That just so happened to be exactly when you were a teenager, but that's just a coincidence. You know, the good games days. When they made Halo 3 and Call of Duty 4, which were so much better than Halo Infinite or Call of Duty 22. I mean, this was the best generation. You know, back when a PlayStation cost an inflation-adjusted $933. And Xboxes used to come with these cool red lights that like totally changed the game-playing experience. You know, that same generation where hardware couldn't actually cope with the graphical leap, and so games dropped average frame rates from 60 to 30, which was actually better because it was more cinematic, and also the human eye can't actually see more than 30 frames per second. You know, the same generation that saw almost every gaming genre that wasn't a first or third person shooter die out entirely. The same generation where everything was brown or used a piss filter, and someone kept turning up the bloom to max, despite the fact that developers hadn't worked out how to actually implement bloom correctly yet. The same generation that pioneered microtransactions and QuickTime events and trading gameplay for cinematic experiences and fucking motion controls that led to years and years of people telling us that hardcore gaming is dying. Didn't you hear? Hardcore gaming is dying. It can't compete with the casual audience. This is the future. Controllers are too hard to use. Hardcore gaming is dying. Stop being an elitist. Wii Tennis is actually a skill-based game. Hardcore gaming is dying. Waggle your hands, you fucking elitist. This is the future. No, you just wouldn't get it, you kids with your Roblox and V-Bucks. We had Wii Music. We had Wii Music. Oh god. Look at what they did to my poor Miyamoto. No one deserves this. Least of all, the man who gave us Mario and Zelda and has spent 44 years in the gaming industry without a single controversy or scandal. Turn it off. Some things are meant to be forgotten. Turn it off! But on the other hand, Halo 3 is better than Halo Infinite. So I guess that means the HD era must have been the best generation. You can't argue with one cherry-picked game being better than another. Oh, wait, yes you can. Once enough time has passed for nostalgia to kick in, every generation is romanticized. They always have been, and always will be, which makes it difficult to separate any change in game quality from nostalgia. Personally, I do think there are ways modern games have declined. For example, so many games, even the best ones, feel overly long now and include too much repetition or filler content. Meanwhile, years of making games more accessible to target wider audiences has made many games too accessible, with a lack of friction and overemphasis on hand-holding hurting experiences. And the endless quest for better graphics and presentation is producing severely diminishing returns while limiting what games can actually depict, as every new element requires numerous expensive assets. There are broad critiques you can make of modern game design, but these are critiques that apply to gaming enthusiasts. Some people might like these modern trends, many won't care that much, and older games had their own problems as well. There are things modern games do better, even if it's not fashionable to admit it. Still, even if we accept that modern games are bad, there are still plenty of signs that making a good game isn't enough. I mean, 2023 was a year full of good games, but there was no noticeable improvement for the industry in layoffs, cancelled games, stock prices, or consumer spending. Other famously strong years also show little divergence from broader trends. Gaming history is also full of great games that flopped. System Shock 2, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, Grim Fandango, Ico, Okami, and Earthbound are just a handful of examples that prove even great games can bomb, and there are plenty more examples both before and since. Also, if making a game good was the only thing which mattered, why is so much money spent on marketing? Even indie games can spend up to 50% of development costs on marketing, and AAA games might spend much more. Marketing doesn't make a game better, and in some ways could be seen as making a game worse by taking financial resources away from the game itself. Yet marketing is still deemed worth it, because an average game with good marketing could easily outsell a good game with average marketing. I mean, Among Us went from hundreds of concurrent players on Steam over its first 2 years to hundreds of thousands in 2020 after a few content creators accidentally made it a viral sensation. There is more that determines success than just quality. Really though, this narrative isn't even about good or bad games. When people say, just make a good game, what they actually mean is just make an amazing game. The examples used to support this narrative aren't actual good games, they are the best of the best. It's always the Baldur's Gate 3s and the Elden Rings that developers just need to replicate, as if this is some easily achievable task anyone can do. I mean, come on developers, just make one of the best games ever made. They always sell well, so just do that and then you can have some of that job security you've always wanted. This feels a bit like telling a struggling athlete to maybe, just run faster. Just make better games. Forget the funding needed, the experience required, or that things can go wrong. Just make game good. And if it's already good, make it more good. Still, what happens if someone does do that? What if someone makes a game that everyone buys, that everyone can't stop talking about, and everyone keeps playing even years after its release? Well, that game would be a success. And all of the time players spend playing that game would come at the cost of playing other games. And so all of the industry's current problems would just continue exactly the same. When people talk about the problems of modern gaming, they love to use indie games as a counterexample. It doesn't matter whether someone's upset about layoffs or failed games, or whether they think the problem is wokeness, corporations, or game design, indie games are somehow always the answer. They are everyone's champions, here to save us from anything the rest of the industry throws our way. So, what about indie games? In 2015, some indie developers started to use the term indie apocalypse to describe the state of the market after the introduction of Steam's Greenlight program. Their concerns can be best illustrated by the data. In 2013, 436 new games released on Steam. By 2015, that number had grown to a massive 2,824, a 550% increase. Many worried that this new competition would prevent indie game development from being a viable career. And that was in 2015. Since then, the number of new games has grown to 18,966 in 2024. And old games are still around and creating even more competition, as indie games aren't invalidated by technological advances or new console generations. Now, Steam has also grown in this period, but not by the 4,250% that new games have, and most of its growth is from overseas markets. So if there was a problem in 2015 from too much competition, that problem is many, many magnitudes bigger today. In fact, despite the number of games on Steam massively going up, the actual number of games grossing over 100,000 in their first year is decreasing.
Damn.
When people talk about indie games being the solution, showing AAA how it's done and profiting from the rest of gaming's decline, they point to the same couple of success stories and then pretend that these are somehow representative of the norm. I mean, haven't you heard? Balatro and Power World are smash hits, so I guess indie games must be doing great and everything will be fine.
I'll be back real quick. Hold up. Back.
Go play Balatro, it's such an underrated gem. In reality though, much like with Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring, these are just the outliers. Each year, indie games do produce a couple of mega hits, but when there are almost 20,000 new titles, that means these represent 1 in 10,000. So, what about the other 9,999? If we return to that 100,000 gross revenue figure that few developers even reach, we can look at what that number actually means. Thanks to revenue calculators, we can estimate that 100,000 in gross revenue leads to about $29,500 in net revenue. So, if you're a solo developer and it took you 5 years of full-time work to make your dream game, you'd be earning $5,900 a year, minus your overheads. Meanwhile, for a team of 5 developers, that would be $1,180 per year, which is about 50 cents an hour. And that's assuming you're one of the lucky winners who makes at least 100,000 gross. The vast majority don't. But hey, Balatro's doing well, so I guess everything's fine. Take that, AAA. Do you know what the single most common piece of advice I hear given to indie developers is these days? Don't. Don't quit your job. Don't make it your career. Don't do it. And if you can't do that, do it as a hobby with no expectation of financial reward. Or get a degree outside of game design and work in a better paid industry for 10 plus years so you build up enough financial security that you can afford to spend a few years working for little to no pay. So, I guess indie games were just in a bubble and now the bubble has burst. Which is funny, because I keep seeing people say that about live service games and AAA games. And if anyone cared enough to talk about them, they'd say the same about mobile games. So I guess everything was in a bubble. What a strange coincidence. Or maybe this is all just part of the same industry trend, because it's not an indie problem, or a live service problem, or a AAA problem, it's a gaming problem. For a long time, the industry grew and grew, but growth has limits. Gaming is a colossus. It has spread far and wide, into new demographics, across greater age ranges, and into other countries. But there aren't many more places for it to spread to. And so, in order to keep growing, it needs to increase revenue. And yet, the actual retail price for a new game has been getting lower and lower, all while the costs to create games have been rising. This means games need to sell far more copies, but they're still in competition with every other game, and so they're forced to keep retail prices low, all while making games longer and longer and continuing to push graphics further and further in a desperate attempt to try to attract players. There's a problem with this, however, which is that technological advancements have slowed, meaning old games remain attractive. Once upon a time, gaming went from Grand Theft Auto 1 to Grand Theft Auto 4 in about 10 years. Meanwhile, in the last 10 years, gaming went from Grand Theft Auto 5 to Grand Theft Auto 5, because Grand Theft Auto 5 still looks good, and more importantly, still makes money. The one shining beacon for revenue was microtransactions and live service, and look no further than Grand Theft Auto 5 for proof of this. But while this did increase revenue in select titles, it did this at the cost of an even more limited resource: time. Live service games make more money, but take up much more player time, meaning the market for single-player games decreased as a result. Still, this does show how growth needs to be done now the industry's stagnating. If you can't grow outwards, you need to grow inwards, by cannibalizing the competition. The rewards for the winners of this are substantial. Select live service games make more money in a year than some countries' GDPs. But there can only be so many winners, because players only have so much time, and with that time they gravitate to the same few titles, maybe the ones their friends already play, or that they've already invested time and money into. And so, just 5 games make up almost 50% of all console playtime. while in 2023, games released in 2023 made up only 6.5% of playtime. Live service games didn't help the industry, they just helped live service games. And yet, a similar trend can be seen in single-player games. In this expansive market, the games that win sell more copies than ever before and can stick around for years, continuing to sell year after year, continuing to be discussed on social media, and continuing to get support from official updates and user-created content. Baldur's Gate 3 had more daily users in 2024 than the year it released, while Hogwarts Legacy hit 30 million units in less than 2 years. Some games are winning bigger than ever, and this doesn't just apply to big-budget titles. Eric Baroni, the one-man developer behind Stardew Valley, likely has a net worth in the hundreds of millions, and there's a genuine chance that from Stardew Valley alone, he will one day be a billionaire. Small games can win as big as anything. It's just that every year, there are more and more losers. And again, this exact same trend can be seen in mobile gaming, with the top 3 games making 40% of revenue and 82% of revenue going to titles over 2 years old. So, this is the other key part of this story. At the same time that the market reached the end of its easy growth era, slowing technological advancements have pushed the market more and more towards a winner-take-all model. The winners do now win bigger than ever before, but the number of losers goes up and up, which has exacerbated many of the other trends people have been observing, like high-profile failures, layoffs, and cancelled games. Ultimately, however, this is not a malfunction of the system. It is the system working as intended. Video games are in a race to the bottom for your time and money. And so, development costs will stay high and retail prices will stay low as the number of losers will keep increasing, all while the winners cannibalize as much of the competition as they can. Now, I don't really know much about capitalism. I mostly just stick to video games. But I do have to wonder if this isn't the ultimate fate of all free markets in the absence of technological disruption or government intervention. There's something called the Matthew effect, where advantages accumulate and compound, helping winners to keep winning. The result is that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And this can be observed on an individual level just as it can at a market-wide one. I'll let you decide whether that is a good thing or not. Regardless, for video games, this has been a clear trend for many years, and now that industry-wide growth has slowed, its impacts are simply becoming more apparent. And so, part of this isn't the result of anything going wrong, it's more like capitalism going right. And it will continue for the foreseeable future unless something new and unexpected disrupts the market. As for who's to blame, you really only have 2 options. Either it's the economic system itself, or it's you and me. Consumers shape the market. We decide where we put our money and how we spend our time. And what we're seeing all around us is the result of those decisions. Thank you for watching. This video's a little bit different to normal, which is mostly because I started 2 other videos before this that didn't work out, and this video just came about naturally from their ashes. So I hope you found it interesting, but don't worry if you didn't like it. I'll probably be back to more normal stuff next month. Whatever normal means.
In early 2020, I started becoming increasingly interested in finance. I know, ugh. But this was mostly trying to make sense of the logic behind what the Federal Reserve did in response to COVID, which I'll get into later. But the more and more I learned...
It hasn't been a good year for the gaming.
In early 2020, I started becoming increasingly interested in finance. I know, ugh. But this was mostly trying to make sense of the logic behind what the Federal Reserve did in response to COVID, which I'll get into later. But the more and more I learned, the less and less it made sense. So I started deeply analyzing stocks from companies that I was personally and professionally familiar with, such as CuriosityStream and Spotify, which led to me starting a private fund that strategically shorted those companies. I even ended up getting hired as a freelance consultant for venture capital firms. Me, a musician with no higher education whatsoever. And the more time that I spent looking at and studying the big picture, the more that I doubted myself, as if the only two options were option A, me being unable to understand what every 25-year-old day trader understands, or option B, I'm right and every hedge fund manager and billionaire is wrong. But what if there's a third option? What if capitalism's death wasn't a mistake or something that the ultra-wealthy were trying to avoid? What if the pesky burden of labor laws and taxation could be avoided by deprioritizing the goal of financial profit, or maybe even money itself? This video is going to explain or explore what I and an increasing number of economists think is happening or has already happened to capitalism. More importantly, I'm going to try to encapsulate the unsettling socioeconomic reality that we're living in, as so much has happened in the last decade that it seems foggy to us. You can't fairly describe capitalism without mentioning its predecessor, feudalism. And feudalism was a power structure in kingdoms where wealth was defined by the control of land rather than money. And our history books tell us that feudalism ended sometime in the late 15th century, but there's a much more recent version of it that would be a much better example for the purpose of this video. When the Civil War ended, or when the first American Civil War ended, depending on how far into the future you're watching this video, a lot of former slaves were offered a deal where they could continue living and farming on the same land where they were slaves in exchange for a portion of the crops. In many cases, they would only be able to sell their remaining crops through the plantation store, and with that income they could participate in trade, which would allow them to buy more tools and negotiating power in hopes to eventually buy land for themselves. By the late 1930s, 2/3 of sharecroppers were actually white, and the Great Depression had shut down enough farms that many of the tenants migrated to large cities to become factory workers. It would be important to note that sharecropping is not technically outlawed today, it's just that American capitalism's growth made it obsolete. The former definition of capitalism is a system in which individuals and private parties control the means of production, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. And it's important to note that within a closed system with no new variables, capitalism's success can almost exclusively be measured by the velocity of money. The classic example is the farmer and the mechanic. This tiny economy. I know, ugh. But this was mostly trying to make sense of the
Thank you to the Patreons for supporting this channel. As someone who grew up in the early 2000s and witnessed in real time the launch of things like YouTube and the social media boom, dined under the stained glass lamps at Pizza Hut, traded Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards on the playground, and consumed a life-threatening amount of strangely dyed food items, I can't escape this feeling that everything has changed. You could chalk it up to childhood nostalgia, or the realization of time floating along, or maybe even a growing disdain for the systems at play and finally aging up into the world to see the bigger picture. I just don't think that's the case. It seems like throughout my childhood, the world was going in a specific direction, and at some point that force was just stopped and sent down a completely different rabbit hole. Trying to pinpoint an exact moment this shift occurred seems impossible. I guess one of the best places to start is Hollywood. I remember being thoroughly engulfed in the Harry Potter franchise as a child. Games, books, candy, toys. If it had a wizard on it, I wanted it. There were several franchises that ate up all of our minds at the time. And while Harry Potter was probably the first franchise I really remember loving as a child, a close second had to be Spider-Man.
That's a cute outfit. Did your husband give it to you?
And with the Raimi films also coming out around that time, I was primed to grow into a lifelong comic book nerd. Luckily for me, my stepdad was already a full-blown geek, and it just so happened that my school was trying a new schedule, where we'd only have class for half a day on Wednesdays, the day my stepdad also had off. So with the remainder of our day left, we'd just hang out. He'd show me old movie franchises that he loved, like Indiana Jones and Ghostbusters, Star Wars, or Rambo, and I would latch on to these series, quickly becoming a fan. When new movies came out, we would frequently go watch them, like Batman Begins or Prisoner of Azkaban. In hindsight, it felt a lot like a generational crossover. He'd grown up on these franchises and passed them along to me. Now we're getting our own to share, like Harry Potter and these new superhero films. So imagine our elation when in May of 2008 we would see the release of a brand new Indiana Jones movie and an Iron Man movie. And so we went and saw both of these movies in theaters.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. You know you're in for a real treat when you see about 30 tabs open on my screen and we're looking at something that was on Kickstarter at one point, because it just always makes for the best content. Untamed Isles is back. If you don't know what that is, you will be forgiven. It was a while ago, I think 2021, when the whole saga started. Untamed Isles has appeared on Steam, and I'm telling you, as soon as you start looking at Steam, you might be somebody who's new to my channel, new to this content, whatever it is, that's just seen this pop up and thought, oh, I'll search around on Google and see what's going on. Is this going to be a cool, interesting new Pokemon-like that Nintendo might run down in the streets like a dog and try to fuck to death, legally, of course. But in fact, no, it's a game that originally was on Kickstarter, asked for $200,000, got $800,000, invested it in cryptocurrency, lost it all, and then basically fucked off into the night sky. And at the time as well was heavily invested in making their own NFTs and things, and now he's back by some weird fucking cryptocurrency companies that are talking in complete buzzwords about doing things with a game that has absolutely dirt for a name. So we're going to go through it from the very beginning. I'm going to give everyone a refresher on the history and everything, so bear with me while I try to stumble through. Basically, my experience with this game, which it never was, is that I saw it on Kickstarter, and being somebody who always does laugh and tell people not to invest money in Kickstarters, especially MMO Kickstarters, I made a video showing the trailer saying, yeah, it looks cool, but I'm very skeptical. And as you can see here, doing a quick control left for crypto, the skepticism was warranted, because you've got two words already that strike fear into the hearts of fucking every mortal: Kickstarter and MMO. But then you involve crypto as well, and you basically got the three horsemen of the apocalypse there. So when I saw this, I was like, yeah, definitely don't give them any money, because this is fucked, right? This is going to be an absolute mess. And Joshua Grant, the guy who was the CEO of Channel Fireball, who lended credibility to this project because it's somebody who's already a successful entrepreneur who has got a reputation, who's got experience in building things, throwing his name and hopefully money behind something like this. Yeah, that's going to lend a little bit more credibility than just random people on Kickstarter saying, no, we can definitely do all these things that you're going to give us money for. So I spoke to him. I raised the same points and problems with him in private. I made multiple videos about this, saying people shouldn't give them money, saying they're already funded, I guess, because people already did, because they see a flashy trailer on Kickstarter and just think, oh yeah, I'll give you my money for whatever reason. You know, have we not already taught you this lesson, old man, just beating it to death in the corner? But then obviously, as usual, I don't know why I'm saying that, I was proven right, wasn't I? Because as time went on, there was very little updates, and then within 1 year, and this is going to be hilarious, by the way, not in the haha funny way, but because people lost a bunch of money on this, but in the stranger than fiction, the world is stupid kind of way. They just posted this on August 11th, 2022, saying essentially, we lost all your money on cryptocurrency, so see ya. You know, bye-bye, we're out of here. Thanks for the $800,000, by the way. And then later on, basically came out and said, oh, we didn't lose your money on cryptocurrency. It wasn't in one of these updates, by the way. It was in an AMA on their Discord or something like that prior to that closing down. As you can see here, apparently they had a bunch of investors pull out the project. I found it on the Discord server, not sure why it wasn't mentioned here. Now I'm going to spit some game at you right now about why this is either bullshit or fucking irrelevant nonsense, because the way that this works is you have a responsibility, and you as a business professional should also have some kind of expertise and professionalism when it comes to things like this. So if you had investors pull out of the project, I've got two questions for you. Why did you say this? We leaned into the crypto market and expanded rapidly off the back of the positive interest. When the crash came, we ended up heavily exposed with too short of a runway. I'll translate that for you from fucking middleman PR speak bullshit. Heavily exposed essentially means that you had money tied up in this thing, and too short of a runway is, well, I mean, what happens if you're in a plane and you run out of runway? You crash and burn. So it might be the case that you had investors that pulled out, but read only this one. How did you run out of runway when you asked for 200,000, people gave you 840,000, and within a year you were too exposed to cryptocurrency and essentially bankrupt and had to pull the plug? Doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? I know he said that they heavily expanded, but this just shows a level of complete fucking incompetence, doesn't it? It's either incompetence or something worse. I think it stinks. I think it absolutely reeks of bullshit when you're literally bragging here over 420% funded, but you ran out of runway within a year. That's fucking wild. Especially when, by the way, I'm going to talk about this now. This is the account that's back and posting about, ooh, it's the comeback of the game that never was, the Untamed Isles. Shen.root, ShenX Crypto. But he's the CEO and founder of Gen 3 Games, never fucking heard of you, and the project leader of the Tradeverse, Zerpmon, and StayKfi. Now I'm just gonna say, none of this shit is relevant to anybody's life, and you're the project lead of nothing. If you have so many projects that I've never heard of, and I'm, you know, not heavily involved in cryptocurrency, but, you know, I know some people, I'm around, and obviously cover it for videos quite a lot, and I'm heavily involved in gaming, and I've never heard of any of this shit. You're the project lead of the best place to buy, discover and trade your favourite Futureverse and Root Network collectibles. Never heard of these either. You can get some Zerpmons though. Fucking fantastic. Get yourself some Zerpmons, lad. Get your Sent It shop and get yourself some Zerpmons. So Zerpmon's the other thing that he's involved in. What Gen 3 Games is involved in some Zerpmons. Coming soon to the Root Network. Is that one of the other ones? No, but he's called Shen.root, so I guess that's the Root Network. And then StayKfi. Earn daily rewards on your favourite tokens. Amazing. So this is all good, you see. This is all an interconnected web of companies and systems and things nobody uses and is irrelevant to everybody's life. But of course, this is somebody you should definitely trust because they're the CEO and co-founder of this thing nobody's heard of, and the project lead of a bunch of stuff that is interconnected with the other stuff that nobody's ever heard of. And obviously, he's saying, rather than the original MMO of the Untamed Isles, we're shifting to multiplayer instance-based extraction-style gameplay loop, alongside various global social hubs and multiplayer features. The Zerpmon IP will be involved. Great. I can't wait. I've been saying for years, can't wait to get the fucking Zerpmons involved in my games. Zerpmon for life. And they're going to change from turn-based to real-time combat reminiscent of games like Power World. Watch out, fucking Nintendo's ears just perked up. And then you just get to the stage of hilarity, don't you? As a team of 15 people working on multiple large-scale games and on-chain experiences, we now have the opportunity to work on some incredible IP and bringing it to life. How about you 15 people work on making one of the large-scale games first, and having that be successful, instead of multiple large projects and then taking more on? You just look like a fucking clown. Maybe this is a really cool guy, and maybe he's really good at his job, and maybe he's like a very savvy businessman, a very savvy programmer. Some might even say a savant at project leading. You have to be leading so many projects successfully. But none of that's relevant, because nobody cares and nobody will care, because you're bringing back a game that took people's money that most people wouldn't have been involved in anyway because it's cryptocurrency involvement. And they're saying now this is going to be a Web 2 experience at its core, leveraging Web 3 technology, and then just says a bunch of buzzwords. But then you look at who they're partnered with, and this is where it starts getting interesting, you see, because they're partnered with Futureverse, which is a gold checkmark on Twitter, which is great, and they're building on the Root network. And what would you know? Who works at the Futureverse? Well, if it isn't our buddy Josh Grant, VP Game Experiences at Futureverse for the last 1 year and 8 months. So, and you can see here, Altered Phoenix, formerly known as Fat Loot Studios, is a gaming studio based in New Zealand that employed over 80 staff and managed a large, massive multiplayer title. Which one was that? The studio raised funds privately and through crowdfunding. The business was merged/acquired by Futureverse in Q1 2023. This was the business that I took from startup to acquisition. And it just goes to show, right, that cryptocurrency, the world of crypto, is just the hills have eyes. They're all just fucking each other's cousins. Like, it's just incest. Because your game studio that you're bragging about here, that you took from nothing to acquisition, you're now the VP Game Experiences at Futureverse. You didn't manage a large multiplayer title. You raised money for it from people, did something with the money, who fucking knows what, and then leveraged that into your company being acquired by another company that you're now heavily involved in as the VP of Game Experiences. And now your company, through layers of abstraction, is using the assets and stuff that people paid for before for another thing to essentially re-release a game that you've just posted back on Steam with your old developer name. Like, all of this just looks sketchy as fuck. It all just looks ridiculous. And it's especially ridiculous because, follow me on this mystical fucking magical carpet ride. When they originally posted this project, all of their profile pictures were of these stupid, ugly fucking animals. I don't know what they're supposed to be, but I didn't really question it at the time. But then when you start adding 2 and 2 together, you do end up with 4 usually. And these were NFTs. And then you look at Josh Grant and see what he was posting about, and he was reposting Guppy Gang NFT. And then if you look at Guppy Gang, oh, wouldn't you know? What do you know? What's the... Can we see a similarity here? Can we do a quick CSI Miami? Do a comparison? That was these things. So not only was this person managing a large multiplayer title that he said, which was essentially just raising money from people on Kickstarter and then vanishing into the ether with that money, that you definitely didn't invest in cryptocurrency, by the way, or one of these other projects. But there's some very interesting coincidences here. Oh, what a coincidence. You got 840,000 New Zealand dollars on the 25th of September 2021, and then Guppy Gang NFTs launched in October of 2021. That's weird. That's very odd, isn't it? And then what do you know? Nobody's using this. Nobody's activity, sales, 0. Volume, 0. As you can see, utterly fucking devoid of life, just like everything else that's touched here. And this is the guy, and he's reposting this. So then when you look at this, people do post, so what will happen to the original Guppy Gang NFT? And you just see this is all connected. It's just all... I don't see how this is not a grift. I really don't, because what you've got here is like 9 different projects, all connected to each other, multiple of them abandoned, and then they're saying, oh yeah, this game's coming out, by the way. This one of multiple large games that we're working on, of course. But don't look behind the curtain at the fucking graveyard of other projects that released at a similar time that we received funding, that we stopped posting on the official Twitter on January 6th, 2023. And this is within like 10 minutes of looking into this. I wonder how many more there are. But obviously this Futureverse thing is just another big foray into the metaverse, isn't it? Like all of this stuff, the Root network, a blockchain purpose-built for open metaverse activation, utilizing protocols to enable seamless user experiences and enhance content interoperability. And then you see what they're posting. Like, look at this, bro. Who asked? Like, what are they've just got sex offender characters in their game. Like, what? Like, what is this? Is it PlayStation? Are we back to PlayStation 1? Who's excited about this? And this is what they're showing off, like, oh yeah, fucking sick guys. And as you scroll through, they're just connected to everybody. Oh look, it's Illuvium and Futureverse. Like, here's another one. Captain Root posts the future of gaming. Big 3 game experiences they've been working on: the Third Kingdom, Fluff World, the Readyverse, and Visit Open. Great, you've got Red Alert 1. This looks worse than Red Alert 1. It just goes to show, guys, like, every time you peel a layer of this rotten onion, you'll just see like cockroaches, crypto cockroaches just start scurrying out. And then they're all posting like, this is great news. I was an original investor through Kickstarter. No, you wasn't. No, you're a Mark. Hello, Mark. Will we be considered when the game rolls out? Of course. The original community and Kickstarters played a massive role in the early stages of this project, and we will definitely be making sure that we provide them the support that they deserve. If you were going to do that, you wouldn't have vanished fucking 2 years ago, would you? You'd have not had a heavy exposure to cryptocurrency. You would have not said, we can definitely do this for $200,000. Oh, thanks for the 840 peace, motherfuckers. And you'd have been posting here. You'd have updated everybody here. You'd have posted on this Kickstarter and said, oh, by the way, guys, we've now, through this other company that somehow acquired our studio that we never posted about, even though it happened over 1.5 years ago, because as you can see here, been working there for 1 year and 8 months, acquired Q1 2023. Where's the update then? Where's the update you said you were going to post? But some crypto guys posting it on their Twitter, and you've managed to post it to Steam. Like, this stinks, guys. It absolutely fucking stinks. So if you see this game pop up, I don't care if you're the biggest Pokemon fan, do not touch this shit. Because, number one, the history of it's completely and utterly fucked. It's completely devoid of being trustworthy. And nobody involved in this is trustworthy in any way until proven otherwise, which, I mean, I don't know how you can do that at this stage. Number two, I mean, it's now a crypto game. I mean, it was always going to be a crypto game, but now it's even more of a crypto game because they're all just full send crypto fucking clowns with their 37 companies, and we're all the best entrepreneurs, and look at us jerking off in the corner over our cousin because, like I said, it's just all connected. They're all, oh, I've got a company. Oh yeah, I've got 3 companies. Let's connect our companies. And then that guy over there with 3 companies. And then we're all connected. Interoperability, guys. Huge connection. Don't have a single fucking game that has anybody playing it, but we'll post about our 37 projects that we all manage. But either way, I think that's enough rambling for me. I think I'll get back to doing what's important in life, playing old school RuneScape. So inevitably when you see this pop up on your Steam, don't wishlist, don't have anything to do with this, just move on. Let them know that it died for good reason and they thoroughly deserve their failure. And then, of course, I'm sure they'll release one of their other, 17 large games that their 15-man team's working on. And it'll be an incredible success with all gamers everywhere and completely change the futureverse. And revolutionary AI metaverse technologies that they're developing will certainly just solve all the problems, and all the gamers will rejoice in one complete unison. But there we go. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed the video, or whatever you get from this. And suggest me content if you want to see me cover something. Post to my Discord, Twitter, whatever else it's going to be. And I'll see you next time, hopefully. Peace. Well, friend. Well, friendos. Welcome back, and do I have an amazing, interesting topic to discuss today. We're back. The day before, the day after, the months later, after releasing one of the worst examples of a game in modern history. The day before was, I mean, what can you say? It was a complete abject failure. It was a lie. It was multiple lies, actually, all bundled together in one huge disappointment. And obviously we knew that was going to be the case. But then the developers repeatedly kept saying things like, oh, you know, we're going to take accountability, we're going to do blah, blah, blah. And then just blamed everyone else and said it was a hate campaign that basically ruined the game, blamed people like myself, and took no responsibility whatsoever. They're fucking back, which I'm not surprised. We knew they would be because people like this always come crawling back. But they're running a Kickstarter, a company that notoriously lied repeatedly about what they were going to do, what they were doing, bait and switched people for multiple years, and then released a terrible game, and now saying, oh, that cost you nothing till the day we released it and had been lying to you for years about what it was, but it's okay, you got a refund because Steam forced us. But now trust us by giving us money to make another game. And we're going to go through all this here. They apparently have a demo for Escape Factory, which, according to the remarks from the insiders who worked at their studio, might actually legitimately be a game about escaping working for these motherfuckers. But either way, let's take a look. This is what they say. They've cleansed their Twitter profile. There's no previous tweets. And they said, once you helped us create Fantastic through Kickstarter, today we need your help again to bring Fantastic back. Why the fuck would anyone want to bring you back? Except for me, I guess, to farm you for ad revenue. But there are replies to this, and obviously most people are replying like, you're a scammer. But they are replying to everyone being like, yeah, we do understand that we did try to honey dick here, but that was then. This is now. You know, keep up with the times, old man. We're back again. And they posted, by the way, I don't know if you guys missed this, but after it all went down, they legitimately got community noted repeatedly on Twitter while they were trying to lie to people, to the point where they kept deleting their tweets and then just made their website like a fucking propaganda piece. And just said, check out our bio, check out link in bio, like they're an OnlyFans girl. Check out link in bio for the truth, the hard-hitting truth. And then you went to it and it was just the same statement, just full of lies. I checked like a week or two ago and it was still like that. And then obviously now they're saying, everyone deserves a second chance. Did they? You've had multiple. We deeply apologise to everyone for the day before and take full responsibility for what happened. Only when you've come back to ask for money though. You didn't take any responsibility for months afterwards while you were still lying to people and gaslighting people and blaming everyone but yourself. But now that you're back with your hat in hand, your little change tin, please sir, please can I have some change to make a video game again? Because clearly we've shown that we're capable and trustworthy. Now you're taking responsibility. Now you want people's money. That's fucking wild how that works, innit? Check out our plan, Fantastic 2.0, where we share how we'll fix our past mistakes and are preparing to return better, but only if you pay for it, you fucking clowns. So this is their website, and I did open the PDF, and here we go. It's Fantastic 2.0, the plan for recovery. It's like they're addicted to black tar heroin. You don't need a plan for recovery. Make a game that's good, then people will eventually just forget about what you did. That's just how it works. You can lie as much as you want, but as long as you actually do something people care about and people like, they'll just move on eventually. I mean, look at Dr. Disrespect. That's currently happening. Look at pretty much anything in the world. So the new 2.0 principles, honesty. Well, there you go then. You didn't have honesty as your core principle for 1.0, which means you are not principled people. So I just don't understand the premise of like, yeah, it's all right now though, because now we're honest. Like previously, no honesty, but now you can trust us. 2.0, you know, new year, new me, honesty. From now on, our development and marketing will be based on the principle. just imagine the self-report. From now on, we won't be lying to you, said the people who were proven as liars repeatedly. Like, it's frankly hilarious, but also crazy. We commit to building trust within our community through direct and honest communication. That should obviously just be like built in, right? We commit to openly communicating the challenges we face without concealing any details. All aspects of marketing will remain clear, transparent, and free from embellishments. Fuck me. Transparency. We understand the mistakes and absence of past communications. We commit to ensuring transparency in development and openly providing honest and comprehensive information. We will actively engage with the community on our platforms. You fucking blocked and banned loads of people already, by the way, and you've not remedied that. Particularly Discord, to ensure everyone is informed and involved. Again, they just want your money. We'll provide regular development progress reports to keep the community updated at every stage of our work. Before the official release of any product, we'll offer 3 open betas for early testing to gather feedback and ensure the highest quality. Professionalism. Right, this should be a fucking good one then. We are transitioning because the professionalism they displayed before was somebody responded and said, why is this game utterly fucked? And they just said like, shit happens. But now, don't worry, part of Fantastic 2.0 is professionalism, brought to you by the same people. Our game we've been hyping for multiple years and loads of people have bought based on a lie. Shit happens, mate. Fucking move on, what's up with you? We are transitioning from a volunteer-driven approach to one firmly rooted in professionalism. By the way, again, they just called everyone who worked there volunteers. Oh, you work here and we've not chained you up in the basement, volunteer. We're paying you, of course, volunteer. Just to obfuscate the fact that they were literally using volunteers to do like actual paid positions at the company. Our objective is to gather industry professionals and specialists and improve our existing employees' skills. We will continuously raise all standards and practices, aspiring to become the company that earns your trust and admiration. Good luck then. You won't be getting a fucking penny if I can help it. Like, I will, every time you post anything on Kickstarter, I'll immediately be making a video saying, guys, don't back this. Don't trust them. Don't give them a penny. If they want to make something, go ahead without other people's money. And then if it's good, I'll say, yeah, this product's good, but obviously the company is still this company. Strategic objectives through 2024 and 2025. Strengthen community engagement. Active community engagement in the development process will be achieved through regular updates, feedback loops, and community events on Discord and other social media platforms. Your social media is always just going to be like it's just going to be a meme fucking battleground. Like, people are just going to be clowning on you constantly for good reason. Transparency will be enhanced through frequent communication and regular development updates, ensuring the community remains informed and engaged. You've repeated yourself here. Raise development standards. A key objective is the commitment to delivering high-quality, innovative games that meet or exceed community expectations. I mean, the day before did exceed expectations. It actually released, which is something a lot of people thought it never would do. And it was innovative in the way that it closed down probably faster than almost any game ever. In fact, did Concord beat it? I can't remember exactly how long it took, but it was pretty fucking innovative in rushing release and death like that. Comprehensive testing and community feedback will improve technical quality, ensuring that the final product is polished to the highest standards. Expand professionalism. They love it. They love professionalism now. Very, very professional, very trustworthy. The professional development environment will be radically enhanced by attracting top talent, I fucking doubt, fostering ongoing internal discussions and debates, and improving current working conditions while advancing the skills of existing employees. Everyone who worked here, like, that had interviews with journalists and things like that, obviously as insiders without their names going on record, said that the people running this company are terrible to work for, just terrible people, absolutely fucking clueless, tyrannical. So yeah, good luck with that one, I guess. Good luck, you know, roping people into this one. Optimal working conditions will be provided to maximize creativity and productivity. It's always funny, right, that people only say that they're going to do all these great things after the fact, right, after they've done all the things completely polar opposite to what they're saying now. They're just going to suddenly overnight, click of a finger, we now know everything that went wrong, and we've improved as people so drastically Like, obviously, second chances, you know, I am for second chances in general, but you add loads of chances, and you continually, over the course of years, prove that you don't have the moral compass or the ability to do things, you know, based on principle or anything like that. You're doing this basically because you see no other option, because probably nobody will invest in your company anymore. The rebranding process will be completed to align Fantastic's identity with its new core values of honesty, transparency, and professionalism. Things you would just expect from people usually. Continuous improvements. All processes at Fantastic will undergo continuous improvements to ensure that the community serves increasingly better products as a result. And they're going to brand rebuild. So, here you go, look. This is the fucking hard-hitting apology you were waiting for. They've got a new logo. It's yellow. Is it? No, it's blue. It's my add-on that's turning it yellow for some reason. So there you go. If you were burned by what they did and you had complaints or criticisms, don't you worry, because I'm here to tell you that they have a new logo, which means everything that happened, put all that shit in the past, because the new Fantastic brand, embodied by its vibrant blue logo and bold geometric design. What the fuck is this? What are you doing, bro? Oh, the new brand, it's got a vibrant blue logo. Ooh, that means you've fucking nailed it. You're back, baby. More than a mere visual update, it signifies the company's renewed commitment to transparency and does it? Does it though? The clean, modern aesthetic symbolizes a fresh beginning, highlighting a focus on clear communication and openness with the community. It doesn't, it's just a fucking blue logo. It doesn't do any of this. It definitely doesn't highlight anything. Subtle retro elements in the design honor the classic gaming era, merging nostalgia with a forward-looking vision. Whoever you paid to write this, I mean, you probably not paid them, to be honest. It's probably AI. Get rid of it. Why are you writing this? But after all the things I don't have words. I can't speak. After all the things you've done, you're writing an entire section of your comeback about how amazing your new logo is and how your logo actually proves that you're way better now. Like, that's wild, man. This new identity stands as a strong declaration of Fantastic's dedication to building trust and aligning its actions with the principles of transparency, honesty, and professionalism. I don't know, bro. So, our mission is to create games that will be loved for decades. Right, my mission is to fucking become rich and cure every known ailment on the planet. All great saying it like, but that's just it, isn't it? I'm not going to read the rest of this. The plan for recovery. The fantastic plan for recovery. It's a fucking meme, isn't it? It's just a meme. So now let's head over to their Kickstarter and look at the trailer for what they're doing. And if you look, people have already posted. This is a reply. Mellow Online 1 to Sid Alpha. And this has been confirmed by multiple people. When you download the demo, it's got a folder bundled in that literally says, back up this folder, but don't ship it with your game. So obviously this is something that's come from like the engine or whatever, which appears to be Unity. So good job so far. Very transparent, very professional. And then you go to, we're going to look through some of their replies in a minute as well. Regaining trust will be tough, but we're motivated to make more games if our Kickstarter succeeds. So if it doesn't, you're just fucking gone in wind again, aren't you? With its all or nothing model, contributions will be refunded if we miss the target. We value your support and all funds will go to development, not profit. Why do you even have to say this? So, this is the game. I wonder what it looks like on Steam in terms of reviews. Have people review bombed the fuck out of it? No user reviews. Nobody's even reviewed it. Amazing. They say, escape from the deadliest factories in the world with a party of 4 to 8 players, experience multiplayer co-op physics-based challenges. I mean, the thing is that even their prop night game looked kind of fun. But at the same time, how are you going to trust these people ever? You're just not going to, are you? I need to mute the music, because if there's any company that I thought would copyright strike me randomly, it's fucking this one. Physics-based game. So there you go, look. Huge. So they went from developing the next generation, open world, massive, huge, amazing MMO game to this, which is fine if this is your first project as an indie. but they're like 4 games in, and obviously of the 4 games they've abandoned basically all of them. There is something interesting here though. Can you escape the fantastic working conditions? Probably not. So there is something real interesting about this. They're claiming repeatedly they've disabled the likes and dislikes, hilariously. Little bro, we ain't forgot what you've done. They're saying here, we understand your interest in the previous game. Our role in its development was significant, but we do not have any rights to the game. Right now we are focused on a new project where we are applying all the lessons learned to create a product that we hope you enjoy. We'd like to, when somebody asks about the day before, we'd like to, but we have no rights. So I'd imagine that Fantastic, because there was like ownership between Fantastic and Mytona. I'd imagine Mytona just own everything now, and then Fantastic is now solo, right? Could be completely wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Or they sold the games, because they're saying this about Prop Night as well. They don't have, and they've done this before. Like the Long Dark or whatever it is that they made. Was it the Long Dark? I don't remember the name. They made multiple other games, and they either abandoned them or they released them, abandoned them in early access, by the way, every single time, and sold the rights to another company. So they've either done that, and we're going to see like a day before Rebirth or something from some other company, which I doubt, or Mytona now owns that and they have nothing to do with them. I'd be interested to see. I'm not going to go digging into it now. I might do after this video, but we'll see. If Mytona's completely dropped them, that's fucking hilarious, because I think even the people involved were like quite high up at Mytona, but they were clearly very unhappy with what happened. So it wouldn't surprise me if they just fucked them off essentially. So here's the Kickstarter, and they're asking for £11,646, which is what, like $12,500, $13,000. I don't know what the conversion rate is at the moment, but no more than like $14,000 US for a game. You're asking for like 14k to deliver a game. You've already got a demo, obviously, so I wonder what that money's even for. And here we go. Fantastic is in a transformative phase, aiming to create video games that will be loved for decades by blending innovation, emotion, and quality. With a focus on honesty, this has been written like a fucking bot, mate. Everywhere. Honesty, transparency, professionalism. We are redefining our approach to game development to deliver the best experiences to our community. And how we're doing that is just getting you to pay for it. We're just getting you to... Oh, look, AI manager. You can't see that, can you? Because my camera's in the way. There's a fucking thing here that says AI manager with a person's account on Kickstarter. So here we go. We sincerely apologise for everything that happened and are committed to making things right. Don't think that's going to happen personally. Here we go. FAQ answering questions about their return. Why is the website so fucked? I'm going to open their Q&A in Notepad because their website is just fucked for me. What has changed since the closure, and why did you decide to return? After the closure, we reflected on our past mistakes and initiated significant internal changes to drive radical improvement. We've discontinued the practice of involving external volunteers and now fully committed to a more professional approach. Honesty, transparency, and community engagement have become our top priorities, so not professionalism in that one. Having learned from our past mistakes, we've developed Fantastic 2.0, a plan for recovery. How do you plan to avoid past mistakes, and what specific steps have been taken to improve communication with the community? So this is all just obviously super PR. We're committed to honest marketing. Has the team changed? Our team has become smaller, but it still consists of the same people who created all our previous games. Fucking great. That's a big selling point then, isn't it? Knowing how all that worked out, that's a huge selling point. All the same people are still here, other than the ones that aren't, of course. Some team members are helping out on a goodwill basis, some are juggling other jobs, and some are working only in the evenings. So they've got no money now, they've got no backing, that's why they don't own those games anymore. I imagine that Mytona are no longer funding them in any way, and have taken the games as some kind of like some kind of way to recuperate or whatever. So maybe you'll see an eventual the day before release with Mytona at the helm. Who knows? Why else would you want that stuff? It's fucking beyond me, because it was all just Unreal Engine store assets and come making like a paper mache out of semen and assets. What kind of support are you expecting from the community? If you expect anything more than nothing and laughter, you don't know anything about what's going on. We're counting on your active support, especially for our new game Escape Factory on Kickstarter, as this is a crucial moment for our return. Unlucky, mate. I'm sorry to tell you. Like, there is a world in which, when the game was about to release, if you just came out and said, look, nobody spent any money at all, we've said what we wanted the game to be, and we were striving for that, but we missed the mark massively. And the game is now, obviously, a clear alpha. It's missing, like, most of the stuff we said it was going to have, but this is what we've got. And the game's not what we said in any way. It's now an extraction shooter because we had to scale down from an open world MMO. And it's very early, but we're gonna work on it. If they just said that, just a mea culpa, the game would have received a little bit of backlash, some laughter, but the game would have been fine. Like, people wouldn't have been as vitriolic towards it. Because at that point, again, nobody spent any money. They just spent time basically following the game, which is your own problem, really. But they didn't. They released a game that they were still, even in the material of launching the game, saying it was X, and then you paid money, downloaded it, and it was Y, which is, that's a fucking wild thing for anyone to come back to later on and just say, yeah, actually, we now are going to support you again. You'd have infinite good faith from me personally, and I know from a lot of other people that are adults and think, you know, about people deserving a second chance if they have admitted to what they've done wrong and whatever else. A lot of those people would also give you the benefit of the doubt. They probably wouldn't give you money, but they probably wouldn't actively, you know, be preying on your downfall at that stage, and they'd probably give you games a go if they did look fun. But at this stage, I don't think anybody's doing any of that because you didn't do those things. You just continued to lie until you were caught, and then you blamed everyone but yourself. You actively, even maliciously, was trying to blame people like, these specific people are at fault, and actually everything was great, and we failed because of you. Which is fucking wild. What will happen if it doesn't reach its goal? If it doesn't reach its goal, unfortunately, we won't be able to return. In that case, all funds raised will be fully refunded. We hope for your support and believe that we can overcome this challenge together. Do you have any lawsuits right now? No, we don't. We're not in conflict with anyone and are ready to start from scratch. What a weird question. What an odd question. I don't know why there'd been any lawsuits in the first place. Nothing they did was, like, legally actionable, as far as I'm aware. Like, false advertising in video games seems like a thing that just doesn't exist. Like, you just get away with it. Like, there's been mainstream cases of large games doing this for years, and nothing ever happened, so there would be none of this. What happened to Prop Night in the day before, and do you have any reflections on the unsuccessful launch? After the unsuccessful launch, we couldn't continue development due to financial losses, which led to Fantastic's closure. We lost all legal rights to Prop Night in the day before. Over time, we've analysed the factors that led to the day before's unsuccessful launch. These included overly ambitious goals on a low indie budget, a team without AAA experience, and embellished marketing, which we deeply regret. We take full responsibility for what happened, and this experience has taught us a valuable lesson. As a reminder, we didn't accept pre-orders, and all sales of the day before have been fully refunded. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, it's all good saying that now. But again, it changes nothing about what happened. It is what it is. You just had to say this before the fact, and everything would have been maybe not okay, but considerably better. What will the community gain from your return? Why should the community support your Kickstarter? Very good question. Very, very good question from yourself. A successful Kickstarter will allow us to release our game. It's like $14,000. What amount of stuff do you need for $14,000 to release a game? Surely the difference of development between $0 and $14,000 is not that substantial. I know $14,000 to some people are going to say, lol, Kira, what? $14,000 is a lot of money. For a company, no, it isn't. $14,000 is like a couple devs for a month. Like, I don't understand what this is buying that you couldn't release in early access already for like a low price and build yourself up that way. If you've got enough people and resources that you've managed to build a demo, which you objectively have, you've shown it, people can download it right now and play. If you've already got those resources, what's stopping you, like every other indie developer ever that doesn't do Kickstarter, releasing that as an early access for like $5 or $10 and getting the money that way and building the game up? Why do you need people to give you money ahead of time to do something that other people have proven for the last, what, 10 years through the early access program that you can do without people giving you advance money. I just don't understand what the premise is here that you're trying to sell, other than you want people to give you money up front, which is frankly not going to happen, and insulting that you would think people would. We're asking for a second chance, and we believe that with your support we can create your favourite future favourite games. Yeah, I mean, good luck with that one, I guess, but you're not asking for support, you're asking for money. Who would you like to thank? We want to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who stood by us after the closure, our team and all our partners who offered support and help, Mytona, our colleagues in the gaming industry. They're not giving you any more money though, are they? And your games have been taken away. And our first publisher for the Wild 8, Hype Train Digital, for their support. We're also grateful to our former volunteers who wrote to us and all the Prop Night fans who flooded us with messages asking us to return. Finally, to everyone who sent us words of support via email, thank you. Who the fuck is sending letters of support to an abjectly failed company that tried to pull the wool over everyone's eyes? That's wild. Get on your working hats. Here you go. This is the game. The features, team up, go through the place, try to survive. I mean, yeah, cool, great. Looks like an indie game for sure. Oh look, they've even got plans if you give them 700 grand. Very ambitious. You know, just give us 20 and we'll launch the game. $20,000. Game launch secured and fantastic return. Amazing. That's a goal you should all be striving for. That's sarcasm. 50k and you get a Steam Deck version. You get that anyway. If it's a game on Steam, they just probably mean optimizing it for Steam Deck. 100k, you get a PS5 version. 150, a free DLC. You get, for 150 grand, you get a free DLC. Because that's how money works. If you give me $150,000, I'll give you a free something. Yeah. A Switch version at 200k. Each location has its own unique soundtrack for 250. Another free DLC and 2 new locations for 300k. A new mode and a creator mode. And who fucking knows if you raise a milli. You know what you get if this raises a milli? My ultimate disappointment and a fucking helmet for you to walk around in. You'll need to be playing this game just so you don't walk around your house falling over and hurting yourself, banging off the walls like a fucking pinball machine. If you give this game money, we do need to get you a helmet. 100%. So here you go, the game art. Yeah, here you go. Some cool stuff. Looks like fucking Clash of Clans or something. I'm not even trying to be a dick when I'm saying this, by the way. The art looks fine. Yeah. And they show the early concepts, they're drawing and building the maps out. Here's your early people. I assume they're going to be skins and characters and things. Fucking love this, by the way. Expected release dates. We aim to release the full version of the game in December 2024, though it may be extended into January or February 2025 if technical issues arise. Currently a 50-50 chance. There you go, just flip a coin. That'll determine. We will keep you fully informed here, and we'll talk about it on our Discord server, yeah. So there you go. If you back, you can back all the way up to 2 grand, mate. Just fuck off, please. You can back $12,000. Should we crowdfund this? I'll give them the full. You fund the entire game yourself, and you get to meet Fantastic. Don't worry, guys. I'm sure this will go very well. You'll get an unforgettable dinner paid for by you because you've given them 12 grand. You actually pay this, they fly you out and they just take your money out of the bank in front of your eyes, and then they take you to Mackey's, get you a fucking £quarter-pounder meal. You don't get a large upgrade though, and you definitely don't get a milkshake. You just get medium fries and a fucking regular Coke or something. As a token of appreciation, you'll be named as a special sponsor. You'll be named many things, and special sponsor is not the one that people will be calling you in the streets. You'll get called a special sponsor in the game credits and on the supporters wall of our website. Additionally, you'll receive the prestigious Elite Backer role on our community Discord server, showcasing your exceptional support. Please, if you do this, just hide. Don't get the Elite Backer role in their Discord server, because if you do, you'll never live that fucking down. Never in your life. So this is their story. 2015, they got 1,257 backers on Kickstarter for their game The Wild 8, which they then gave to somebody else after it released in early access, and essentially personally abandoned it. They, in collaboration with publisher Hype Train Digital, released The Wild 8, which became the first Steam top seller with over 200,000 copies sold. The game was later acquired by the publisher. And then they released Dead Dozen, its first attempt to develop a larger game. The game was closed due to low sales within a very short period of time and in early access, as usual. Then they did Radiant 1, which became a mobile hit, ranking high in the top charts of the App Store in US, China, and other countries. The game received high ratings. There you go. Highly recommended from IGN. Very prestigious. Love it. And then in 2021, they had the joint venture with Mytona Fantastic and released Prop Night, which became a Steam hit with sales over 900,000 copies. Did you even have to buy Prop Night? Wasn't it free? I don't remember that being a game you needed to buy. And then they released the day before, which periodically became the #1 most wishlisted game on Steam, and was featured multiple times at Nvidia events. Due to technical issues and low ratings, the game was removed from sale in December 2023, and all funds were refunded. Following financial loss, Fantastic was subsequently shut down. So yeah, it does seem like that's the case. So why Kickstarter? So for 20k Singaporean dollars, I think that is SGD. Yes, Singaporean dollars. Very odd for a Russian company, but you know, times we're in and all that. Which includes basic salaries until the game's full release. While our team has become smaller, it still consists of talented individuals. At the moment, some team members are working out of goodwill. So here you go, game development will be 65 to 75%, rewards and fulfillment will be 20 to 30, and 12 to 20% Kickstarter fees and taxes. And then they just have it in Russian. So again, if at any stage you need $20,000 to release a game, you could release that game. You've already got it to this stage without taking anyone's money. You could release this game in early access and on the merit of your product, raise the money you needed for a full release. Like, you don't need a Kickstarter. The fact that you have one is sussy fucking backer, is all I'm going to say. The fact that you need a Kickstarter when you already have a product that is far enough along for you to release a demo makes no fucking sense to me, other than you trying to get money off people up front. Just saying. And I'd say this about anybody. Like, you can just release on early access, and then if the game is worth people giving you money, they will, and then you can use that money that sold a product to make the product better. Loads of people already do this. Game companies have literally gone from nothing to smash it multi-millionaires doing this. So you either can or you can't, and people shouldn't give you money. Some people have, I assume, as a meme or whatever. Here's Michael Superbacker. Your boy Michael Superbacker, he's giving some money. It's going to be awesome, Charlie. I assume he's referring to Moist Critical. We'll see. By the way, there we go. That's the Fantastic fucking return. They are replying to loads of people on Twitter saying, you know, we're really sorry and we're trying to be better and blah, blah, blah. Good luck. You know, best of luck to you, but you won't be doing it with the public's money. Definitely not. But thanks for watching. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Figured I'd just, you know, stop playing RuneScape for 20 minutes and record this, but it is what it is. It's been 35, so definitely not 20, but yeah. Suggest me content in the comments. Let me know what you want to see in, you know, Discord, Twitter, all those things. And yeah, I'll see you on the next video, I guess. Peace.
This is a really fun time of year for me, with tons of new games surfacing thanks to the ongoing Steam Next Fest. I'm planning to jump in and try a bunch of them over the course of the next week or so, hoping to find some gems within the sea of demos. Got my eyes on a handful already that seem pretty promising. In the meantime, though, there's another game that I played recently that I think you guys might really like. It's called Jump Ship. So think Sea of Thieves in space with roguelike progression. You play in first person, manually flying around your ship, going through all these different space settings with varied points of interest, and then in each area you have this one distinct main objective, along with a handful of other side activities to try to complete. So you might be asked to locate and disable a jammer that's preventing you from jumping to a new location, or to infiltrate this enemy compound full of all sorts of aggressive robots, or take down anti-air installments that are attacking your allies, or disable the defenses of a massive cargo ship before infiltrating it and stealing their goods, along with quite a few other different varied things. And then while doing this, you are free not only to fly your ship, but you can get up and walk around. The inside of these are fairly elaborate, with many different areas, equipment, and facilities to aid in your adventure, along with powering your ship's offensive and defensive capabilities. And in many cases, these actually need to be manually engaged with and managed as well. And then the kicker, though, is that you can also, in real time at any point, come and go from your ship whenever you please, exiting from one of several different locations, launching out into the atmosphere, flying around space with your jetpack, and then landing at whatever your target location may be, some sort of an installment or a base on the planet side, or a ship that's actually out in space. In fact, a lot of times there are going to be enemy ships attacking you, and you can actually leave your ship physically, directly grappling onto those ships as they fly by, destroying their vitals with your weapon, causing them to then self-destruct, jumping away just in time before the thing explodes, and then grappling back to your own ship as it flies by overhead. And there are lots of many such moments in this game, which lead to this gameplay loop that I found thoroughly enjoyable. And because your ship was under attack, it sustained damage, resulting in actual literal fires on board that need to be put out, or sections of your power grid that go offline needing to be restored, or you might get a radiation leak that has to be repaired, and then you need to physically get the radiation off your ship, otherwise it will continue to sustain damage. The entire game flow is you flying your ship to a location, heading towards some objective, fending off whatever enemies happen to arrive in that process, managing the needs of your ship as things are falling apart, and then engaging in first-person combat to eliminate space robots, to deal with those other ships as we mentioned, and then trying to complete whatever task you happen to have. All of this coupled with some seriously legit gunplay, which I was not expecting, frankly. Just surface level looking at this game, I assumed the gunplay would be not great, to be honest. Like a AA indie game, I really wasn't expecting much, but they've done a real solid job. Like even just the base level pistol-like multi-tool feels pretty fantastic to shoot. Yeah, this is a really cool game, and it's been a pleasant surprise, at least from what we've seen thus far, which has amounted to roughly 10 hours of playtime. So that is the high-level overview of Jump Ship. Now I want to go into a bit more detail about all of the components, the gameplay loop, the different systems, and everything that you'll engage with in the game. But first, okay, so let's get back into the specifics and details of Jump Ship. Let's start off with how the basic gameplay loop, like what is it like? What are you doing as you're sitting down for 30 minutes to an hour playing this game? So you start off by picking a mission from the galactic map. You're going to have a bunch of different options. You pick the one you want, then you take off into space from this starting point, picking one of multiple maps or nodes with these different locations, objectives, and rewards. You will then jump to that chosen area upon arrival, scanning any points of interest, revealing enemy ships, turrets, and loot areas, as well as your main objective. And then you'll decide if you want to do any of the side stuff, you'll head to those, or if you just want to go to your main objective, you do that, completing whatever task is asked of you while also gathering resources and weapons in the process. And then once that task is complete, you go back to the map in your ship, selecting the next node from a branching path, giving you a few different options. You jump to the next location, scan the nearby area, rinse and repeat the entire process. Go about either doing side things, completing your main objective. Once that is done, you can then select and jump to another area. You go all the way through through from start to finish until you eventually complete the mission and head back to your hangar. So let's actually go through that in actual detail. So after completing the tutorial, you actually arrive at your hangar, and this is where you select the first mission you want to start, along with manage any and all of your long-term progression and character customization. So in here, you're going to find the venture log. This is a terminal displaying the different quests or missions you have with their objectives and rewards. There's a shooting range where you can test out the game's different weapons, with there being 4 tiers of an assault rifle, sniper, SMG, and shotgun. There's a few other weapons and tools in the game, but those are the 4 primary ones you're going to be searching after and using. You've got the quartermaster, who lets you use currency that's earned on your missions to unlock new cosmetic options for your character. The dockmaster, here is where you purchase different classes of ships. There's going to be your basic all-arounder, which is what you start with, but then you can specialize into a ship that's better at fighting or one that's better at carrying more cargo. Now, those multiple ships actually weren't available in this build, but they will be when the game comes out because it's not scheduled to release for at least a couple more months later in the summer. Then you've got ship progression. So behind the dockmaster is actually where you manage your ship's various components. You're going to start off with some baseline versions of each part and then unlocking upgrades by completing certain quests, or even, we were told, just finding them while out on the mission unlocks them as well. There's some other fun stuff, like you got a jukebox that lets you cycle through different songs you can listen to. There are soccer nets that you can kick or shoot the ball around trying to score a goal. And there's even some chairs you can lounge in while sipping on your beer. If you had a little too much, it might be a little bit of an extra lounge. And then you've got your galaxy map, and this is where the actual gameplay begins. This is where you're going to select your first mission. So when you start playing, you're just going to have this one outer section on the perimeter of the galaxy map available, in which you're going to find a handful of starting missions. Hovering over each mission will show you its main objective, the very last thing that you're going to be asked to do to complete the mission, as well as a challenge rating starting from 1 to trivial all the way up to 5, very hard, an estimated duration of how long that mission completion should take, and then the rewards that you will be given at the end. So there are 2 main types that we have come across so far in terms of the main mission goal. There is the cargo ship raid and the artillery support. Again, this is your ultimate goal. It's going to be the thing that you're doing in the very last map node on the mission. Prior to that, though, you're going to have many different paths with various objectives to pick from while en route. And then as you complete missions, you will unlock new quadrants of the map, slowly moving closer to its center and to more dangerous but also more rewarding areas. Okay, so from the galaxy map, you're going to pick your very first mission. Now, initially, you should probably, the very first one you're going to pick is this trivial difficulty 20-minute run that is literally labeled play this mission first. But for the sake of the video, let's take a look at some of the more fleshed out ones and as what you're going to expect as you play more and more of the game. So we'll start off with, say, one of this moderate difficulty cargo ship raids. So first you pick the mission, everyone in your party then readies up, a countdown timer starts, and you load in. You get a little cutscene of your ship taking off and flying out into space, and you actually first arrive at this neutral point in space. And then as you're on your ship, the very first thing you're going to do is walk to your map, which is located right behind the pilot seat, and here you're going to be displayed and given a couple of different options for what path you want to head down. You'll usually be picking from one of 2 to 3 separate paths with further maps branching from there, and every node is going to display the map's location, whether it's somewhere in space, in an asteroid field, on a planet, on a moon, wherever. It's also going to show the threat level and the reward that you can expect to get for completing it. So you're going to select the first one that you want, and then one player hops into the pilot seat, points the ship in the direction, and then initiates the jump drive, first making sure that everyone is seated, otherwise someone is for a world of hurt. Jumping will then load you into that selected map, and then it's time to do your first objective. Now, before we do that, though, I want to actually take a closer look at the ship itself, because there's a lot here. So the ship consists of multiple different locations, terminals, and stations. First off is the sensor display. Right behind the pilot seat on either side of the mission map are 2 sensor displays that give you this overhead, like aerial view of the current map that you're in. So it's going to display the location of your current objective as well as any other noteworthy points of interest. Now, some number of these will actually be hidden, simply requiring you to scan in order to reveal them. And then once scanned, you're either going to see a grouping of enemies, some loot, or other point of interest, and those will remain on your HUD while you are going about completing that particular objective on that particular node. Also on the ship is this power grid. Now this presents you with a grid of open slots, which you place the ship's different components in a Tetris-like fashion within. So as you play, you're actually going to find and unlock new reactors reactors along with additional generators that will open up more available slots. And how this works is the higher level components take up more space typically, requiring you to fiddle around with their placement if you want to actually have them available and powered up. Then you've got your assembler. This uses materia, which is a resource that you'll find in a mission, to craft different weapons and utility items. Here you can make weapons like a rocket launcher and an SMG. You can also make a fire extinguisher, ship ammo, armor, a ship repair kit, along with any of the ship's numerous components in case one of them happens to get destroyed or lost. There's the cargo pad. So outside of the ship are actually a couple of transporters that you can use to quickly dump items into, and then those will appear on this pad after they've been deposited to either be moved elsewhere or scrapped, or for you to just pick up if you want to take them out on while doing an objective. There's the scrapper, which will turn any items you don't want or some of these hot ones that are specifically made to transfer into materia. And again, that materia is used at the assembler, but also at things like the medical station where you can transfer materia into healing yourself. You're also going to find fire extinguishers at a few locations. You will need to pick those up when your ship inevitably catches on fire, which is going to happen. Also bound to happen is your ship taking damage, in which you will physically need to take repair kits and place them into the core, which will heal them quickly over time. And if you haven't been able to tell already, this is in a lot of ways very similar to Sea of Thieves. The ship itself is a big part of the gameplay experience. You'll be moving around it, you'll be arranging the power grid, you will be putting out fires, healing the core, and repairing any damaged components or areas of the ship that happen to sustain damage while you're getting in dogfights out in space with other enemy ships, done actually manually as well with your power tool. You physically have to patch up the ship in various ways. But then beyond that are all of the missions and objectives you have, which you actually do in first person, typically having to leave your ship and set out on foot or floating through space. So there are numerous ejection tubes that give you a quick exit from the ship, along with a handful of doors that actually require you going through an airlock room before entering or exiting. For the most part, you will use the ejection tubes to leave the ship because that's the fastest, and then you'll only be really using the doors when you're entering into the ship. Okay, so that's a bulk of what you'll find and do and have to pay attention to on your spaceship. Let's talk about the rest of the gameplay experience. So after you first jump and arrive into a brand new map, you're going to have some primary objective like we mentioned. These can vary, but the ones that we've seen most often include the following. You'll have to disable a jammer. The early version of these in particular will have a jammer located in the center of this floating facility. So you'll fly the ship up to it, and then you'll physically get out, board the facility, and then go to this terminal to activate it. At that point, it's going to call in these robot reinforcements attempting to defend the jammer. So you have to deal with those, try to avoid taking damage, destroy them, while also having to attack these 12 different weak points, which are represented by boxes located all around the facility. Once you destroy all of those, and if you haven't died, you can then interact with the terminal again. This begins a self-destruction timer, and after a few seconds, the facility blows up. Make sure you're not sitting in the middle of that, and then you can collect loot from the remnants. There's also jammer ships, which is like the above facility jammers, but it's an actual physical ship flying around. Usually comes with an escort. Attack the ship, disable it, board the ship, and then destroy it. Then the jammer's dealt with, and you can finally jump again. You'll come across a distress call, which is actually a friendly transporter ship that is under attack. Fly to it, protect it by destroying the enemy ships, and typically there's going to be a larger number and harder ships to deal with here. This is where a lot of the ship combat comes into play. There's also capture points, where you have 3 separate bases that are full of enemies. You need to go to the point, kill the enemies, capture it to flip it over to your side. While this is happening, enemies are going to keep spawning in at each of the 3 points, as well as ships spawning in with reinforcements coming from space. And then finally, we've got the investigate signal. So this is some of my favorite stuff. Basically, these will be some sort of a base located on whatever given map it happens to be on. Some of these maps will be in space at facilities floating. Some of them will be on asteroid fields. Some of them will actually be planet side or on the side of a moon. So you go there and then have a additional task to complete at the facility. So these areas are predominantly always full of enemy robots, and there's like a wide range of different robots with different attack types and weapons and special utility and things you have to deal with. You engage with them in FPS fashion, and this is where the game's gunplay really shines. It is actually pretty darn phenomenal. Like, I'm super impressed, especially for an indie game, how good it feels to shoot weapons. So you typically, when you go to these investigation areas, you have to move through several locked doors heading further inside inside of some facility, and then once inside, interacting with some sort of a terminal, all while fighting robots along the way. Now, once inside, we found a few different objective types. There's one that asks you to restore power, where you got to go around finding multiple batteries and then placing them into this outlet. Other ones ask you to override a security system. So you start the override. This will be interrupted throughout, usually like 4 or 5 times. While you're waiting for this progress bar to fill up, there's going to be tons of enemy reinforcements spawning in. And then we saw an open gate one where you had this area with a really large, like, reinforced door that actually requires you to find and return these 3 radiation cores that are spread throughout the map at other locations. So you got to get into your ship, fly to the core, pick up the core, put it on your ship, and then bring it back to the gate. Problem, though, is these cores progressively deal more and more damage to you as you hold them, and while they're on your ship, they will also deal damage to your ship over time. So you gotta basically try to make this transport as quickly and carefully as possible. And yeah, as mentioned, these mission types are absolutely 100% my favorite sort of objective and activity in this game. I'm really hoping to see more of these and more elaborate variations of these as the game continues through development and leads up to its release. In particular, as much as I love these, I would want to see some bigger facilities with more enemies, with harder enemies, and more complex tasks for us to complete. Please, I'm begging you to make that. And then sometimes you'll come to a map node that just says, hey, there's some valuables here, go find them, with little to no danger, but just loot to discover. In particular, we found this one asteroid field where we went inside of an asteroid and it was just full of chests with a ton of good items inside. That was fun to find as well. Now, in addition to that main objective in each node that you're jumping to, there's usually a couple of other side things that you can do in each one of those maps. So these include things like buoys or derelict ships. These are just essentially empty stations floating in space devoid of enemies. In most cases, they will have several loot chests with weapons, resources, and currency inside for you to pick up. And then there's also the ship remains, which is just materia that's floating out in space from ships that have been previously destroyed. And then also, as you're going through these missions, there are several threats for you to contend with. So there's going to be floating mines out in space, and if you get too close, they will lock on, track you down, and then jam themselves into your ship. You or a teammate has to then exit and attack them, otherwise they deal continuous damage to the ship's core. There are sentry turrets, which have a very long range, and if you get too close, they fire homing missiles that will explode on impact, damaging your ship, although I will note they can be dodged if you boost and spin the ship at the last minute. There's also just enemy ships patrolling around. They'll roaming around every single map. If you get too close, they will engage. You'll have to deal with them. There are invasions that can happen, so periodically, besides the roaming ship patrols, you're just going to get new waves of ships spawning in, and you have to deal with those before you can jump to a new location. And then all of this and taking damage and being attacked results in you having to fix
it's Payon stories online, dude. You can type exclamation server. This is a classic one, so it's a low rate one. Can I craft that? Hold up. I can craft this. What's there going? Silver. No. What's garland? Shit, dude. Micro muted? Is my mic not working? Yo, I can hear myself. Yeah. I can hear myself. It's Payon Stories Online, dude. Am I still muted? Am I still muted? Oh. Am I still muted? Oh. Am I still muted? Oh. It's dude, it's Payon Stories Online, man. It's dude, it's Payon Stories Online, man. It's dude, it's Payon Stories Online, man. Hold up. What else I need? You can type exclamation server. You'll find out. Put that in there. Got one of these. One rough. Oh, 15. Shit. Never mind. Hold up. Hmm. Taking a break, so I've been grinding shit all day. What should I do? What's good play? This shit's worth. Oh shit. Cannot wait. Oh shit. I'm done streaming. So tired. Alright. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Guys, hit the follow button. I'll be online tomorrow as well. Peace out. Alright, see you guys tomorrow.